Hello to all friends and family, near and far, who have visited my beloved YouTube channel. If you enjoy listening to the story, please remember to give me a like, hit follow, and share it around so I don't feel weary and worn out from worry. Thank you all so much. Wishing everyone a happy listening experience, smiling as radiantly as a blooming flower. History has stated that the love of a monarch for his subjects is the most precious thing in this world. In the majestic setting of the palace during the morning court session, upon the dragon chair sat the emperor, high above in a bright red dragon robe. Below, officials on both sides stood in neat, solemn rows, bowing respectfully. The emperor spoke. When will the repair of the railways be finished? Every word of the emperor was carefully recorded by the historian sitting below. A high-ranking official standing closest to the dragon throne respectfully reported, "It is expected to be completed in about 3 months, Your Majesty." The emperor coldly asked back, 3 months? Thinking about having to watch the people suffer through hardships during those 3 months, how can it take that long? Finish that task within 1 month for Zhenya.
The high official was terrified upon hearing that order, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. "But Your Majesty, if we do this, it will lead to countless troubles. The number of laborers and the workload of the commoners and slaves will have to increase. This goes against Your Majesty's initial plan. Your Majesty, we beg you to reconsider your decision." The high official listed countless inadequacies that would occur if the task were to be completed within 1 month according to the Holy Will. The historian quickly recorded those discussions, even showing concern for the slaves to ensure they were not overworked. All the officials bowed their heads in unison. "We beg you to reconsider your decision, Your Majesty. Your virtue is like the bright star of spring." However, half of the emperor's face was submerged in shadow, and no one could clearly see the emotion in his eyes. "It seems you are all mistaken about something. If you truly care about the grievances of the people, then why don't you go work alongside the commoners?" Every single word of the monarch made the group of high officials terrified and panicked. Their faces showed disbelief that the emperor could come up with such an idea. The majestic emperor propped his chin on his hand, holding the teacup on the table, smirking as he watched the amusing expressions of the officials. "If even that is not enough, should I join in too?" The group of officials was scared out of their wits. They only hoped for understanding from him. He slowly asked again, "So, should I assume that the work will be done within a month?" At this point, how could they dare say no? The group of officials trembled and said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Thus the historian quickly typed away, his face tense as he took notes. Thinking about how the common people could never obtain that spring star, it was truly sorrowful. The historian was still focused when suddenly the emperor spoke sternly. "Historian!" The hands typing characters froze immediately. The emperor asked indifferently, "What are you typing that takes so long? Are you perhaps cursing me?" The historian turned pale with fear and replied in panic, "No, Your Majesty, my fingers are just not proficient yet." "Is that so?" The emperor gently dropped a sentence. "Should I send you back to the headquarters for further training?" Just one look, just a simple sentence, but that majestic aura was enough to make the historian break out in a cold sweat, scared out of his wits. He tried hard to keep his voice from trembling and spoke clearly, "I will try my best to type faster." The emperor set the teacup down with a clack.
"I will observe him." The court historian's face wrinkled like a withered eggplant, his whole body shivering. "Your grace is truly infinite." Several nearby ministers looked compassionately at the pressured historian, but could only stand there shaking their heads in dejection. Emperor Huanzhou said, "I am hungry, so I will eat a bit and gather you all again in 30 minutes. The civil and military officials said in unison, "Understood, Your Majesty." Then the whole group, looking gloomy as if just returning from a battlefield, dragged themselves out of the main hall. The emperor lifted his cup to drink tea, then gently leaned back against the dragon throne and sighed, "Why are they so slow?" The palace was enveloped by the night. The beautiful full moon was in the sky, but was obscured by gathering clouds. Very little light poured down onto the pavilion roofs. The scene was strange, like an intersection between ancient and modern times. When will the airplane take off? Scene changed to a small smithy. The furnace fire was still flickering red. A man wearing protective goggles was hammering a red-hot iron bar on a thick anvil. Each hammer blow echoed throughout the hot room. Under the blacksmith's meticulous care, the blade gradually revealed its shape. He dipped it into water. Sizzling sounds rang out along with rising bursts of smoke. The craftsman raised his achievement to examine every angle. He was so focused that he didn't even notice the phone behind him vibrating continuously, notifying of an incoming call. A man holding a phone, calling someone, kicked the room door open. His other hand was carrying a white plastic bag with unknown contents. He shouted, "Hey, Lin Yuan, why didn't you pick up the phone?" Lin Yuan remained highly focused on his work. While decisively striking the red-hot iron, he shouted loudly, "Not like that," making the man behind him bewildered. The sound of metal colliding rang out piercingly. The other man stood listening for a while until his ears felt like they were about to bleed. He angrily shouted, "Lin Yuan!" making the young man startle and finally stop his hands. Lin Yuan turned around, lifting his protective goggles. "Brother Lin Zuan, when did you arrive?" Lin Zua put his hands in his pockets and walked closer to him. "I just got here, kid."
What are you doing that you didn't even hear me call? Lin Yuan looked at him and replied, I have an order to make a high-quality knife for cutting sashimi. Sashimi? A high-quality knife? Lin Chao brought his face close to Lin Yuan's, acting as if he were interrogating him to see if he was telling the truth. Being stared at, Lin Yuan panicked and hastily explained, "This is just a fillet knife. It was ordered by a Japanese restaurant in Seoul." Lin Chao let it slide and said, "Fine, I'll believe you because you don't know how to lie." Hearing that, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his face relaxing a bit. "Oh my God, stop acting like you're a detective all the time." Waiting for him to finish speaking, he handed over the bag he was carrying. "Here, take this. Mom made this kimchi. She wants you to eat well." Lin Yuan naturally reached out to take it. "Please send my thanks to Auntie." Lin Chao walked around observing the room and grumbled. "Also, why don't you clean up the room? Why is it so messy?" Lin Yuan was busy opening the kimchi box and exclaimed in delight. Hearing that sound, Lin Yuan didn't pursue the matter further. Softening his tone, he replied, "Good, not bad." Suddenly seeing something in the corner of the room, Lin Chao shouted, "You brat!"
"What is this?" Lin Yuan was pulling a box of kimchi out of a white plastic bag, turning his head in surprise. "Huh?" He saw his brother, Lin Chao, holding an antique-style gun he didn't know where he got from, angrily questioning him. "You brat, are you out of your mind? Why do you dare to make things like this in Korea?" He smiled brightly and raised his hand to explain. "Ah, that item was ordered by a cosplayer abroad." Hearing the explanation, Lin Chao was no longer angry. He lifted the gun, held it in the correct posture, and closed one eye to aim. "Is that so? I thought you made a real gun." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was startled. "Huh?" Lin Chao tried to remove the muzzle of the gun. The tip of the barrel was designed very meticulously. Real.
He observed every detail carefully, silently judging in his mind. Steel wire. Without saying much, Lin Chao rushed over and smacked Lin Yuan on the head with a pop. "Hey, you bastard, how dare you put steel wire inside a prop?" Lin Yuan was hit so hard his eyeballs nearly popped out. He weakly explained, "Once I make it, I have to make it right and meet the customer's needs, don't I?" Lin Yuan was grabbed by the collar by Lin Chao and shaken non-stop. "Needs my ass. Are your customers terrorists or something? Damn it, did you move here just to use your brother at times like this? You called me here to cover for you, didn't you?" Lin Yuan tried to speak. No. At this moment, Lin Chao looked like a demon. His eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he gripped Lin Yuan's collar tightly and ordered, "This won't do. Open your warehouse immediately." Lin Yuan sweeted. "Why do you keep wanting to see that warehouse?" Lin Chao growled threateningly. "You brat, your brother brought a search warrant here." After a while of various threats, Lin Yuan finally had to compromise. He opened the warehouse and led Lin Chao in for inspection. Lin Chao put his hands in his pockets, standing in front of Lin Yuan's lockers, and asked, "Why do you need these chemicals in a blacksmith workshop?" Lin Yuan scratched his head and honestly declared,
"I use it during acid etching and for final adjustments." Lin Chao leaned closer to the pile of bottles on the shelf. "Are all these items bought legally?" Lin Yuan looked helpless. "Shall I show you the receipt?" Lin Chao glared at Lin Yuan with fiery eyes and raised a fist to threaten. "Stop it. If you cause any trouble, you're dead meat with me." He could only obediently obey. "Ah, yes, I wouldn't dare." Lin Chao, seeing his younger brother being too obedient, became suspicious. "Really? Then what about that person making guns to order?" Lin Yuan looked away, deciding to remain silent to protect client confidentiality. Lin Yuan knew he couldn't ask anything more, so he dropped the subject. But suddenly a smell wafted in, making him uncomfortable and forcing him to cover his nose tightly. He asked Lin Yuan, "But what was that smell just now? Which house is spreading so much fertilizer?" Lin Yuan immediately replied, "It's my field." Hearing that he was farming, Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. "What? You're farming now too?" The window was wide open. Right outside the window frame was a carefully plowed field. Lin Yuan smiled hesitantly and said to Lin Yuan, "That's because I'm making potassium nitrate." "What potassium nitrate now?" Asking back, Lin Chao fiercely turned his head to look at this problematic blacksmith with a sharp gaze. Lin Yuan happily explained, "I need gunpowder to check if that Kentucky rifle is made correctly, but there's a bit of difficulty in manufacturing gunpowder." These words made Lin Yuan like a time bomb counting down to 0, then boom, exploding. He grabbed his younger brother's shoulders. "Brother, do you know how hard I worked to drag you away from Uncle when you came here? And didn't you say you wanted to build a ship?" He squeezed Lin Yuan's shoulders tightly, his anger reaching its peak, veins starting to pop out on his face. There must be a limit to causing trouble.
Lin Yuan could only silently sweat profusely while looking at this god of slaughter. Lin Chao ordered, "Go plow that field immediately," a statement that shook Lin Yuan's entire blacksmith workshop. "I will come to check in 2 days. You had better get it plowed right now. Do you understand?" Lin Chao pointed his finger to remind Lin Yuan. He sobbed bitterly. "Yes, sir." Before driving away, Lin Chao issued one more command. "Put the box of kimchi in the fridge right now." Lin Yuan obediently replied, "Yes." Then he stood there watching Lin Chao's car leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan turned back to his blacksmith workshop. As he stepped over the threshold, he reminded himself, tomorrow I surely have to borrow Mr. Can's tractor. He went to the storage shelf, carefully taking out something hidden behind a pile of bottles. Luckily, he didn't discover this. He gently opened the box.
If he catches me red-handed, I will definitely be thrown into the detention center immediately. Inside that square box sit 2 flasks of liquid, nitroglycerin, a component for making explosives. Why did I even make this thing? Lin Yuan sighed and closed the box. Regardless, he had to avoid being discovered at all costs. But right at this moment, a tremor occurred. The shelves in the workshop shook, making noise. The chandelier above Lin Yuan's head swayed back and forth, and dust fell from above. Lin Yuan panicked and cried out, "Is it an earthquake?" Then, before he could even react, the entire workshop and the ground shook violently, making Lin Yuan unable to stand steady. Items in the house began to fall in disarray. The box in Lin Yuan's hands slipped due to the tremors. He was startled, looking after it, and tried his best to dive down and catch it with both hands. Lin Yuan's face full of panic. "No!" Just as he breathed a sigh of relief for catching the box, the lid popped open. A vial of nitroglycerin inside created a beautiful arc, flying out right before Lin Yuan's eyes. He looked at it in bewilderment. That vial of nitroglycerin proceeded to make intimate contact with the ground, the blue liquid inside churning under the impact, before Lin Yuan's terrified gaze. That beautiful liquid rippled, oxygen and nitrogen molecules happily rushing towards each other. They collided, creating a blinding light. At this moment, Lin Yuan knew there was no way to salvage the situation anymore. He just watched the fruit of his labor, this damned thing. Even though he was the one who created it, the scene it produced was truly brilliant. Boom, an explosion occurred, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Damn it, am I still alive? Lin Yuan thought to himself in the darkness. He slowly opened his eyes to look. Appearing before him were 2 people who looked like a married couple, happily talking. The man spoke up. "Look, my dear, our child has opened his eyes." Lin Yuan was curious. Did these people save me? The woman opposite him also looked at him happily. "Oh my, it is true." She looked up at the man before her. "The little one's glittering eyes really look like you, Your Majesty." The one called Your Majesty also looked at the woman with neatly pinned hair and said, "This pointy nose is definitely yours, beloved consort." Lin Yuan thought, what are they saying? Oh my, the boy moved just now. He still did not understand what was happening. Why were they speaking so strangely? The emperor asked his beloved consort again, "Is the boy uncomfortable somewhere?" The beautiful beloved consort carefully bent down. "Let me hold him." Lin Yuan was confused. "Huh? Am I being picked up?" The beloved consort picked up the child wrapped in a towel and gently soothed him. "Be good now." The 2 of them affectionately looked at the baby in her arms. The adorable little one in the warm embrace of the imperial concubine was wide-eyed, babbling. Lin Yuan, who passed away at the age of 35, had awakened in the form of a newborn baby during the Song dynasty. Lin Yuan panicked. "Who are you people?" It had been 3 months since Lin Yuan was reborn as a baby. The scenery gradually became more familiar to him, from the rooms to the decorations that were rich in ancient aristocratic style. The current Lin Yuan was still just a boy lying on his back, waving his hands, rolling his eyes to listen to everyone around him talking. While listening to others talk, he discovered a few things. First, regarding the present, he is currently in the Song dynasty. Based on the clothing, it seems to be the early period of this dynasty, and his father is a royal, but not the successor. According to what I heard in school, the king said that his whole day consisted only of studying. Lin Yuan's memory returned to the days when he was still the Lin Yuan of the modern era, wearing a school uniform, resting his chin on his hand, and listening to the teacher's lecture. At that time, the teacher stood on the podium, enthusiastically teaching about various things in history, while the boys sitting below seemed to have little interest in that dry history class. That teacher is talking nonsense again. That won't even be on the test. That's why no one is listening. The teacher spoke enthusiastically and pointed at the board. Unlike the extremely busy king, royals who are not the king must avoid studying just to survive. Which king would want a royal relative smarter than himself? The current Lin Yuan recalled the teacher's words from back then and silently made a decision. In other words, I just need to limit that troublesome studying to the absolute minimum. And since I am the eldest son of this family, it means I don't have to worry about social status or making a living. The current him, with wide, innocent eyes, babbled meaningless words. When the current Lin Yuan had made a wise decision for his future path, he smiled sweetly. This was truly a perfect arrangement for him to immerse himself in his own hobbies.
Since he was young, Lin Yuan had shown himself to be an unusual child. In the past, he would hold a small Rubik's Cube in his hands, eyes gazing intently at his toy, while his parents were very surprised to hear the teacher's words. This is the first time I have seen a 5-year-old child solve that Rubik's Cube. The expectations of Lin Yuan's parents gradually increased due to the special reactions of those around the boy. He gradually grew up with intelligence tests. Your son's IQ test results are extraordinary. The boy's IQ is at a level people often call a genius.
Hearing that man excitedly draw the conclusion, both his father and mother were extremely surprised. At a genius level.
The two of them were so proud to have a genius son. Both were boastful, happily saying to him, just as Dad expected, Mom is so proud of you, Lin Yuan. But none of them understood the feelings of Lin Yuan, a boy who was just silent before the praise. However, not long after, hope turned into disappointment. Lin Yuan was extremely smart, but not good at studying in class. His teacher hesitantly announced not so good news. To put it simply, the boy is suitable to become an inventor. These words from the teacher surprised his parents, and sadness gradually appeared more clearly on their faces, which already bore the signs of time passing. An inventor in this era? They sorrowfully asked the teacher. The teacher also sighed and replied, that is why it is a pity. If Lin Yuan had been born a bit earlier, he would have become an inventor recorded in history books. The most important part of Lin Yuan's genius characteristics, studying, was missing. On the report card, his scores and rankings were at an alarmingly low level compared to the nickname genius they gave him. Lin Yuan's father angrily threw the stack of report cards straight at his son's face. Why doesn't a smart kid like you study? You would do well if you just studied a little, just a little bit. He stood there, enduring the scolding.
Lin Yuan frowned and remained silent. That resigned face said it all. He was also disappointed in himself. I'm only saying this for your own good. Having to endure his parents' nagging and the stress of studying, Lin Yuan eventually became obsessed with his own hobbies. He withdrew into himself, immersing in his own world. He created perfect models, just like the great inventions of the world, building a steam engine model and using that steam engine to craft a model steam locomotive. Or he personally sought out a blacksmith to learn how to make the curved blade of a swordsmithing artisan from the Song dynasty. Then, spending so much effort, sweat dripping down, he rejoiced when he witnessed with his own eyes the works he had painstakingly created, crafting full-body armor based on historical stories. Seeing that he had so much passion in so many different fields, acquaintances called him a polymath. However, this nickname was changed not long after. The first round of challenge for a polymath, Crazy Bookworm. A report on TV aired the news, and on the screen was him. Lin Yuan was testing his new product, a water aircraft that only needed human power to fly, successfully flying at the mouth of the Han River. His father, watching the report in front of the screen, shouted, "This brat!" Every word praised him on the television waves.
He is considered a student with incredibly wonderful inventive abilities. Lin Yuan's father, jaw dropped in surprise, held the TV remote and stood up abruptly, calling out loudly, "Honey, come watch this quickly!" Lin Yuan's mother was wiping her hands on her apron, coming out from the kitchen to see what was happening. She looked towards the TV and asked her husband, "What is it?" His father had not yet ceased his astonishment, eyes fixed on the TV screen as he said to his wife, "That!" The voice of the announcer on the TV rang out again, continuing to read the lead. But the student who built this airplane is Lin Yuan, a sophomore at DX University. Hearing his name, she broke into a cold sweat from surprise, murmuring her son's name, Lin Yuan. Then they were startled. Lin Yuan, that brat did it again. That's right, the person mentioned in the report on TV is indeed Lin Yuan, our male protagonist before his death. He is testing his invention, using human power to take off and fly into the blue sky on a homemade airplane.
Lin Yuan smiled with delight, extremely satisfied with his success. After finishing testing his invention, Lin Yuan returned home. As soon as he entered the door, bending down to take off his shoes, he called out to his parents, "I'm back." But before he could finish his sentence, he heard his parents talking inside. His father, enjoying some soju, asked his wife, "What should we do with this Lin Yuan kid? He only does useless things and doesn't worry about his studies." Lin Yuan stood there silently, listening to all of his father's words, realizing he couldn't understand his son's hobbies. He silently turned the doorknob and closed the bedroom door, blocking out all the sounds of his parents from outside. He isolated himself from those words. Putting this aside, when Lin Yuan entered his third year of university, while he was in the room that contained his whole world, sitting intently in front of the computer screen doing something, Lin Yuan suddenly received a message. He moved the mouse to click open that message. From this very moment, he had caused a large-scale accident. The second round of challenges from that crazy nerd was, Lin Yuan opened the letter, which read, "Hello, Lin Yuan. We are recruiting manpower to build a sailing ship using traditional methods from a famous pirate movie. Although it will be only 1/4 of the size of the original ship, we will make everything identical to the original, including the material processing. If you are interested, please let us know." He did not hesitate for long after receiving the offer to build a miniature model of a sailing ship that appeared in a famous pirate movie.
He flew to America, went to the US to build sailboats. Lin Yuan happily made a gesture to salute his parents, put on his gear, and went to chase his dream. He said goodbye. "I will be back later." When Lin Yuan's parents read the letter he left behind, his father was furious, crumpling the letter in his hand with a darkened face. His mother could only sigh and try to comfort her husband. "Darling," he shouted. A few months later, at the harbor, several people were admiring a brand new wooden boat being anchored. A hooded man approached from afar. "Hey!" The man wearing Arab attire and sunglasses gave a thumbs up and praised. "My love, your skills are truly good. Coincidentally, I need a yacht. How about you guys build a full-sized one? I will sponsor it and pay you a monthly salary. Deal?" Hearing this unexpected offer, Lin Yuan was astonished. Not unexpectedly, he quickly agreed. Deal. Thus, Lin Yuan's stay in America became longer. Lin Yuan and the other craftsmen looked at the Arab man reaching out to them, praising. Perfect. And so was the time waiting for Lin Yuan to return to Korea. When he just returned home from America, he was welcomed by a thunderous slap. His father angrily scolded him amidst Lin Yuan's astonishment. "How could you go to America without a single call back home? I don't have a son like you. Get out of the house." He stood dazed, holding the cheek his father had slapped. Standing right at the door, he watched his parents arguing loudly because of him. "Darling, but it's been so long since Lin Yuan came home. We can't kick him out. He is like this because we have always overlooked his behavior. This isn't the first time he's done something like this. But how can you hit your own child?"
Lin Yuan just stood there blankly watching his parents argue. He can't stay calm and focused because you keep spoiling him. Do you mean it's my fault that Lin Yuan turned out this way? Lin Yuan collapsed. He knelt before his parents. "I was wrong. Please, don't quarrel because of me." His parents stopped arguing and looked at their son. His father silently watched his actions, while his mother worriedly called his name, Lin Yuan. The father coldly made a decision. "Go do your military service. Go in there and grow up." Lin Yuan did not argue back, only sadly replied, "Yes." Lin Yuan followed his father's arrangement. After completing his military service, he silently continued his studies and prepared for the civil service exam as his parents expected. And after graduating, he achieved an excellent result by passing the Level 5 civil service exam within just 1 year. On the day he successfully passed the exam, family members came to send their congratulations. Relatives stood around his parents laughing happily. "You can finally relax now. You've worked so hard." His father was also very satisfied with this achievement of Lin Yuan. He cheered up significantly, feeling truly relieved that the boy had finally grown up. But no one noticed his current appearance. He silently watched those people congratulating his parents. At this moment, Lin Chao walked over, put his arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder to congratulate him. "Hey, Lin Yuan, congratulations." He was slightly startled and glanced at his brother. "Thank you." Lin Chao gently reminded him. "You brat, stop making your parents sad, okay?" Lin Yuan, slightly embarrassed, tilted his head and replied, "Yes, I know." Just like that, it seemed that peace had finally come to the family. Lin Yuan loosened the tie around his neck and sighed softly, then stared intently at the pile of work, scratching his head in frustration. It was late, but he still hadn't returned home. Lin Yuan's father opened the door and walked into his son's room. The room was messy with paper scraps thrown all over the floor. At this moment, the father noticed 2 small packets sticking out from a desk drawer that wasn't fully closed.
He approached the desk and took out a pile of medicine. He was shocked to discover that his son was taking a lot of pills. Due to enduring mental anguish, Lin Yuan was eventually hospitalized for depression. After seeing Lin Yuan's condition, his parents made a decision. The couple decided to talk to him. He crossed his arms and said to Lin Yuan, who was kneeling before him, "Live the life you want to live. It seems Dad has failed to understand your feelings all this time." These words made Lin Yuan look up in disbelief. In his eyes was unconcealable surprise, staring at his father as if to verify those words once more. Lin Yuan's complexion, from gloomy and tired, gradually became rosy and brighter. He smiled happily. "Thank you, Dad." After submitting his resignation letter, Lin Yuan began to pursue his own passion. He built himself a small wooden house. That was the blacksmith workshop he had always used for his passion, until that incident occurred and he was reincarnated to the Song dynasty due to an explosion. The current Lin Yuan, inside the body of a baby just a few months old, was giggling. He thought, "Actually, this is better. Now I'm born at the finish line. I will do all the things I liked before." The singing voice of his current mother rang out. Seeing her son smiling so happily, she gently asked, "What makes our son so happy?" As if realizing something while looking at her beloved child, each line of her song gently echoed in the warm room. Lin Yuan's mother in this life was happily sitting and embroidering, watching her chubby son lying there, swaying to each line of the song. The little boy loved listening to poetry recitation like that.
He will surely be excellent at writing in the future, she told herself. But that was a fatal mistake. The scene shifts to the days that followed, with white snow covering the rooftops. Seasons passed, time flew by quickly, and time shifted to autumn with waves of red maple leaves falling and filling the sky with the wind. Inside the palace, on a small table, colorful cakes were stacked into towering pagodas. Officials took turns offering congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Song Shu bowed in return. "Thank you, and congratulations to you." Our male lead had grown a little bigger, dressed in magnificent attire, being held in the arms of his mother in this life. He looked at the officials bowing to congratulate his father and thought, "This father of mine, it seems his status is higher than I thought." In his little head, hypotheses were constantly being formed. Is it possible that a royal family member who doesn't participate in the race for the throne is actually in more danger? Will I be okay? Suddenly, a loud announcement rang out from outside. The crown prince has arrived, causing all the officials who came to congratulate to be extremely surprised. The words of that teacher from years ago came rushing back into Lin Yuan's mind.
This is the first time I've seen a 5-year-old solve a Rubik's Cube like that, but the current scene is filled with people wearing feudal costumes. The two people who just arrived are the Crown Prince. Everyone present respectfully bows to greet the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince happily waves his hand to dismiss the formalities and replies, "It is a pleasure to meet you all." He laughs loudly and approaches the boy's father, spreading his arms in congratulation. "Has my nephew reached the age for his first birthday party already? Song Shu, congratulations to you." The person following him also offers congratulations. Song Shu stands beside his wife and child. Both adhere to proper etiquette and reply, "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Crown Prince." Only the little kid does not understand what is happening. The Crown Prince speaks up. "May I hold him?" She hands the boy to the person opposite her. "We accept Your Highness's grace." At this moment, the little baby is still bewildered in his own train of thought. It seems he just heard something. The Crown Prince exclaims, "Oh my!" He lifts the boy high into the air, looking at the adorable little kid. Our protagonist, in the body of a child, tells himself, "Smile now." Then he grins innocently. The Crown Prince returns him to his mother's arms, smiling happily. What a lovely child. She gently responds with courtesy. "Thank you, Your Highness." After returning the boy to his mother, the Crown Prince turns to praise the father. "Song Shu, this child looks as intelligent as you." Lin Yuan mutters that name over and over in his head. Song Shu, Emperor Song Shu. He turns his head sharply in shock to look at his father, under the confused gaze of his mother.
Prince Song Shu, my father is Emperor Song Shu, the figure who would later be printed on the 10,000 won bill of the Republic of Korea. He is the person later immortalized in statues for his greatness, the creator of Hunmin Jeongeum and one of the wisest kings representing Korean history. In the era Lin Yuan used to live in, he was respected by people of all generations, someone whom even kindergarten children would draw pictures to praise. That person is my father. He couldn't believe he had reincarnated to become the son of such a great king. Lin Yuan intently observed his great father. Then he started to worry. Wait, then... Lin Yuan recalled the song that the kindergarten class used to sing together in the past, implying, "I am Moon, and my child is Dan." While lost in thought, he didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, his mother slowly lowered him down. Then she gently placed him in front of a table. He observed everything in confusion. His mother gently urged, "Song Bai, hurry up and choose." He looked at the items displayed on the round table in front of him. There were gold, in inkstone, books and brushes, white rice, a wooden sword, cakes, and something else. He thought to himself, "I am having a doljabi ceremony." Song Bai reached his hand forward. "Let's see, what should I pick?" While Song Bai was lost in thought, suddenly a light from somewhere shone, dazzling him. Song Bai closed his eyes bewildered. Huh? He turned his head to look at the light source. It was emitting from the earrings of the royal prince sitting to the side.
Song Bai observed that thing intently. His eyes shone brightly, glittering as he looked at His Royal Highness the Prince's earrings. He reached out his hand, making incoherent sounds that surprised the prince. The prince tried shaking his body to the left, and the boy also excitedly leaned to the left to chase after. He leaned to the right, and Song Bai lunged to the right. The prince looked bewildered, pointing at himself. Me? Meanwhile, Song Bai kept babbling some single words, flustered with excitement. His Royal Highness the Prince stepped forward to pick him up. Song Bai immediately reached his short little hand upwards.
He grabbed His Royal Highness's earring, causing the prince to glance over in confusion. Realizing that what the boy wanted was the earring, he said, "So it's not me you want, but my earring?" His Royal Highness picked Song Bai up, and Prince Song Shu also approached with concern. While everyone was still puzzled by Song Bai's actions, he was observing the earring with great interest, assessing it through the eyes of a child. The craftsmanship of this era was indeed exquisite. Although a few incidents occurred during the derby ceremony, the first birthday party concluded successfully. After the party ended, only 3 people remained in the room: His Royal Highness, Prince Song Shu, and the person accompanying His Royal Highness, who was sitting at the table holding Song Bai. His Royal Highness seemed to have drunk quite a bit. His body was relaxed and his clothes were no longer as tidy as when he arrived. He pulled at his lapel to reveal his firm chest muscles, his face slightly flushed as he said, "That was a bit disappointing." Song Shu looked at his brother and reminded him,
"Your Highness, please fix your attire." Leaning back against the cabinet behind him, he waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? Being comfortable is all that counts. The third son of King Song Wenwu, Prince Song Shu, continued to admonish him. "Do not forget that you are the face of this country." Prince Song Chao replied with slight annoyance. All right, all right. Meanwhile, Song Bai was sitting in the lap of another prince, mesmerized by Prince Song Chao's earring. That person was the second son of King Song Wenwu, Prince Song Yun. The prince over there began chatting with the male lead's father.
By the way, Song Shu, I heard your academic achievements have far surpassed others. This useless older brother can't even count that pile of achievements. Hearing those words, Song Shu gently and humbly replied, "Brother, you exaggerate. If you focused on your studies, it wouldn't take long for you to surpass this incompetent younger brother." The two talked to each other, while Song Bai was still captivated by the small earring. The three brothers began discussing politics and academics. "Song Shu, are you defining moral principles and guidelines for a monarch? I think differently. Now is the era of military government. If I ascend the throne, I will restore the old lands of the Samhan period and turn the Song dynasty into a great power." Meanwhile, Song Bai could barely suppress the greedy smile on his lips. "Your Highness, you cannot." Song Bai was engrossed in his thoughts when suddenly the discussion erupted into loud voices, causing him to look up in bewilderment. Song Shu stated firmly, "The Ming dynasty is extremely powerful. With the current strength of the Song dynasty, we will surely fail." On the other side, Song Chao was also decisive. "No need to worry. When I ascend the throne, I will certainly achieve great things." His father remained resolute. "Currently, the Song dynasty is not capable enough. We must strengthen our forces." Then the conversation softened a bit. Prince Song Chao raised his hand to signal a stop, smiling as he said, "Ah, I know. I don't intend to achieve that great goal immediately. I plan to prepare for 10 years, so don't worry." Song Shu harshly stopped him. 10 years is too short." Song Chao paid no heed to his younger brother's reaction. He crossed his arms over his chest, leaned against the cabinet, closed his eyes, and said, "At that time, the generals under Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, had died of old age and purges, and the rest would also die in the civil war initiated by Emperor Yongle, the current emperor. Furthermore, wouldn't Emperor Yongle's generals all die in civil wars and conquests?" Song Shu clenched the fist resting on his knee, trembling to control himself as he listened to him speak. "In other words, I think 10 years is enough." Song Shu couldn't take it anymore. He stood up abruptly and cursed right in the face of his arrogant brother. "Do you have no brain? Have you forgotten that Emperor Yongle can always mobilize 500,000 troops for every conquest?" Song Shu stood there, decisively pointing out the inadequacies. The Ming dynasty is not only fearsome because of their soldiers, but also because of their military system, which can mobilize such a large number of troops. Compared to it, our Song clan is still very far behind, both in census and agricultural land survey. Every word spoken by Prince Song Shu offended Song Mo's pride. He bit his lip, anger starting to kindle. Song Shu was still rambling, not to mention 10 years, even 30 years, when he was suddenly interrupted by a sentence from Prince Song Chao. 1 year for the census, 1 year for the land survey is enough. He stood up and walked toward Prince Song Mo.
"I am the crown prince. I admit that you are intelligent, but I am the one who will inherit the throne, not you." Song Chao shouted right in his face, the blue veins on his face bulging out. As for Song Shu, at this moment he could only grit his teeth and stare at his older brother. The crown prince frowned, his eyes glaring coldly and angrily at his younger brother. "You just need to assist me." That single sentence made Prince Song Shu grind his teeth in anger. The man on this side was holding the little boy, sighing softly. Song Bai looked at his father sitting slumped in silence. Prince Song Yuan was leisurely drinking tea. Who would have known that the two princes would argue so fiercely? At this moment, Song Bai absorbed a new amount of information. He was bewildered. What? Song Shu, my father, is not the successor? He looked at his father's gloomy face. The prince, with vast knowledge and far-sightedness, was now frowning, sitting there in silent resignation. The competition between Song Shu and Song Chao had become more intense than ever. The scene shifts. The king was currently sitting on the dragon chair, asking with a cheerful smile, "So what did that old fox say? Tell me about it." The third king of the Song dynasty, King Song Wenwu. The other person respectfully recounted everything. A high official, who seemed to be highly respected by everyone, was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the rippling green lake. The old man said, "In the past, before His Majesty ascended the throne, I advised him to focus on his studies. He said, there is no need for a prince to become a scholar, so what is the point of studying? If a dragon egg does not hatch into a dragon, what will it hatch into?" The elderly high official turned back to look at the people behind him. The founding meritorious official of the Song dynasty, Right State Counselor Liu Chen. He praised Song Shu while wearing the official uniform, standing at the head of the ministers. "I am very pleased to see your highness enjoys learning, just like him."
That high official respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, reporting everything to the king. That was what he had said. King Song Wenwu rested his chin on his hand, his eyes bright like a hawk's, observing the person below. Lu Chen, for him to speak sweet words to Song Shu. How bold! The attending eunuch bowed his head, asking for the king's instructions. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? King Wenwu seriously asked him. What do you think? Just let it be. The cause of this competition was the ambiguous reaction of King Wenwu, as he did not clearly show his attitude in choosing a successor, leading to this situation. Prince Song Chao, with disheveled clothes, handed his cup to the maid beside him to pour wine, enjoying the music and dance while fuming. I really don't understand what royal father is thinking. He tilted his head, looking unpleasantly at the wine cup in his hand, grumbling. He always praises what Song Shu does and ignores me. Song Chao possessed a free spirit and could not endure the pressure of the race for royal power, and so, the scene shifts to a clear blue morning. That person held the antlers of a deer, dragging the dead animal, leaving a trail of bright red blood stretching across the ground. Song Chao dragged the spoils of his hunt back to the palace. Ignoring the surrounding gazes of palace servants, eunuchs, and officials, he immersed himself in hunting and debauchery to relieve the pressure.
Finally, the officials began to stand up, trying to prevent another rebellion by the prince. One of the officials, Ba Kao, warned Chuen Kuang, the leader of the faction supporting Song Shu, to give up the throne and know his place. However, Chuen Kuang paid no heed to that. Ba Kao shouted loudly, demanding to know the source. Lord Chen, what exactly do you want to achieve? Chuen Kuang tried to be as gentle as possible to calm Ba Kao's anger. Lord Li, it is not like that. Ba Kao could not calm down. He continued to raise his voice arrogantly. I thought I told you to advise Prince Song Shu to reflect on himself. I forgot at that time. Ba Kao continued to crane his neck and point his finger to lecture him. You must not do that. Lord Chen, step aside. I must see the prince. He calmly suppressed Ba Kao's rage. Do not act like this. I will speak to your highness this time. Let us stop here for today. Lord Chen, Ba Kao raised his voice again, scowling. If you do not want to experience the bloody tragedy that occurred during the reign of Emperor Qin Chun, you must tell him. Chuen Kuang replied gently. All right, let's stop here for today. Chuen Kuang managed to block the high official Ba Kao's intention to barge into the hall to see Song Shu. He stood there watching the man walk towards the gate that had just been opened by the servants. He let out a soft sigh, frowned, and muttered to himself, There is no turning back now.
Ultimately, history remained unchanged. The king stood on the side of Prince Song Shu. That day, the king summoned Song Shu's small family to the palace for an audience. He and his empress sat in the room, looking down at the 3 members of Song Shu's family standing below, and he happily spoke, Congratulations. Then, with the wise gaze of an enlightened monarch, he looked at his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, and declared, From this moment forth, you are Crown Prince Song Shu. Congratulations to you. Many things have happened during this time, but from now on, you shall be the Crown Prince. Strengthen the bonds with your brothers and sisters, and prepare yourself to succeed me in leading this great kingdom. Song Shu, seated opposite, bowed his head solemnly in accordance with proper etiquette, and replied, Your son will etch your words into his mind, Imperial Father. The Empress also gently admonished her daughter-in-law, Crown Princess, you will also manage the inner palace from now on. You must be thorough to ensure that no unnecessary troubles arise. Song Bai's mother bowed her head respectfully in obedience. I will remember your teachings, Imperial Mother.
The king noticed the little Song Bai in the center. The imperial grandson looked very bright. Song Bai obediently bowed his head. Thank you, Imperial Grandfather. Song Shu looked up, proud of his son. The boy has already learned the basics. King Song Wenwu seemed quite surprised. Really? Isn't he only 4 years old? His father answered the king's query. He will turn 4 this October. Only then did Song Bai raise his head to look up. King Song Wenwu happily looked at the family of 3 and said, Truly a blessing for our realm. He assessed the 2 powerful figures before him. Every word and gesture from both sides was very formal, and the atmosphere was indeed very peaceful. Thinking back, Teacher Ming once said, Song Bai's memory returned to the time he was still sitting in school in his previous life. The teacher adjusted his glasses and lectured seriously. Everyone knows the saying that enemies in a past life are husband and wife in this life, right? It could be seen that this saying was completely true in the case of King Song Wenwu and his wife. Or should I say, they had a love-hate relationship. Song Bai knew the history of this period very well. He looked at the 2 figures sitting before him. Emperor Song Shu had slaughtered his wife's entire clan to control the consort-kin relations, so it was clear that, while Song Bai was lost in thought, King Song Wenwu spoke up. By the way, Crown Princess Consort, I hear your father has been very busy lately. His mother began to worry. She stiffly and respectfully replied, I am not aware, Your Majesty. I only stay quietly in my room. Song Bai glanced at his mother's reaction. Is that so? 2 simple words from King Song Wenwu carried immense implication, causing her to break into a sweat as she slowly looked up, then stared in panic. The majestic King Song Wenwu was looking down at her sternly.
Pass on the word that I hope he can live a more peaceful life, for he is getting quite old. Even if times are opportune, without health, everything amounts to nothing, right? The Crown Princess consort bowed even lower respectfully. Yes, I will relay the message. Songbai watched his mother's fearful reaction. He thought to himself, at this rate, there will be bloodshed.
The entire magnificent palace bathed in the sunlight, yet it was unusually quiet. 2 months after Prince Song Shu was invested as the crown prince, King Song Wenwu handed over the throne and gradually stepped back into the background. The transition of power proceeded smoothly. He was very vigilant regarding Song Shu's in-laws, whose power grew increasingly strong after Song Shu ascended the throne, becoming the center of flattery and fawning among the high officials. As the suspicion in Song Wenwu's heart deepened, an incident occurred that turned it into reality. An official respectfully reported shocking news. Recently, Zhang Xiao, Zhang Ke, and Zhi Gong had a private meeting. During that meeting, Zhang Xiao stated, His Majesty the Emperor's power is being suppressed by the former emperor. Former Emperor Song Wenwu coldly replied, I understand. That remark was aimed at Song Wenwu, the monarch who had abdicated but not completely stepped back from power. Former Emperor Song Wenwu did not tolerate anyone gossiping behind his back. They had to pay the price for not knowing their place. Wipe them out. An order was handed down from the former emperor. The army quickly intervened. The Empress Dowager cried, pointing at her chest and scolding his inhumane action. Is tormenting me alone not enough? Do you still want to drive the prince's consort's family to this wretched state? Following the incident, Zhang Xiao was arrested and sentenced to death. He was dressed in a prisoner's garb, his limbs bound tight and stretched in 4 directions, exposed under the scorching sun. Zhang Ke was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Songbai's maternal relatives were enslaved. However, during that time, Song Shu did not show much reaction. He remained focused on court affairs and did not interfere with former Emperor Song Wenwu's decision. He also turned a deaf ear to everything, calmly sitting and reading a book right in front of his wife, the one who shared his pillow every night, who was trembling from the immense shock. She cried silently, tears rolling down her meticulously made-up face without making much sound. Songbai looked at his mother, not knowing how to comfort her. If his maternal family remained suitable, he would have a solid support system in the future. He turned to look at his father. Should I persuade him? But what met his eyes was a stern face, eyes closed and brows furrowed in deep thought. Seeing his father's attitude, he secretly decided, no, I should stay put. After all, in history, things happened just like this. Looking at his expression, Song Wenwu and Song Shu must have had some agreement. If so, it is best to do nothing.
He had to silently close his eyes and pretend not to see anything. Song Wenwu's purge had ended, but the aftermath was not quiet at all. The high officials started to criticize and protest. How can the daughter of a traitor become the empress? They made extremely excessive demands. We must depose the empress. At this point, Song Shu could no longer remain silent. Song Shu stood up to defend his wife in front of former Emperor Song Wenwu. If you insist on this, I will return the throne to Imperial Father, so she will no longer be the empress. Is that all right? Former Emperor Song Wenwu also sternly and angrily spoke up to silence the group of officials causing the disturbance. Executing a person who has given birth to 3 children for the emperor without cause is invalid. You are not allowed to mention the matter of deposing the empress ever again. Songbai learned about the matter, and he understood that he had done well by not interfering in this. The 4-year-old boy sat cross-legged, thinking solemnly, his demeanor not quite fitting for a child. Not sure if it was because his father was born into an imperial family, but he was very calm when making decisions. Truly, one cannot deny the bloodline. He could not understand, was his ultimate goal to expand the power of the imperial clan? Afterwards, the Ming dynasty envoy questioned why the former emperor abdicated so suddenly, yet the transfer of the throne proceeded so smoothly. During a court session attended by the Ming envoy, Songbai was sitting in his father's lap, reviewing a letter together with Emperor Song Shu. The emperor sighed and spoke, "How unfortunate." He looked up at his father as if he did not understand anything. However, to persuade the Ming envoy, and because former Emperor Song Wenwu controlled the military power, Song Shu embarked on the invasion of EU and the conquest of Tsushima Island. He spoke slowly to him. If I had more time and power, I would have prepared more thoroughly for this expedition. Songbai clumsily reached out his hand, wanting to grab a scroll. He thought to himself, how did Nun Chun's invasion of Wei unfold again? Was it only a half-hearted success? But it seemed the short arms of a 4-year-old child could not possibly reach such a distance. Songbai stretched his arm up, trying to lean his body forward. This small action of his attracted the attention of Emperor Song Shu. He looked happily at his son. Is my son already interested in state affairs? If so, you need to study hard. Hearing these words, Songbai's face turned red, and his whole body instantly froze on the spot. Emperor Song Shu looked at the person standing below and ordered, "Chief Manager, summon the Chief Royal Secretary." The Chief Manager bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." A person walked up, then happily lifted the tiny prince onto his shoulder and left. "Let's go, Your Highness." Songbai, having no chance to resist, was carried away from his father's lap. He screamed inwardly, "I hate studying." It was already dark, the window frame was still wide open, and the moonlight outside shone inside. It can't go on like this. Songbai sat frowning, crossing his arms in annoyance. If this continues, I'll just die early without having any fun, doing nothing but studying. Just like in history, to avoid that, I must make a plan, starting now. A plan based on the fact that Emperor Song Shu is a fanatic.
The king of genius inventions who went down in history, Hunmin Jeongeum, was the writing system he created. Besides making sophisticated things like sundials and mechanical arrows, he was also very active in fostering the country's talents, talented mechanical engineers and astronomers. Recalling what was recorded in history books, Songbai silently made a decision. If so, I must pull father to my side. He rested his hands on the table. First, I must gather talented artisans. If they lack skills, I will just polish them. I will soon become the crown prince anyway, so is there anything I can't do? He thought of the prospect of standing with his arms crossed behind his back, directing a group of skilled craftsmen working hard on an assembly line to manufacture sailing ships, steam locomotives, and the like. And if I show father the completed inventions, with father's personality, I will soon accumulate enough budget. He imagined himself having a lot of gold. If I achieve some success like that, I will not only consolidate my position, but also expand my scope of activities. So, my happy life of play and luxury is right before my eyes. That glorious prospect made Songbai's spirit rise significantly. But Songbai was aware of his actual situation. Of course, I have to study a little bit, but only at a minimum level. To not be weak in debates with the officials, I have to study.
He sat there looking out the window. So what remained was to win over the crown prince's attendants, those responsible for his education. He imagined the prospect of himself as the crown prince being served by learned officials. When he reached adulthood, they would also hold important positions, so it was best to determine this from the start. Songbai curled his lips in a smile. Above all, it would be even better to mold them into slaves who lived for him. Just thinking about it made his heart race. A wicked smile bloomed on Songbai's lips, his calculating eyes looking far ahead. Just wait, my future slaves. The scene shifted to the morning. Songbai was walking down the road, with a long line of eunuchs and palace servants following behind. As he walked, he instinctively glanced at something. Something was emitting a smell from the nearby woods. Songbai saw the smelly object. Right under the root of a tree, a piece of feces lay there silently, radiating an unpleasant odor. Songbai's face darkened. He frowned in annoyance. This palace was disgusting to death. Thinking this, Songbai continued walking. Palace servants from the opposite direction stopped respectfully and bowed to him. "Your Highness, 1,000 years." Songbai dismissed them. "All right, you may continue your work." As he passed a group of palace maids, that scent wafted over again. Songbai was slightly surprised. He sniffed the air. This smell, it couldn't be. He turned his head to look at the group of maids that had just passed. Songbai's gaze landed straight on the hem of the dress of the last maid on the right. The hem was stained and dirty. He looked at that maid with disgust. Damn it, I will turn this wretched empire upside down. At this moment, he was sitting upright, listening to the lecturer's teaching. Our lesson today ends here. An elderly lecturer spoke up asking, "If your Highness has any questions, please feel free to ask us." Songbai frowned seriously in thought. Then he looked at the royal tutor and asked, "Today, on the way here, I saw a palace maid with feces stuck to the hem of her skirt. It is normal for humans to relieve themselves." Recalling that palace maid's attire, he complained, "But getting it on one's clothes like that is unacceptable. What do you think about this matter?" A royal tutor spoke up to explain, "Clothes not only protect us from the cold and heat, but also serve to cover private parts of the body and symbolize social class. Therefore, I think a little inconvenience like that is completely normal." Songbai seriously asked back, "Class? Do you not think determining a person's class based on the clothes they wear is wrong? Even if a gentleman wears tattered cloth, his virtue will still spread its fragrance throughout the world." As soon as Songbai uttered these words, the royal tutors were stunned, eyes widening as they looked at him. The elderly royal tutor coughed lightly and said, "Isn't that what people usually say? Do you not think our old way of thinking also needs to change? This issue is not something that can be resolved overnight. Does your Highness have any other questions?" Songbai Savadi wanted to avoid the issue, so he smiled but felt a bit annoyed. He thought, these bastards just want to change the subject, right? He looked at the officials below and continued firmly. "A few days ago, I read a memorial regarding the invasion of Tsushima Island. This took the royal tutor by surprise. Unable to react in time, he exclaimed in astonishment, 'How could you have—' Songbai quickly said, "I read it together with Imperial Father." He had been sitting in his father's lap looking at those memorials as well.
Song Jiang said that everyone, from nobles to commoners, must serve in the military, except for farmers.
Song-bai seriously stated his opinion. Isn't the lack of an elite naval force a major problem? So why don't we train a naval fleet? His question backed the group of royal tutors into a corner, and they stammered, about this. Song-bai didn't stop there. He showed a more determined attitude. Furthermore, I also want to know why we don't organize the evacuation of the people on Tsushima. If you are worried that the land will be occupied by Japanese pirates, wouldn't it be better to evacuate the people of Tsushima Island to northern Song? That way we won't have to get a headache over that Tsushima lord anymore, and the matter of granting him the bronze seal will also naturally fade into oblivion. Every word from Song-bai made the group of royal tutors sweat. They dared not speak about politics, only glancing at the oldest and most authoritative person among them. That high official bowed his head and replied, "That is not something humble officials like us have the right to discuss, Your Highness." Avoiding the issue again, Song-bai was furious, but still had to smile. Damn these people. The officials started whispering, "That is the tale. Is Your Highness really only 5 years old?" Two high officials hearing the retelling were quite surprised. It was hard to believe a 5-year-old child could say such things. The other person nodded in agreement with that high official. One high official closed his eyes and said, "When the king ordered us to teach Your Highness, I thought he was overreacting. But if Your Highness is this intelligent, I believe we can teach him even more deeply." The 3 high officials were happy. One stroked his chin and laughed. "I'm starting to look forward to the day Your Highness ascends the throne." The one next to him patted his arm and said, "Oh my, you there, watch your words." Happy laughter echoed throughout the palace. Scene change. A book was thrown hard onto the ground. Damn it. Song-bai was angry. Just because he wasn't the crown prince, they dared to give such half-hearted answers? He leaned back and exhaled to relieve his anger. This is really annoying.
He frowned. At this rate, he would die early, just like the original King Wenzong. He had originally planned to wait another 10 years before acting, but it seemed he should start sooner. Song-bai clenched his small fists and slammed them down on the wooden table in front of him. Song-bai was furious. Just wait until he ascended to the position of crown prince. That bunch would know what he was capable of. Time flew by. In the 3rd year of Song Shu, when Song-bai was 7 years old, a grand ceremony was held. Song-bai, wearing noble attire, stood high above, receiving the respect of the officials, soldiers, and palace servants below. He was invested as the crown prince. The ceremony concluded, and Song-bai, exhausted, slumped onto a small table. The crown prince investiture ceremony was terrifyingly exhausting. He was dead tired. But it didn't matter. He had finally become the crown prince. Song-bai was so happy that tears were about to well up in his eyes. He clenched his fists, as if self-consoling and congratulating his own efforts. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time.
Song-bai stretched out his short arm. Let's see, should I review the policies Imperial Father has put forth now? He held the brush pen, resting his chin in thought as he wrote something on the paper. Salt monopoly. This will surely bring in a lot of money. Although there was no gold or silver in the list of tributes for the Ming dynasty, diplomatic missions were still very expensive. Solid characters were seriously written on the paper by Song-bai. He seriously studied each item. Land issues, smuggling issues. There was also the issue that the current environment was not suitable for promoting commerce. Just then, a drop of ink suddenly fell onto the paper Song-bai was writing on, startling him. Song-bai frowned angrily at the brush pen in his hand. This damn brush pen. I can offer a few solutions, but the biggest problem is that the court has no money. No gold. He rested his chin again, his immature face not matching those overly grand thoughts. Moreover, I am only 7 years old. I don't have any great power yet. Even though he was the crown prince, Song-bai dejectedly realized his position in these times. He looked down at the paper filled with writing, on which there were also messy ink drops falling from the tip of the brush. Anyway, I can't just sit still like this. Let's start with the small things first.
Song-bai angrily stared at the troublesome brush pen in his hand, which kept dripping ink onto the paper. Damn it, no matter how many times he used it, he still couldn't get used to this brush pen. This era is truly too inconvenient. While muttering, a thought flashed through his mind. Huh? Song-bai looked at the brush pen that had been annoying him for so long. That's right. Instead of innovating huge things, he could start with these small inconveniences first. This is just the beginning. A hammer struck down. Song-bai and everyone were at the Bureau of Military Supplies, a facility belonging to the imperial court responsible for manufacturing weapons and so on. He inhaled happily. He missed the smell of iron so much. Song-bai planned to visit this place more often as he pleased, so he figured he should let them know his face first.
From a distance, an official approached. "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Song-bai greeted him. "It is a pleasure to meet you." "Chisha, I sincerely thank you. Thanks to your efforts, the Song fortifications are becoming increasingly solid. As the supervisor of the Logistics Bureau, Chisha, that is my honor, Crown Prince." Song-bai got serious about the matter. "Actually, I came here to find something. Do you know who is the best at processing gold and steel here?" The man repeated, "Gold and steel." Then he thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. There is someone who can be of help. That person walked in. "This humble one asks to see Your Highness the Crown Prince." He felt odd. Humble. Do not say that. How can a blacksmith at the Logistics Bureau, responsible for building defensive fortifications for the Song family, be considered humble? The person knelt down.
Your grace is truly infinite. Songbai took something out. Come closer. I have a favor to ask you. Songbai asked tentatively, Can you make this? The man looked worried. What is this? He replied confidently. A replacement for the brush pen. The man looked confused. This... Songbai mentioned its function. It looks like something that can hold ink inside and let it flow out when writing, but it seems the most important part is the specific amount of ink that can flow out with each stroke. He continued instructing. Exactly. Besides that, you must add a small round knob at the tip of the nib to prevent too much ink from soaking into the paper. Furthermore, regarding this slit where the ink flows out, how narrow can you make it, Mr. Lee? He offered an estimate. If I try my absolute best, perhaps about 5 mo. Songbai spread his hand to count. 5 mo? 1 chi is about 3 centimeters, the 1/10th rule. Songbai was surprised. About 0.15 millimeters? You can achieve that level of precision by hand? He reiterated the difficulty. Actually, you will have to make a dozen pens like this, and they need to be completed as quickly as possible. We cannot take a whole month to do it slowly. Then he pointed out the details. Since the nib will come into contact with liquid, we must use gold and silver instead of iron so it won't rust. It will be made of flattened pieces. If we make the mold correctly, we can make 20 pens a day. The problem lies in that slit. Some more requirements. When writing, the stroke must be about 1 die thin, roughly the size of a 0.5 millimeter mechanical pencil tip. That should be fine. He agreed. Then I will make the slit gap 1 die. Songbai asked, How long do you think it will take? He decided, If your highness gives me 2 days. He extended the time. I give you 3 days. Bring me your best finished product. The man took his leave. I obey your command, your highness the crown prince. 3 days later, he brought the finished products. I have made 5 nibs with 5 different thicknesses. Songbai picked up a pen to test. Please try them and choose the one with the thickness you prefer. All right.
He dipped it in ink, and as the first stroke was written, everyone around gasped in admiration. Songbai looked extremely satisfied. I like it very much. You have done a great job. He humbly replied, It is all thanks to your guidance, your highness. He decided, Then make 100 more with this fineness, and preserve 10 of them very carefully. He obeyed. Yes, your highness. And he wanted to make a request. Can you engrave plum blossoms on this gold nib? He agreed. Of course, your highness. He was extremely excited. How long will that take? He said easily. Just 10 days is enough, your highness. Songbai requested. I will give you 2 more days. In return, do not produce any defective products. I will introduce it to my father. He kowtowed. I swear I will not make any defective products. Then he asked, By the way, I would be very grateful if you could keep this a secret before I introduce it to my father. As you command, your highness. Leaving there, Chi-Sha praised. He is truly much more mature than his age. The craftsman also acknowledged. That's right. I heard he just turned 8 this year, but the way he talks and acts is like a 30-year-old adult. He probed. Forget about that. As for you, surely you have received something too, right? He was awarded the certificate recognizing him as the best craftsman of the Song dynasty. Isn't it great? Best craftsman of the Song dynasty, Crown Prince Songbai. He excitedly showed off. I have to find a carpenter to make the coolest frame for this. This is something very worthy of being kept as a family heirloom. The pen stroke was used again. It was truly very good. Song Wenwu exclaimed, Truly a magical item. Thus, a new milestone was added. On the 10th of December, the 3rd year of the Song dynasty, the crown prince created the golden pen and introduced it to the king. He gave Songbai many compliments. My wrist and arm feel very comfortable when writing with this pen, and writing quickly produces beautiful results. The crown prince has created something very respectable, hasn't he? Imperial father, you praise me too much. Song Wenwu turned to instruct. The emperor has tested the golden pen and praised it ceaselessly. Historian, you must definitely record what the crown prince has done today. Yes, your highness. He looked at it with delight. Crown prince, you have accomplished something very wonderful. He was surprised. Song Wenwu suddenly noticed something on the pen nib. Is this a plum blossom? The boy confirmed. Yes, that is correct. Songbai stated the reason. They are engraved on the nib because they are the symbol of the royal family. Song Wenwu was extremely satisfied. Very good. But how did you come up with the idea for this item?
He suddenly felt anxious. It had come. Songbai had predicted correctly, just as predicted. The king asked the reason why the crown prince created this item, and he spoke. When Imperial Father dipped ink to write characters the other day, I noticed something unusual. He was surprised. Unusual? What he noticed was, I saw ink soaking up into the brush hairs, and that is the very reason why Songbai made this pen nib. In essence, water flows from top to bottom. But what I saw was the opposite, so how could I not find that interesting? Therefore, I started working on it. Song Wenwu also did not expect this. Before now, countless people have used brush pens, but no one has had thoughts like yours. Isn't this a prime example of acquiring knowledge through experience? He did not expect this of Songbai. The emperor thought very highly of the crown prince's intelligence. He sincerely then proposed, Thank you for Imperial Father's grace. Therefore, I have a request. Song Wen-woo was generous. Just speak. Where are the eunuchs? Bring them here. Yes, Your Highness. The request is, please bestow these golden pens upon the historians and the officials in the court. All of these pens? Everyone was extremely astonished. Yes, the historians record everyone's deeds without resting. This is a job that easily makes people tired, so I thought they needed something to help them a little. They were delighted.
King Song Wen-woo asked them. The Crown Prince suggested that ministers and officials who need to write quickly should use these. I think the Crown Prince's idea is excellent. What do you all think? Everyone was very grateful to him. We think the Crown Prince is right. To think that someone so young knows how to be considerate of his officials like this, isn't it a beautiful sight? He ordered, someone bring the gold pens to the historians and officials in the court. Yes, Your Majesty. The king had given his permission. The officials praised. Your Majesty and the Crown Prince truly have deep thoughts. Songbai was satisfied, but there was still a problem. Not long after, the gold pen that Songbai had created caused a new problem in the Song dynasty. It is recorded in history books that on December 10th, in the 3rd year of the 5th reign of the Song dynasty, the Crown Prince created the gold pen and introduced it to the emperor. The king tried using the gold pen and praised it endlessly. The king asked why the Crown Prince created it, and the Crown Prince replied that seeing ink climb up the brush hairs gave him the idea to craft this item. The king highly appreciated the Crown Prince's intelligence. The Crown Prince suggested that ministers and officials who need to write quickly should use them.
There were many different reactions. After Songbai created the golden pen and introduced it to the officials in the court, they reacted very intensely. They asked each other about the pen. The historians and officials in the court liked this item even more. Have you tried the golden pen that the Crown Prince invented yet? I tried it. The pen is really good. Because when using the golden pen, many things improved and writing memorials became much easier. Furthermore, Songbai also invented a writing board for them. Generals often have to issue urgent orders when executing missions. Therefore, I created this type of writing board, so you can write comfortably anywhere. It will be a perfect complement to the golden pen. Everyone was even more delighted. That is wonderful. Song Shu was very pleased and immediately ordered the mass production of both items to be distributed to the generals along with the golden pens. Moreover, the golden pen that Songbai created significantly changed the entire kingdom as it was circulated. How much is it? A total of 2 mal and 3 guo of white rice, but I will only charge you the price of 2 mal and 2 guo. However, the price was quite expensive. It's too expensive, isn't it? Everything became popular. Lend me the ink and the calculation board. Here you go. People calculated. Let's see. Today I bought 2 mal of white rice. Is that the golden pen people have been rumored about? The person praised. That's right. It is the pen that Your Majesty disseminated. It even has the plum blossom pattern. Very beautiful. Everyone was very interested. It's really beautiful, easy to carry around, and convenient when I need to write something urgently.
That person instructed, now I must transport all the paper bought today back home. The shopkeeper bade farewell. All right, please take care on your way back. The shopkeeper then looked sly. Gold nib pens, I smell the scent of money. At the imperial court, an official reported, Your Majesty, something unpleasant has happened on the streets recently. He told the official to speak up. Unpleasant? Speak. The truth is, there are rumors that fake gold nib pens are running rampant everywhere recently. Song Wen-woo was furious. How dare they forge a precious item stamped with the royal seal? How insolent! This crime must be severely punished. The officials chorused, We pray Your Majesty punishes this strictly and impartially. Song Wen-woo thought of Songbai. I think we need to ask the Crown Prince's opinion. The boy is the inventor of the gold nib pen after all. He immediately ordered someone to find him. Guards, summon the Crown Prince. Songbai arrived, surprised. Imperial Father, you summoned your son? He recounted the story and asked for Songbai's opinion.
The minister stated that those making money by counterfeiting gold nib pens must be severely punished. Crown Prince, I want to hear your opinion. He thought for a moment. Yes. The officials looked at Songbai, thinking he was so adorable. The boy spoke up to his father. Can you let me handle this matter? 1 month later at the Ministry of Revenue, the Crown Prince arrived, stepping inside. Everyone was present. This lowly official greets the Crown Prince. Songbai went straight to the point. All right, do you know why I called you here? Then he held out the pen. It is because of this. Those people were worried. They immediately denied it. We would never dare let our merchant guilds commit such an offense against superiors. This official's guild also would not dare. But that was not Songbai's intention. I did not come to punish you. Stand up. They did not dare to rise, their bodies trembling. The young lad started to show an annoyed expression. Don't. His voice changed. Make me repeat myself. They all followed the order. What do you think you are doing? Hurry up and stand up.
Songbai sat down over here, and everyone was extremely worried. I will speak frankly. What is desired is this. Later, I intend to entrust the production of gold nib pens and regular pens to one of the merchant guilds here. However, nothing is that easy to devour. A condition is set immediately. The merchants producing gold nib pens will have to pay 20% of the profits from selling pens to the imperial court, and the market price of gold nib pens must not exceed the production cost by more than 60%. One person heard this and immediately wanted to express an opinion. Your Highness, please forgive this subject, but is there a problem? What that person was worried about was, a 60% profit margin sounds like a lot, but if we count the wages for sellers and the share for workers, the net profit we subjects receive will drop to only 30%. Furthermore, if the imperial court takes back another 20%, then we subjects will only have 10% left. Songbai's face darkened, his demeanor becoming disgusted. You dare to lie straight to my face. He ordered the person thrown out. Didn't I say that 20% of the 30% profit is only about 6%? 0.2 times 0.3 equals 0.06. Throw that treasonous, money-blinded liar out for me, and revoke that merchant guild's bidding rights immediately. That person was terrified by his murderous aura, trembling as he pleaded, Your Highness. However, there was no tolerance for him. He was immediately dragged out by soldiers, crying, Please forgive me, Your Highness. Even though he was dragged out, his ear-piercing screams still echoed back, Your Highness. Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere becoming heavy. After silencing an insolent fellow, the issue continued to be deployed. Songbai took the initiative to speak. Your Majesty and I both consider the merchants and commoners of the Song dynasty to be very important. No one can do everything in life by themselves. One always needs someone to help. At the same time, he also intentionally reminded and deterred them. However, if you dare to lie like him, you merchants will all be considered useless trash.
His tone was firm and full of authority. Remember it well. The listeners immediately obeyed, not arguing a single word. We ministers will remember clearly, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Songbai remained silent, maintaining a solemn expression from the beginning until now. Everything became more stable. After the Crown Prince showed his stance, the gold nib pen auction concluded without anyone playing any tricks. The scene shifts as someone arrives. Songbai was satisfied and spoke words of praise. You did very well, eunuch Nanchun. The person called Nanchun spoke up to ask tentatively, I dare not accept, Your Highness, but why did Your Highness have to do that?
Songbai sighed and spoke gently. You know it well. I am still too young. I have no other choice. Nanchun also agreed. Indeed. Then this servant asks for permission to withdraw. Songbai also whispered. All right. At this moment, he was feeling extremely satisfied. Excellent. Everything is going smoothly. Just continuing like this will be fine. Suddenly, a shout echoed from outside the hall. Your Highness, someone has arrived. Your subject, Chief Censor Kim Jong, has something to report. The person who just identified himself as Kim Jong stepped in and immediately raised his voice in objection. We cannot continue to follow the Crown Prince's plan. Just when it seemed the plan would be approved, Kim Jong suddenly stepped forward to report, Your Majesty. The old man solemnly uttered each word. Your subject, Chief Censor Kim Jong, has a few words to say. This was the first time Lin Yan faced such a scheming situation. He turned his head to look at Kim Jong. The old man did not care about others' gazes, but reported very decisively, We cannot continue with the Crown Prince's plan, Your Majesty. Since being reborn as Songbai, this was the first time he encountered a difficulty. Not long ago, laughter rang out ceaselessly while holding the Treasury report in hand. Everyone, along with Chen Ke, was incredibly excited. The Treasury is increasing. The National Treasury had never been so full. Only since the start of trading gold nib pens did the situation gradually improve. Thanks to that, Emperor Song Shu and the court officials also started to notice the positive impact of trade. Song Shu praised endlessly. The Crown Prince has truly done a very good job.
However, the dissatisfied factions also quietly gathered. A few officials gathered and discussed noisily among themselves, asking how the imperial court could turn into a place of business. They lamented that merchants would eventually become the lowest class in society, disrupting the order, yet Your Majesty and the officials were showing too much support for them. Kim Jong stroked his beard and said, The starting point of all this is His Highness the Crown Prince. We must quickly expose this matter to Your Majesty. We cannot let everything continue down this wrong path anymore. Those present all agreed with his opinion. No matter how intelligent His Highness the Crown Prince might be, isn't he just a child? Thinking about Your Majesty letting a child decide such important issues is truly a huge mistake. They quickly reached a general agreement. What do you think about submitting a memorial to report this? That works. But before those who disliked the Crown Prince could complain, retired Emperor Taizong passed away. On May 10th, in the 4th year of Song Shu, retired Emperor Taizong passed away at the age of 56. Seeing that the situation seemed unstable, they had to put this matter aside. It seems we should wait for the next opportunity. Let's leave it at that. On the other side, Songbai was truly very busy. He had spent a lot of time reading all those books.
It turned out that the European books in this era were obtained from China. Songbai put his hands on his hips, overflowing with confidence, and whispered, hoping this would roughly solve the problem regarding the origin of his inspiration. Saying that, he reached his small arm up to the bookshelf, while pouting and muttering in a low voice. If I say everything is my idea, they will be suspicious immediately. Songbai's face suddenly darkened, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. I also have to learn how to deceive them. Everything is going according to plan. After many days of research, Songbai was now standing before everyone, presenting clearly. That is why I think it would be much more convenient if these Indian numerals, or as Westerners call them, Arabic numerals, were used in our country. Song Shu nodded in agreement after hearing this, but he did not forget to ask for opinions. What do the court officials think about the Crown Prince's proposal? After careful consideration, I think Indian numerals are truly very useful in expressing numbers. Chen Ko quickly agreed with his method after careful consideration. Just as he finished speaking, another voice rang out beside the old man. The Minister of Personnel, Nongong Chen, also expressed his agreement.
Song Shu saw that no one had any further objections, so he quickly made a decision. In that case, with the consensus of these two key ministries, you are permitted to use Indian numerals starting next month. If good results are achieved, we will circulate them nationwide. All the officials in the court shouted in unison, "We obey the decree." With no further issues, he immediately took out another memorial. All right, the next memorial. After skimming through the content of the memorial, Song Shu spoke in a deep voice. I think the Crown Prince definitely needs to hear this. Song Bai looked blankly and replied, Yes, Imperial Father. He rubbed his forehead in a headache and said, The Ming Emperor has sent a letter. Emperor Song Shu had requested the Bureau of Military Supplies to manufacture gold nib pens and offered them to the Ming Emperor. Emperor Yonglo was very pleased and issued an order requiring him to offer another 10,000 gold nib pens as tribute. Song Shu continued thoughtfully. The Crown Prince already knows that the national treasury is running low. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. A light suddenly flashed in Song Bai's small head. He happily voiced his thought. Imperial Father, what if the Imperial Court opened a merchant guild itself? Hearing the words merchant guild, everyone's expression changed. Kim Jung could not restrain himself and shouted loudly, A merchant guild? How is that possible? Song Shu, seeing him being so noisy, raised his hand to order. Chief Censor, be quiet for a moment. Crown Prince, you may continue.
Song Bai began to explain thoroughly. Since the Ming Emperor had sent that letter, it implied that gold nib pens were also quite popular in the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty not only possessed vast territory, but also a very large population, so the number of literate people must be several times greater than that of the song. He confidently outlined the plan for everyone to hear. If we contact the merchant groups to handle the production of gold nib pens, then the sales volume will be many times higher than the tribute amount required by the Ming Dynasty. Hearing this, the king stroked his chin in deep contemplation. Standing below, Chen Ko also ceaselessly calculated in his mind, if based on those figures. The two of them, coincidentally, smiled confidently at the same time, thinking to themselves, we will definitely make a profit. Seeing no objections, Song Bai continued. Furthermore, we will request the merchants to escort the diplomatic mission to the Ming Dynasty. In return, the merchant groups will only need to cover their accommodation costs. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kim Jong stepped forward and grumpily objected. Absolutely not. The boy looked at the old man, who was losing his composure, with confusion, as Kim Jong continued, We cannot follow the plan of Your Highness the Crown Prince.
Kim Jong bowed and began to present his reasoning, acknowledging that the Crown Prince's plan would certainly bring wealth to the imperial court, but pointing to events in the past. If they became too wealthy, the people would drown in luxury. This would eventually turn into tyranny, and at that point, the power of the imperial family would no longer be stable. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the Minister of Rights, standing behind, quickly stepped forward to concur. I, the Minister of Rights, agree with the opinion of the Chief Censor. The sudden objection from the head of a ministry made the boy's eyes widen in surprise. Song Bai looked with confusion at the Minister of Rights, who continued to ramble on from behind. How can lowly merchants be allowed to go on a diplomatic mission to meet the emperor of an empire like the Ming Dynasty? That would sully the honor of the Song House. Saying this, his eyes suddenly flashed with a glint, and his voice carried a mocking tone. It seems Your Highness the Crown Prince does not yet truly understand state affairs or the policies of our country. The mocking voice of the Minister of Rights continued to ring in his ears, causing Song Bai to grit his teeth in anger. I think it would be best for him to study diligently and learn how to view state affairs and national policies through the eyes of a monarch instead. He asked Song Shu, Imperial Father, may your son be permitted to answer? The Emperor nodded in agreement. Permission granted.
With Song Shu's consent, Song Bai immediately turned around and questioned in a cold voice.
Did the chief censor say that if we become wealthy, the people will drown in luxury and eventually everything will lead to tyranny? Is that correct? Kim Jong, without a second thought, replied, "That is correct if we look at what has happened in the past." The boy did not wait for the old man to finish and interrupted. "If we look at what happened in the past, it was the commoners who squeezed out their sweat and blood to maintain this luxury. Are you saying that I am squeezing the sweat and blood of the people? Didn't I say that we are bringing in wealth from the outside?" Kim Jong did not bother to let these words enter his ears and craned his neck to analyze. No matter how good the results of this matter are, there is no guarantee that everything will be safe in the future. Then when something happens, the commoners will be the ones to suffer. Songbai heard this and only coldly asked back, "Do you only live for today, Chief Censor?" Facing that mocking tone, the old man angrily shouted, "What did you say?" Then, before the bewildered gaze of the officials, the boy did not hesitate to repeat, "How can you be sure that the gold nib pens will only be sold once, and the merchants won't just sell those few pens?" Kim Jong frowned and questioned, "Are there any high-ranking officials using gold nib pens? At first, many people might buy them out of curiosity, but in the end, that thing is not as elegant as a brush pen, and soon it will become nothing more than a toy." Chen Ko could not help but speak up. "Chief Censor, you are wrong. Do you know the volume of gold nib pens consumed in the past month? In the imperial court alone it was 400, and among the commoners it was over 1,000. Hearing that huge number, the old man panicked and exclaimed, "In 1 month, how could such a frivolous thing reach that level?" Songbai immediately admitted, "Excuse me, it is frivolous because it was created by a child like me." At this moment, the old man realized how rude his previous words were, so he hurriedly bowed to apologize. "Please forgive me, Crown Prince. Please forgive this subject's rudeness."
He paid no mind and raised his voice to declare, "Therefore, for the minimal benefit of the commoners, the relationship between the imperial court and the merchants is truly very important." Having finished speaking, Songbai immediately turned his head and ordered, "Where's the eunuch? Retrieve the book from my room. The title is World Geography." A moment later, that book was in Songbai's hands. While he was slowly reading each page, the boy's immature voice rang out again. "This is one of the few books I collected thanks to the envoys sent to the Ming dynasty. It records the geography and regional products of the Ming dynasty, as well as neighboring countries."
Songbai unhurriedly recounted the inadequacies. Furthermore, it was recorded that the Ming dynasty and Dai Viet harvested more food than our Song dynasty. They also had food reserves, while many poor commoners had to suffer hunger because the harvested amount was too meager due to drought in the spring famine. Therefore, we must use the profits from the envoys to buy food and provide relief to the people. As soon as the words ended, Kim Jong once again shouted in opposition, "Absolutely not!" He shouted loudly about the philosophy of kingship, ignoring the fact that Song Shu's face had darkened. The correct path for a king is for both the ruler and the people to be equally poor and honest. Under Kim Jong's arrogant words, Songbai finally could not hold back as he lowered his head in contemplation of being content in poverty, enjoying the joy of acting honestly in building virtue. Seeing the old man going too far, he angrily asked back, "You say we should be proud amidst poverty and enjoy the joy of acting honestly? Do you see any commoners who actually want to live in poverty and be very honest? Right now, they are just poor." Songbai became more furious as he spoke. "In summer, they die of drought. In winter, they freeze. In spring, they starve to death. In such dire circumstances, would anyone praise the virtue of that king?" These words immediately struck hard at the hearts of the officials present in the court. He frowned, his voice stern as he blurted out, "There is a saying, even a noble would jump over a wall if his son went hungry for 3 days. Kim Jong and the other officials felt ashamed before Songbai's series of questions. No parent can stay still when their child is starving. He angrily uttered a sentence that made Song Shu, whose face was dark, break into a satisfied smile. "The king is the father of the people."
Songbai stood straight, swept his eyes around the court and asked loudly, "Shouldn't that father do something for his child?" Song Shu, extremely excited, slapped his thigh firmly and praised, "My son, well said." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court stood still like statues, and the whole palace was suddenly engulfed in silence. The historian looked blankly towards the throne for a moment, not knowing what to say. Then he turned back and diligently started writing something. Realizing he had overreacted a bit, the king simply cleared his throat to signal. Meanwhile, the historian had finished writing. Many courtiers opposed the crown prince's opinion. Being so disappointed with him, he passionately expressed his thoughts for the prosperity of the Song family and the relief of the country's people. Hearing those words, His Majesty had to exclaim, "My son, well said." Song Shu tried to cough a few times to regain his composure. Songbai also realized this. The officials present all bowed their heads, pretending not to know what was happening. A moment later, the king spoke up. "Crown Prince, please continue." He immediately replied, "Yes, Imperial Father." After that, Songbai began to analyze further. The ministers and nobles outside the royal palace can endure hunger because they know the reason why they must fast, as well as how to fast properly.
However, the commoners do not have the knowledge, nor do they know how to fast, he asked in a stern voice. If we want to educate them, at least we should make them less hungry first. Song Shu excitedly clapped his hands and responded, Right? That's exactly right. This sudden action immediately made the officials stare in shock, while Song Bai's jaw dropped as he thought to himself, Imperial Father is so excited he's about to explode.
Realizing that continuing to speak would provoke an excessive reaction, he frowned in thought, deciding to stop here for today. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the officials, Song Bai slowly continued. From ancient times to the present, people have always said that the will of the people is the will of heaven. Even if we maintain our own virtue, what will the gods above think of us if the people are still lamenting?
His immature yet somewhat majestic voice echoed throughout the court. Furthermore, there is a folk saying, man proposes, heaven disposes. After we have done our utmost, shouldn't we wait to see the reaction of the divine? Song Shu kept a stern face, listening as Song Bai continued. However, even when droughts or epidemics occur, the ministers claim it is because the monarch lacks virtue and demand that your majesty maintain virtue first. Isn't that contrary to the aforementioned requirement? He analyzed coldly. We must worry about finding food and water before the drought comes, prepare medicine before the epidemic strikes, and stockpile provisions before a crop failure. That is the correct order, is it not? Saying this, Song Bai rolled his eyes to look around and continued. If we keep blaming our lack of preparation and accusing it on the monarch's lack of virtue. Finally, his sharp gaze stopped on Kim Jung. Song Bai frowned and asked directly, Then isn't that equivalent to saying that our Song dynasty is devoid of virtue? As soon as these words were spoken, countless officials dropped their jaws in horror. Kim Jung and the officials standing behind him could only stand stunned at his accusation. Seeing no one respond, Song Bai spoke again. I know that many of you here served as officials even before this dynasty was born.
Recalling his ancestors, his voice suddenly turned cold. Then why do you not say that Taizu lacked virtue? Is it because he established his dynasty while originally being a subject of the Goryeo dynasty? Or my grandfather, Taizong, did he also lack virtue because he raised his sword against his own brothers? Or my father, is he also without virtue because he ascended the throne instead of my uncle, who was the eldest son? Hearing this, Kim Jung could not endure it anymore and shouted loudly to stop him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it is truly not so. At this moment, Song Shu's face had turned black with anger, and the officials below, seeing this, immediately shouted in unison to plead their innocence. Your Majesty, we humble subjects have never dared to harbor such disgusting and disloyal thoughts. We pray for your Majesty's grace. They said in unison, We pray for your Majesty's grace. Seeing this, he could only close his eyes and sigh, saying, The Crown Prince's words were a bit too heavy. I hope you all forgive him. After that, Song Shu looked towards Song Bai and reminded him, Next time, remember to choose your words carefully. He bowed respectfully and replied, I will remember. Song Shu looked at the officials and then spoke. Ministers, listen clearly. I also believe that the lives of the people are the most important. Furthermore, the tribute to the Ming Emperor will also be carried out according to the Crown Prince's plan. Everyone bowed their heads. We obey your command, Your Majesty. At this moment, he asked again, Crown Prince, do you want to add anything else? Song Bai quickly replied, I believe that using food to pay the people for their work is more reasonable than merely giving charity. Hearing these two strange new words,
Song Shu hesitated slightly and asked back, Paid labor? Seeing this, he quickly explained, Low rainfall is indeed the biggest reason for the drought. However, the lack of irrigation works and water reserves is also another important factor. We must prevent drought by building reservoirs in every town and repairing existing ones. I think we can mobilize the people to do this work and pay them with food. That way we can alleviate the famine. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? What do the ministers think? The ministers all agreed. We think this is a wonderful idea. Song Shu, after hearing his presentation, immediately ordered, Return to the palace, Crown Prince. Song Bai respectfully obeyed. Yes, Imperial Father. He suddenly remembered something. And remember to prepare to participate in political discussions after the ancestral worship ceremony ends. Song Bai quickly replied, Thank you, Imperial Father, for allowing this young and immature son to participate in political discussions. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left with the eunuch. Song Shu also stood up and said, Today's court session ends here. Everyone is dismissed. Hearing that, the officials below all shouted in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. But before anyone could leave, he suddenly added, one more thing. Song Shu, with a gloomy face and a low tone, reminded them, Perhaps I should also consider what you ministers truly think about this dynasty.
Everyone was terrified and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, we subjects have never had such disloyal thoughts. Your Majesty, please show mercy. His face darkened and he shouted scoldingly, Go back to work. Seeing this, they became even more panicked. Your Majesty, please show mercy.
A moment later, outside the hall, the officials were whispering to each other. We only need to take one wrong step and blood could be spilled. Not only Taizu, but he also carries the blood of the previous monarchs. Hearing them discuss this, Kim Jong could not hold back and scolded. Stop talking nonsense. You all watch your mouths. I am just worrying about the future of this country. Saying that, he frowned, lowered his head, and muttered softly, Is this the end? The group of officials, hearing these words, hurriedly signaled. The mouth harms the body, don't you know that? Kim Jong sighed. Heavens, our loss is too great. We kept looking down on His Highness just because His Highness is young. The Minister of Rights heard this and asked, What do you think we should do? The old man frowned and said, If there is no other way, we will have to submit our resignations. Everyone heard this and was bewildered. Resign? Kim Jong spoke again. However, admonishing your majesty when he goes astray is also our duty. Even the classics say, a wise man must know how to listen to the voice of the people. Saying this, his eyes flashed with boundless ambition. I will ensure your majesty is a wise man. On the other side, a cup of hot tea was being set down. The queen asked worriedly, I heard that the crown prince caused a huge controversy during the morning court session today.
Songshu heard this, rubbed his neck wearily, and recounted. The crown prince didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, he was right. The boy spoke very accurately. I was the one who caused the commotion. Speaking to this point, he could only sigh in frustration. I couldn't control myself and repeated the words I used to say back when I was a grand prince. So look at the face of this monarch now. After hearing the story from beginning to end, the queen laughed until tears flowed. What a pity. I didn't get to see that face of your majesty. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. He embarrassedly whispered, My queen, I'm already ashamed enough. The queen smiled and replied, However, your majesty's expression looks much better than before. Songshu didn't realize it and asked, Is that so? She poured tea while comforting him. You can just speak comfortably. Your majesty doesn't need to fear the historian's brush, right? He sipped the tea in his hand and quietly replied, You are right. My top priority should be to make myself comfortable. The queen smiled gently. You are wise. Songshu continued, I also told the crown prince that he would be allowed to participate in political discussions after the ancestral worship ceremony. Hearing this, she felt a bit worried. Is that all right? The crown prince is still young. He recalled Songbai's cunning face and said, With the way the boy acted this morning and how he handled the issue of the gold nib pen, I think it will be fine. The more I look at him, the more he seems like a 40-year-old old man. The queen couldn't help but laugh. She lowered her voice. Not long ago, your majesty was still worried that the boy's intelligence would cause a rift between the two of you. But now it seems you are more at ease. Songshu replied without hesitation. That is true. I am at ease. Upon returning to his palace, he immediately ordered, Head eunuch. The eunuch quickly responded, Yes, your majesty. Songshu sternly said, Get out for a moment. I want to be alone. Thus, the eunuchs and the head eunuch all withdrew in unison. Yes, your majesty. Waiting until he was the only one left in the bedchamber, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In a flash, Songshu's gaze became sharper than ever. Now, recalling those ministers, he calculated with a cold voice. Should I let them show their faces themselves, or should I force them out? Should I let things end peacefully, or should I let blood spill? The more he thought, the more his head ached. There were still too many people from the imperial father's time in the palace. At this moment, only Songshu's sighing could be heard in the hall. I need officials on my side, officials who only obey my orders. After some time since he was reborn in the Song dynasty era, Songbai's words began to carry weight. After Songshu's decree was handed down, the Ministry of Revenue began manufacturing gold nib pens to offer as tribute to Emperor Yongle. While he was busy directing his subordinates, the blacksmiths under his command were also working diligently. He thought everything would proceed smoothly, but the preparation process encountered a serious problem. At this moment, his father, Emperor Songshu, was facing his subordinates as they reported something. His expression became serious, and he asked, What did you say? Not enough time to manufacture it? A high official below confusively said, Your Highness, please forgive me. However, the merchant guild responsible for manufacturing the gold nib pens reported that they did not have the capacity to produce them by the deadline. Standing nearby with a somber expression, Songbai thought to himself, Just as I thought. He rested his chin on his hand, calculating silently. Given the current state of the craft workshops in the Song dynasty, it is impossible to produce the gold nib pens on time. Thinking this, he stood in front of his father and spoke firmly. Imperial father, I want to confirm something. I want to summon a representative from that merchant guild here, may I? Seeing this, Kim Jong became furious and shouted loudly, Absolutely not. How can a lowly merchant be summoned to a place discussing court affairs? Songshu, sitting above, suddenly spoke up. Chief Censor,
You knew how I would answer, which is why you dared to interrupt me. Isn't that right? Kim Jong's face gradually turned fearful, and he stammered. Your subject, the emperor continued. I understand your loyalty, but why don't you offer another solution instead of blindly rejecting it like that? Flustered, Kim Jong replied, Please forgive me, Your Highness. Now, only the calm voice of Emperor Song Shu remained in the hall. Then quickly summon the person from the merchant guild here. After the order was sent and the merchant arrived, he knelt in the middle of the main hall and bowed to the emperor. Your humble subject greets Your Highness. Emperor Song Shu spoke sternly. I called you here because the Crown Prince has a question for you. Remember to answer truthfully. Yes, Your Highness. At this moment, Song Gai, with his youthful face, stood near the merchant and asked, I heard that you cannot produce the gold nib pens by the deadline. Why is that? Thinking of the gold nib with its intricate and sharp design, the merchant replied, Because the gold nib pen is a delicate work of art. We must be extremely focused to create it. No matter how fast we try to work, there is a limit.
He pondered for a moment and then asked, So the entire process of producing each pen is performed by a single person, is that correct? The merchant kneeling on the ground replied, That is correct. He continued, A skilled craftsman must focus on making one pen at a time. He rested his chin on his hand and thought to himself, Just as I thought. He turned his head, looked up at where his father was sitting, and said, Imperial Father, I have a solution, but I need to speak with the craftsman of the Merchant Guild first. Kim Jong's face became panicked. He hurriedly stopped him. Your Highness, first it was this lowly merchant. Now Your Highness wants to summon a craftsman to this noble place? Please reconsider carefully, Your Highness. Song Shu angrily questioned him. Chief Censor, you should shut your mouth. Why can I not summon him when this is a matter of national importance, huh? The man was a bit disagreeable, he retorted. Your Highness. Song Shu clenched his fist, slammed the table, and frustratedly ordered, Silence. If you continue to run your mouth, I will have to start doubting your loyalty. The high officials sitting below were also terrified by this situation. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and no one dared to say another word. Finally, he gave the order, Summon the craftsmen to the imperial court. After summoning those people to the court, Song Bai looked down, crossed his arms, and asked, I heard that one craftsman has to do all the stages to create a gold nib pen. Is that true? The craftsman kneeling on the ground spoke up and answered, That is correct. Hearing this, he thought for a moment and then said, I have a proposal for you. In his mind, the steps to craft a gold pen nib appeared, from forging to shaping. He spoke softly. When crafting gold nib pens, one person will handle the stamping of the nib, another will shape the nib, and a third will engrave the design. Do you think changing the method of crafting gold nib pens like this is feasible? The craftsmen looked at each other with curiosity, their faces filled with surprise. One of them replied seriously, Yes, perhaps it is possible. We need some time to get used to it, but once we are accustomed to it, I believe it will be faster than the current method. Hearing this, Song Bai felt relieved. He turned and politely addressed his father. This is called division of labor. When many people cooperate and work together, they can produce a large quantity of products at a faster speed. He praised, Very reasonable. He happily said to the craftsmen and merchants, Then I will look forward to good news from you. You may withdraw. He gave the order, and those people began to back away and leave the palace. Song Shu turned to look at his son and praised, Division of labor to increase productivity. How did you come up with such a miraculous idea, heir apparent? Song Bai remembered the scene he had seen in the kitchen and replied calmly, When I visited the kitchen, I saw the assistant cooks and palace maids dividing tasks according to the head chef's orders. I remembered that, so I came up with this idea.
Song Shu laughed heartily, as if acknowledging his opinion, and said, The boy came up with such a miraculous idea from things that others usually overlook. The Crown Prince is truly an extraordinary child. What do you ministers think? The high officials below bowed their heads one by one, respectfully saying, We agree, the Crown Prince is very wise. Suddenly, Kim Jong approached with a dissatisfied look on his face. He expressed his opinion. However, your subject believes that the Crown Prince pays too much attention to trivial matters.
The old man continued, Your Majesty should use your brilliant mind to study the teachings of the sages instead. Hearing this, Song Shu felt a bit annoyed. He retorted, Why do you consider contemplating and finding meaning in things that ordinary people overlook to be trivial matters? Didn't the sages also contemplate things beneficial to the country and the people and then share their thoughts? He asked, Why are you so short-sighted? Kim Jong argued, I only want what is best for the Crown Prince. Cutting off the chief censor, Song Shu's voice gradually became angry. Is it true, as the Crown Prince said the other day, that you think Zhen and Zhen's ancestors are unworthy of ruling, which is why you dare to speak such ridiculous words? Song Shu questioned, his face looking like he was suppressing his rage. Kim Jong hurriedly justified himself. I dare not have such disloyal thoughts. Song Shu seemed not to have calmed down yet. He asked, Is that so? The old man said loudly, I hope your majesty understands me. Thien Thu's pen, which was moving, suddenly stopped. He thought to himself, It is true that the chief censor's words are a bit narrow-minded, But it is not worth your majesty suppressing him like that. Wanting to show off having an excellent child is common nature. Song Bai, seeing Song Shu's loss of control, felt a bit helpless. His father was revealing his true nature again. Looking up at Song Shu's face, he sighed and thought, but using power to suppress those who disagree with you causes a loss of face for a monarch. At the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince's residence, in the quiet space, a tender voice rang out. So tense. Song Bai sat slumped on his bed, his face unable to hide his fatigue. He said to himself, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't made up an example about the division of labor. Come to think of it, it seems his imperial father has been calling for him very often lately. Remembering Song Shu's beaming face every time he summoned him, he felt a bit confused. I just wanted my imperial father to pay a little attention to me, but it seems I've dug my own grave. I didn't even know that in this era the concept of division of labor didn't exist yet. The face of Teacher Li appeared in his mind, and he thought to himself, even before Li Junyao mentioned the concept of division of labor, it had always been happening naturally. He exclaimed, the invisible hand is truly terrifying.
Song Bai recalled the time Teacher Li gave a lecture. However, what made the division of labor a rule in industry was the consensus between absolute monarchy and the policy of market regulation. He muttered, absolute monarchy. He began to deduce, what about the Song dynasty? Although nominally it is an absolute monarchy, from a historical perspective it is actually a power struggle between the monarch who wants to maintain absolute monarchy and the officials who always favor a republican system. Song Bai closed his eyes, looking confident. He nodded. As for the commoners, they want a semi-republican government, where the monarch is weaker than the subjects. Only then can the people's interests be guaranteed and they truly have power. Song Bai sat cross-legged in front of his desk, telling himself, if I want to be comfortable, both now and in the future, he thought to himself, success cannot be achieved overnight. I will have to build it step by step.
Song Bai said to himself, first start by consolidating the power of the king. Imperial father would also want to do so. A detailed plan appeared in his mind. I must ensure Imperial Father's power reaches even the most remote parts of the country, and to do that, I need money. Song Bai's face darkened. He smiled. It is decided then. I will fill the treasury first. With that same expression, but at the main hall, he smiled standing before him. Seeing his son suddenly arrive, Song Shu confusedly asked, what are you doing here? In front of a series of high officials standing solemnly, he spoke clearly. I have something to say about the envoy delegation preparing to go to the Ming dynasty. There is one thing that must be confirmed by the Ming emperor. The faces of those high officials suddenly became panicked. Everyone shared a common thought. What purpose does the crown prince have this time? Song Bai smiled confidently and calmly. A thought rang in his head. As the first method to fill the treasury, he mentioned the design of the gold pen nibs that the imperial court was interested in. Smiling, he said, it is to acquire the monopoly on gold pen nibs. First, we must ensure that Song dynasty merchants secure the monopoly on trading gold pen nibs in the Ming dynasty. He argued persuasively and clearly. The Ming emperor keeps demanding us to pay more tribute in gold pen nibs, so clearly the Ming dynasty likes this type of pen very much. The Ming dynasty is several times larger than our Song dynasty, so as I said the other day, the demand for buying gold pen nibs is also many times higher, recalling the times the Ming dynasty envoy delegation visited. He continued, next is out the Ming dynasty envoy delegation. Every time they come to our country, they demand a lot of tributes. Song Bai stood in the middle of the royal palace, speaking confidently before dozens of high and low officials. Therefore, we must obtain an edict prohibiting their delegation from making demands. Suddenly, Kim Jong interrupted him. Your Highness the Crown Prince, that is impossible. The old man's face showed some impatience. The Ming dynasty court views the Song dynasty as a vassal state. For a vassal state to dare complain about the people of the suzerain state, that is extremely impolite.
Song Bai calmly rebutted, his words reasonable and tight. Where is the impoliteness? Do you mean that people from a large country have the right to bully a small country? The old man continued, that is not the issue. If we suddenly decide to reduce the tribute compared to the custom, there will certainly be serious consequences. He looked at Kim Jong standing on his left. This old man kept opposing him. Where do you think those tributes come from? Isn't it made by the hard work of our people? Moreover, the amount of tribute the Ming dynasty demands keeps increasing, which means the food for our people is decreasing. Hearing his words, everyone thought of the times officials took items from commoners' homes. Those high officials looked at each other, their expressions extremely awkward. Song Bai's voice continued to resonate. At this rate, even the taxes collected into the treasury will decrease. Shouldn't we solve this crisis before it happens? On Song Shu's face, deep thought was evident, one hand resting on his chin as if weighing matters. Kim Jong still decided to stand his ground. He seemed to disregard Song Bai, stubbornly saying, that is because your Highness the Crown Prince still does not understand state affairs. The people in the envoy delegation are all eunuchs. They are the closest servants to the emperor. If they speak ill of our country to the emperor, we could be in danger. Song Bai suddenly interrupted him, anger visible on his face. Do you really think the Ming emperor is that stupid?
Kim Jong's expression was full of panic. His mouth moved slightly, but no words came out. Then he hurriedly justified. That is not what the subject meant. It is just that your highness is still too young. This subject fears you will cause a great loss just for a small benefit. Songbai's whole body trembled with anger. He pointed at Kim Jong and shouted, "What does that have to do with my age? Also, did you just say causing a great loss just for a small benefit?" He thought of the convoys loaded with tribute being taken away by the Ming envoy delegation. His words were full of persuasion. Every time the Ming envoy delegation arrives, the tribute they take away blocks 5 miles of road. Isn't that the property they robbed from the treasury and the people of the Song family? Songbei walked up to Kim Jong, gradually losing his composure. He spoke loudly.
Ancient sages once said that the duty of officials is to ensure the people can live in peace. Yet, why do you insist on bowing and scraping to serve those eunuchs? Kim Jong widened his eyes and hurriedly said, "Sir, you exaggerate. We are not bowing and scraping. It is just—" Interrupting the old man, he shouted angrily, "I am not finished." Songbei spread his arms, standing before all those high officials, speaking with confidence and authority. Mencius once said, "A true gentleman, even in the most luxurious place, still shows benevolence. Even when sitting in the highest position, still maintains integrity, and always steadfastly follows the path of virtue." The high officials trembled and looked at each other. Some bowed their heads low. His voice continued to resonate. "Bowing down to offer money to those eunuchs and flattering them, does that align with any of the 3 virtues mentioned above?" Songbei frowned, his face full of mockery, questioning each person. "Is this the benevolence and righteousness you have learned? If so, do you still dare to call yourselves upright gentlemen?" Finished speaking, he walked towards the dragon chair. "Your son implores, Imperial Father." Songbei knelt and bowed his head before Songshu. His immature voice echoed throughout the palace. "Please, Imperial Father."
Let your son lead the envoy delegation this time. Your son will petition the Ming Emperor and do whatever it takes to end this mistaken custom. Please, Imperial Father, grant permission. It is true that I am still young, only 9 years old, but I believe my determination is higher than the highest mountain. Songshu rubbed his brow, his mood becoming tangled. He spoke with difficulty. "Crown Prince, the road to Beijing is very distant and treacherous." Suddenly he raised his head, ready to confront his father. "The current situation of our Song dynasty is both a crisis and an opportunity. If we know how to utilize it, it will be the foundation for development for 1,000 years to come. But if we fail, we will remain a small, isolated nation forever." Songbei begged his father. "I hope Imperial Father understands your son." Songshu closed his eyes tightly, seemingly needing time to think. "Crown Prince,
"Go back to your palace." He had not given up, continuing to plead, his voice sounding a bit urgent. "I hope Imperial Father understands your son." The surrounding high officials, seeing the situation, hurriedly shouted, "Where are the eunuchs? The Crown Prince seems too agitated. Take him back to the palace and calm him down." Despite others trying to stop him, he stubbornly called out, "Imperial Father." He begged, "Please let me go. Imperial Father." Outside the magnificent palace, only his desperate calls now echoed, "Imperial Father." In Songbai's private room, he sat before his desk, angrily shouting at the servants, "Everyone get out!" Songbei was now burning with rage, his eyes wide with suppressed emotion, lips pursed and cheeks flushed red. But he gradually calmed down, panting a few times before muttering to himself, "Damn it!"
I am too agitated. Songbei remembered the arrogant face of the chief eunuch. His mood was a bit irritable. That damn Kim Jong. Does he look down on me because I'm still young? He has liked picking on me since last time. Do they think I'll just give up like this? He placed his hand on his thigh, clenching his fist. The fabric in his hand also became crumpled. Songbei stood up. He shouted loudly, calling for the eunuch outside the door. "Where is the eunuch?" "Your Highness," he ordered the eunuch. "Prepare to go to the Ming dynasty." The eunuch's face momentarily became panicked. He was confused. "What? Why suddenly?" "I won't sit still. Just wait and see." "Those bastards," he thought to himself. "I said go prepare my things." He also grabbed a coat and put it on quickly. Outside the magnificent palace with layers of ancient architecture, the high officials stood straight, forming a long line. One by one, they spoke calmly. "We cannot do as the Crown Prince says. Your Highness, we hope your Highness understands us." On the dragon chair, Songshu looked down with a gloomy expression. He spoke softly but with great authority. "You all," he asked normally, but his eyes were full of deep meaning. "Do you know how long that child sleeps a day? Never more than 6 hours. A 9-year-old child, yet he knows how to think of ways to enrich the nation. Yet you all only know how to say no?" The high officials below bowed down as if ashamed. Sweat poured profusely from their faces. They bowed together to apologize before the dragon chair. A unison voice rang out, "We deserve to die 10,000 times. We deserve to die 10,000 times." A voice from outside echoed in, "Your Highness." A eunuch ran in hurriedly.
His voice was full of haste. "Something big has happened." Song Shu didn't understand what was going on yet. He calmly asked that eunuch, "What is it?" The person hesitated. "The crown prince." Then that eunuch shouted loudly, "Is preparing to leave already." The surrounding officials were panicked.
Everyone was buzzing with discussion. "What? Where does the crown prince plan to go?" Song Shu asked. "Where does that kid plan to go?" The eunuch panted, speaking breathlessly. "It seems he wants to go to the Ming dynasty immediately." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone was bewildered and astonished, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Song Shu was no exception. His eyes widened, his brows furrowed tightly, his mouth gaped open, but he could not utter a word. He slammed his hand heavily onto the table and said angrily,
"Why did he?" The eunuch replied. "His Highness said he cannot hesitate for even a single second or moment, not if he truly cares about the country and the people." Song Shu's eyes stared helplessly ahead. He gritted his teeth and growled each word. "That insolent brat." The scene shifts as a pair of luxurious shoes slowly appears. Song Shu walked with immense anger, his eyes colliding with two eunuchs walking in front of him. He roared, "You eunuchs over there, come here." The eunuch bowed deeply, approaching Song Shu. "Your servant greets your highness." Facing his questioning, "Aren't you eunuchs from the Eastern Palace? Where are you going?" He awkwardly replied, "We servants are on our way to the royal secretariat." He did not let the eunuch go, persisting. "For what reason?" Understanding that if he didn't explain clearly he wouldn't be released, the eunuch stammered, "About that, your servant received orders to record all tributes given to the envoys of the Ming Empire since the reign of the late King Nanchun." Hearing this, Song Shu felt insulted and became furious. What? That insolent brat! The queen's side was also thrown into a commotion by a court lady. "Your Highness the Queen! Your Highness the Queen! Something big has happened!" She was bewildered. "What is all this noise about?" The court lady panicked and reported, "Right now, His Highness the Crown Prince is packing his luggage to go to the Ming Empire." She was completely shocked upon hearing the news. The Crown Prince is going to the Ming Empire? It's not like taking a stroll through a local village, is it? Why is this happening? The court lady immediately explained. "He said it is to stop the envoys of the Ming Empire from demanding excessive tributes. The ministers of justice said he was blowing things out of proportion, so the Crown Prince said he would go there himself." Hearing the court lady say this, the queen suddenly realized something. "And His Majesty is on his way to the Eastern Palace."
She ran hurriedly amidst the calls of the servants, "Your Highness the Queen! Your Highness the Queen!" Her heart was filled with anxiety. "Song Bai, what on earth are you doing?" On the other side, Emperor Song Shu was having a heated argument with his son. "You impudent brat! What is this impulsive behavior?" Song Bai replied, "I am not being impulsive. I am doing what I must do as a crown prince." The queen arrived, but the quarrel was getting louder. Song Shu shouted, "You little rascal, do you know how old you are to be doing this?" Song Bai retorted, "Age is not a barrier to doing the right thing. It is just an excuse to talk about things one is not old enough to do yet." Song Shu roared again, "Why are you acting so recklessly?" She rushed over with worry in her heart, calling out, "Song Bai!" Song Bai remained resolute, saying, "If Imperial Father is the father of our people, then I want to be their big brother. Every time the envoy delegation comes and goes, my brothers and sisters cry in misery. So, as the big brother, how can I remain silent?" Song Shu gritted his teeth in anger. "You insolent brat!"
Eventually, the last straw broke the camel's back. He immediately issued an order amidst everyone's astonishment. "Head eunuch, bring me the whip and the beating bench." Heartbroken for her child, she rushed up immediately, "Your Highness," causing the high officials to be terrified for the second time. The queen strongly blocked him. "Your Highness, the crown prince is only 9 years old." But Emperor Song Shu remained steadfast and unswayed. "It is precisely because he is young that he must be molded and taught. You, the queen, must not interfere." He coldly ordered, "Eunuchs, escort the empress out." Facing her helplessness, she called out, "Your Highness." She did not give up. Even while being dragged out, she ceased not to beg for her child. "Your Highness, please show mercy, Your Highness." But what had to happen, happened. Song Shu swung the whip in his hand with force. While beating, he strictly disciplined Song Bai. "The first fault is being too arrogant with your meager knowledge." Consecutive strikes landed on the boy's small calves. The second fault is looking down on the attendants and failing to maintain proper manners. The queen, being escorted out, heard the sounds created by the whip along with Song Shu's strict lectures. She could only weep out of love for her child. The third fault is disregarding the command of your imperial father. Repent for what you have done today.
And ensure this behavior never happens again. The high officials waiting outside witnessed this with apprehension. Not knowing how much time had passed, the door to that room finally opened. He stepped out, panting, and said to the high officials, "Call the royal infirmary to treat the crown prince." "Yes, Your Highness." Passing by the crying woman, he also spoke gently, "Queen, please take care of the crown prince." Emperor Song Shu looked at the high officials with disdain. "You are all a bunch of petty people, inferior even to a child." An official took the opportunity to make a snide remark. How could His Highness the Crown Prince commit such an act? The one beside him realized something was wrong and immediately stopped him. "Quiet, Her Highness the Queen will hear you." The Queen suddenly spoke up.
You people. She felt incredibly aggrieved on behalf of her son. Why can't you think thoroughly like the boy, leading to this situation? I will never forget what happened today. The high officials could only lower their heads in shame. We deserve to die. After the emperor's rage, the palace gradually became strangely silent. But it seemed trouble wasn't done with our crown prince yet. The queen was extremely angry, hitting and scolding him. Why do you keep making me sad? Don't do that again, do you hear me? Songbai screamed in despair. Imperial mother, it hurts. In his heart, he was very unconvinced. It hurts so much. Whether in the previous life or this one, my calves always have to suffer. Suddenly, drops of water fell in front of Songbai. It turned out the queen had been crying for some time. She sobbed.
This mother has no one else but the two of you now, he spoke softly. Your son apologizes, Imperial Mother. At this moment, the high officials were having an audience with Emperor Song Shu. He sat there solemnly, then issued a stern order, making the eunuch jump in fright. Eunuch, bring the documents the Crown Prince told you to prepare here. Yes, Your Highness. The eunuch respectfully presented them to him. Emperor Song Shu read the pile of documents attentively. After finishing, he immediately said to the high officials, the smallest amount of tribute they take away equals 2 months of the entire year's treasury revenue. At most, it goes up to 5 months. If we count the tribute they take from small villages, the total would be about a year's worth. Do you see it yet, ministers? This is the list of tribute offered to the Ming Empire until now. The high officials could only stand there and take the heat. Year after year, the tribute sent to the Ming Empire increased. The ministers' side was not any better. What do you ministers think? He slammed the table in extreme anger, rebuking them. Why don't you answer? Even the young crown prince thought of this, yet you couldn't? The atmosphere was extremely tense. In such a stifling space, only fearful voices resounded. We subjects apologize. Your Highness, we apologize. Emperor Song Shu immediately ordered, select the representative envoy delegation and assistants within 2 hours and report back to me. If you cannot decide within 2 hours, I will punish all of you for treason. We thank your majesty for your grace. After the court session ended, the sky gradually darkened. He stood there quietly gazing at the moon. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Your Highness. Song Shu was briefly surprised. Is something the matter, my queen?
She spoke softly. I came out for a breath of fresh air because I couldn't sleep. The queen's eyes were slightly timid as she said, Your Majesty. She summoned all her courage to speak her mind. Why did you punish the crown prince so severely today? I think you are being stricter than usual. He did not answer immediately, then spoke gently. The crown prince is a smart child. When mentioning Songbai, his face was filled with pride. There are times when he gets intoxicated by his own intelligence, to the point of facing opposition from the ministers. That is what happened today. In the quiet space of the night, Song Shu's warm, deep voice enveloped the entire area. A tree standing too straight breaks easily. If he cannot gain the trust of the ministers, how can he take care of his people? Her Highness the Queen was also a bit surprised by this change in him. Emperor Song Shu spoke with a hint of pride about his son. I think the crown prince was born with the qualities of a sage. Therefore,
from now on, I will teach the boy as best as I can, so that he may walk on the right path. Her Highness the Queen also smiled softly, as if she had let go of the afternoon's events. The silhouettes of the two gazing at the moon together were accompanied by her affectionate words. I cannot fully understand the profound meaning behind your Majesty's actions. I desire nothing else, if that is what you aim for. As the story unfolds, after His Majesty severely disciplined the Crown Prince, he immediately ordered the ministers to bring forward the head and assistants of the envoy delegation. The Crown Prince's actions were extreme, but he did not say anything wrong. However, it is also true that this extremism exceeded the limits of His Majesty's tolerance, and His Highness was punished. A new day has arrived, but why is our Songbai so depressed? He sat there in a lump, watching the kids his age playing together. He was a bit pensive. The kid excitedly playing over there was Songjia, my younger brother. He was not an ordinary child. His impression of this younger brother was quite bad. In the near future, that child would cause a bloody catastrophe within this forbidden palace. The 7th king of the Song dynasty, Shizu. According to Songbai's memory, after killing the owner of this body, Wenzong, right when his nephew Duanzong ascended the throne, he was the one who led the war for the throne to massacre all opponents during his reign and bestowed poison upon his own younger brother, Grand Prince Anpyong. Songbai suddenly recalled the teachings of his teacher from his past life. That man even abandoned his younger and older brothers, betrayed both his grandfather and father, and cast a dark cloud over the prosperous era of the Song dynasty. Most historians held negative views towards Grand Prince Songjia. He was still immersed in his thoughts. That innocent-looking bastard would grow up to become a tyrant. His heart was in a tangled mess. What should I do? I must do something before he shows such signs. But with that intelligent mind of his, he suddenly came up with a way. I remember now. That method is the best way to change a person. With an incredibly disgusting expression, Song-bai approached his younger brother with that thought. Thanks to careful education from a young age and rote learning, Song-ja also sensed something. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? I will make him work under me until he dies. While the two were still playing together, a voice interrupted. Song-ja, Song-mo, good morning. The two naive children were extremely respectful. Good morning, eldest brother. Song-bai also responded warmly. I am also very happy to see you two so cheerful. He reluctantly tried to get close to them. Song-ja, your writing class is about to start, isn't it? That guy was a bit suspicious.
Or when hearing his polite words, do you want to study with me today? He coldly replied, why? Seeing his wary attitude, Song-bai was a bit surprised. Why do you ask that? I'm just curious to know how your studies are going. He still believed he could subdue him. In the future, you will have to work hard under my command, so you won't be able to be as lazy as you are now. Song Jae-yi thought silently, then without hesitation he refused. No thanks, I can study on my own. The Crown Prince could only call out in vain. Wait. He didn't care in the slightest, immediately pulling Song-mo away. Song-mo, don't play there anymore. You're bothering eldest brother. Song-bai was extremely surprised at being rejected.
This brat. Song-jae's expression was extremely serious. Recalling a memory, at that time he was walking happily. It was almost dinner time. A servant spoke up to caution him. Running like that is very dangerous. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, catching his attention. The Crown Prince is truly talented, isn't he? He reflexively hid, observing the servants gossiping. To be so young, yet he has already studied literature so excellently. The two maids spoke happily while working. It's not just that, he is even aware of the country's great affairs. How can such a prodigy be born? It's unbelievable. The Grand Prince is also like that, right? Hearing them mention him, he felt a secret joy. They were talking about him. But the words that followed caused him to fall straight into the abyss. He is also a brilliant person, but compared to Your Highness the Crown Prince, those two maids still didn't know that every word they just said had been overheard by him. They were born to be compared to each other. A voice shouted, making them jump. Good heavens! The maid felt indignant on Song Jae's behalf.
A voice immediately scolded. Have you two lowly maids lost your minds? Who do you think you are talking about? They bowed submissively. Yes, head court lady. The maid continued to be angry on behalf of her master. You are always reminded to watch your mouths in this palace, aren't you? The two of them trembled in fear and begged. This slave deserves to die. On the contrary, he remained quite calm. Forget it. Let's go. Although he didn't punish those maids at that time, he was extremely unconvinced in his heart. In what way am I worse than him? The scene returned to the present. 2 flashcards were immediately held out by Song-bai. He gently taught the other 2. Holding the card, he said, the reason this word is written like this, gently turning it around, he explained enthusiastically to the 2 of them, that is because it is written modeled after heaven and earth. Song-mo was extremely interested. Did you make that, brother? Song-bai gently replied, of course. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced with a bit of smugness. I asked the eunuch to make these flashcards to remember these Chinese characters. The unlucky eunuch who was targeted by him felt helpless. With these, studying will surely be very interesting. Song-bai did not forget the person next to him. You come here and take a look too. But he was immediately rejected mercilessly. I have a tutor, so I don't need it. The Crown Prince remained cheerful. Wouldn't it be more fun to study together? After that,
We could have, but he snapped back that he could take care of himself. Song-jae stood up in annoyance and walked away. Please do not call me over for matters like this in the future. While Song-bai was still bewildered, the 2 people left behind were extremely confused by his erratic behavior. The next day, Song-jae and his teacher had a study session together. Song-bai did not give up and continued to observe the boy. This kid is harder to grasp than I thought. I must watch how he behaves in his daily life. The teacher spoke kindly. Do you not find this part difficult? He replied cheerfully, No, sir, your teaching method is excellent, so I do not feel it is difficult at all. Even while spying, he was shocked to see such an expression on the boy's face. What? He is nicer than I thought. Is he only difficult with me? Song-jae's teacher continued the lesson with the boy's full attention. So, let us review the 3 fundamental relationships and 5 constant virtues that we learned yesterday. Yes, sir. He recited what he had learned fluently. The loyalty of the subject to the ruler. The monarch is the one who controls his subjects. The filial piety of the child to their father. The father is the overseer of his child. Witnessing this scene, our Crown Prince received a huge shock. The devotion of the wife to her husband. The husband is the overseer of his life. Hiding behind the foliage, Song-bai could not help but be amazed. What? Not just the 1,000-character classic, but he even remembers the 3 fundamental relationships and 5 constant virtues? Sweating profusely, he suddenly recalled the teachings of his teacher from his past life echoing in his mind. There is a rumor about Grand Prince Song-jae.
People say that Grand Prince Song Jae is only inferior to King Wenzong. However, he possesses sufficient talent in both literature and martial arts. The only problem is that his older brother is too excellent. To some extent, this is merely a rumor. Back to the present, Song Bai stood there stunned. He suddenly realized what the kid needed. Song Jae was practicing swordsmanship at this moment. He was training extremely seriously and diligently. Suddenly, the sword in the boy's hand slipped out and flew to the Crown Prince's feet. He didn't care at all about the incident just now and cheerfully asked, "It seems like you are practicing martial arts?" Song Bai happily picked up the sword and struck up a conversation with the kid. "Since we are here, can you teach me swordsmanship? I don't know much about swordsmanship because until now I have only learned the theory." Song Jae still held a grudge against him, but he reluctantly demonstrated for him to see. "It's not that hard. You do it like this." The Crown Prince studied attentively. "It looks quite difficult, doesn't it?" Song Bai immediately raised the sword high to try practicing. Is this how it is done? But it was not as imagined.
He immediately tumbled down, to the panic of his younger brother. "Eldest brother!" His face looked a bit helpless. "Just as I thought, it's not easy at all." Song Jae froze at his request. "I would be very grateful if you could instruct this brother of yours. I don't have a shred of talent for this subject." Faced with this request, he pondered for a moment. "This is my request to you." Finally, the young boy opened his heart to his older brother. "Why are you so weak at the subject?" Under the sunset, the two brothers practiced swordsmanship together. Their relationship gradually became closer. "Is this how I do it? You have to raise your hand a bit higher. Like this. That's right. Eldest brother, that thing you made the other day, what is its name? You mean the flashcards?" The scene shifts to a house bathed in warm sunlight. Two women were drinking tea and talking together. "Have you heard that Your Highness the Crown Prince made some sort of flashcards?" "I have heard about that too. I heard those cards are very good." Seeing Song Jae's interest, the woman kept affirming it in the face of the other's doubt. "Oh my, is that so?"
I heard that studying has become more enjoyable with those cards. With those flashcards, my son could also learn Chinese characters more easily, right? Perhaps so. Husband, I heard that the flashcards Your Highness the Crown Prince made are very effective. How did you know? I just happened to find out. Do you think we should borrow some? I also want to use those cards to teach our son. I am not sure. Why don't you try speaking to Your Highness the Crown Prince? Where would I put my dignity? Do you think your honor is more important than our child's education? This will affect the future of our family. Your Highness, if possible, please show us how to make those flashcards. What for? I only made them for my younger brothers. Then please sell them to us subjects. The price does not matter. Please sell them to us. If you want them that badly, I have no other choice, but it will not be free. 3 sem of white rice. What?
He calmly repeated to them, "Did you not hear clearly? It is 3 siam of white rice. 1 siam equals 53 kilograms. The high official opened his mouth. "My meaning is, isn't 3 siam a bit too much?" He cheerfully said, "This is truly not that expensive." The Crown Prince immediately explained each item to the officials. 1 siam is the material cost to make the flashcards. The other siam will be stored in the national treasury, and the last siam is for my personal use. They looked blankly, confused. They couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by personal use, Your Highness?" Song Bai gently said, "To spend on books. Yes, books. For various reasons, the price of books is quite high." The group looked at each other in silence. One of them gritted his teeth and spoke up. "I will buy them. Recently my wife has been making a fuss about this matter." He was quite satisfied with his chaotic effect. "Me too, I also want to buy. There are many people who want to buy the flashcards." He happily replied, "All right then." Having something to spend now, he secretly rejoiced. "Now I can truly burn with my passion." At this moment in Song Shu's palace, he anxiously looked around. Looking at the food on the table, he was a bit pensive. With hesitation, he gently picked up a piece. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's urgent voice rang out, making him jump. "Imperial father!" Song Bai aggressively opened the door and scolded his father. "Are you eating only meat again?" Song Shu stammered. "That brat, again?" The father and son argued ceaselessly as soon as they met. "You brat, do you know that disturbing even a dog while it is eating is a sin? Eating healthily is a way to protect one's health." The 2 eunuchs outside were restless. "Should we lead him out?" "Wait until Your Majesty gives the order." Emperor Song Shu, after being lectured by his son for a while, slammed the table in piqued pride. "What did you say about my meal? How is it not healthy enough?" Indeed, the food on his table was extremely healthy.
Song Bai picked up the plate of vegetables and criticized ceaselessly. "Is this supposed to be healthy? It's all meat. You haven't even touched the vegetables." He was speechless, not knowing how to retort. This brat. The palace maids also felt sympathy for him. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please stop. His Majesty has been living so miserably lately." It could be seen that Song Bai started to pay excessive attention to King Song Su's meals, to the point of becoming abnormal. He constantly hovered by his father's side, lecturing him. If we look at the forensic texts of the Yuan dynasty, eating a variety of vegetables is essential for a long and healthy life. He also strictly rectified the kitchen's cooking methods. The seasoning is too salty. Make it again. Reduce the meat as well. The servants were also astonished. While Song-su was eating, the kid wouldn't leave him alone. Consuming too much meat will cause turbid blood. Song-bai kept nagging in his ear, making his blood boil with anger. What happens when the blood becomes turbid? It will cause stress to the mind and body. And what happens when the mind and body are stressed? If you are not careful, it could even affect your head. Then what will happen to the country? If Imperial Father's dragon body is affected, the stability of this country will be shaken. The eunuchs and the head court lady were a bit worried as he kept talking non-stop, nagging, this and that, all for the sake of Imperial Father. The palace maids also predicted the future. The Your Majesty they knew would go crazy right about now. Just as they counted to 2, the Emperor exploded. "You little brat, I was gentle with you because you are young, but I cannot tolerate it anymore." Seeing Imperial Father truly angry, Song-bai was extremely surprised. "Stop interfering with your father's meals. Even a ghost that dies after eating has its own charm and appeal," an expression used to emphasize the importance of eating. He immediately gave the order despite the boy's dissatisfaction. "Do not come in here while I am dining. Imperial Father." Inside his heart, he couldn't stop thinking of ways to guarantee his own future. "I can't let this happen. At this rate, that old man will soon get sick and die. He must be healthy to reign for a long time. Only in that way can I be comfortable in the future." Standing before the tightly closed door, Song-bai felt incredibly helpless. It looks like his diet in the coming time will be a bit difficult. The eunuch, seeing his unsightly expression, kept saying, "Your servant apologizes, Your Highness." Looking at his old man like that, his brain wouldn't stop working. What to do? What should I do? Song-shu kept calling for food. "Someone, bring meat up here." To let that old man live healthily, Song-bai suddenly had a great idea. That's right, there is a way. Rough hands were busily carving wood. It turned out this was our crown prince's finished product. "No, not like that. Do it again. Make it rounder." The 2 people being worked to the bone by him only dared to complain in their hearts. Why does he force us to make such strange things? It seems that since that day he has come here more often. One of them gently handed the work to him to see. "Your Highness, it is finished." Just a gentle tug by Song-bai caused it to snap. He angrily lashed out at the man. "Not like that. Do it again immediately. This time it must be sturdier." The palace was incredibly noisy with the angry voice of the crown prince. "Rounder." Song-bai, in his capacity as crown prince, sought an audience with his royal father. Song-shu was extremely worried, not knowing what scheme this god-forsaken son was planning now. The group of high officials also looked at him in confusion. Looking at the pile of bizarre items his son presented, he asked in confusion, "What is it this time?" He gently explained, "I created this object for the sake of Imperial Father's health." The items Song-bai presented were actually a bell and a jump rope set. Song-shu was confused. "Is this really good for my health? Isn't it just a normal rope?" He immediately said, "It is not a normal rope." His face looked sinister with implied meaning. "This is a wonderful plan to take care of your health, Imperial Father."
Song-bai gently explained each item. "This is a good way to help Imperial Father maintain health. It is called jump rope." The Emperor was a bit suspicious. He was confused inside. How could jumping rope help him stay healthy? He immediately suggested, "Your son requests permission to demonstrate," and was accepted by him. "I allow it." He put the bell around his neck, his small hands gently grasping the handles. To everyone's astonishment, Song-bai gently performed the jump rope. Even Song-shu had to be surprised by this sport. He panted while saying, "And that is how to use the jump rope." He was skeptical. "Isn't it just normal jumping? Are you saying this will make me healthier?" Holding up the book he had studied, he spoke clearly. "That is correct. According to books by Western scholars, those who sit a lot often have weaker lower bodies, but it is written here that jumping rope will help Imperial Father's legs become stronger." That sinister gaze gradually turned towards everyone. Moreover, there is another benefit. Song-bai tried to express it with an innocent face. "It is very good for men." He spoke thoughtfully, "But your son does not know how to describe it." The officials also suddenly realized what he meant. Song-shu was not stupid and understood immediately. "Is that really true?" Song-bai affirmed firmly.
"That is right. Your son is certain." He wavered a bit in his heart. It looked strange, but it seemed not much different from normal jumping. And the boy also said it would help with other things as well. But then he made up his mind. "I must swing the rope and jump over it. Is that right?" The boy suggested another method. "That is correct. Imperial Father just needs to jump to the rhythm of this bell." He further instructed, "Head eunuch, when Imperial Father jumps rope, you must count 100 times according to the sound of the bell." The eunuch respectfully replied, "This servant understands," all accompanied by the wholehearted care of his son.
He hesitated slightly. "Your son's greatest wish is for Imperial Father to live a long and healthy life." The next morning, in the courtyard, Song-bai spoke gently. "Imperial Father, allow me to tie the bell here."
Song-shu was still a bit bewildered. Do I really have to wear this? The boy remained firm. Yes, to count the rhythm. He felt a bit embarrassed, making the little boy burst into laughter. But this looks... While he grumbled, "What are you laughing at?" The boy jokingly replied, "No, nothing. It is fine now." Finally, Song-shu began to practice seriously. Is it necessary to do this? It does not seem right. Song-bai acted like a coach. You will get used to it slowly. He continued trying to jump rope ceaselessly. After just a short while, his face began to scrunch up. Rest a bit, he panted. It is not as easy as I thought. Head eunuch, how many times did I jump just now? The eunuch shook his head wearily. 9 times, Your Highness. Even the emperor was shocked. Only 9? Song-shu stammered in fear. Crown Prince, today is the first time. Should we reduce the number of jumps? The boy smiled helplessly. No, you must try harder. Hearing his intention, he could only shed 2 lines of miserable tears. I will stay here until Imperial Father jumps 100 times. Switching to another scene, the sky was extremely blue. The entire palace was immersed in a poetic sunset scenery. A eunuch, carrying anxiety, ran hurriedly towards the bewilderment of 2 other eunuchs. Are you guys still here? Is something wrong?
This person anxiously reported the news. Your Highness just coughed. The other 2 were not surprised. Doesn't Your Highness usually dry cough around this time? He immediately recounted. That is not important. The important thing is, right after coughing, Your Highness immediately ran to use the plum blossom pot. The other 2 were extremely shocked after hearing that. It can be seen that after starting to skip rope daily, Song-shu has changed. Before, he would only have a bowel movement once every 3 days. Even the attending palace maids would rejoice and congratulate Your Highness, but now he goes every day. He can also stay up late longer to process memorials, and for some reason, he also visits the central palace more often. Inside the palace, people also started buzzing about this matter. Have you heard? Your Highness skips rope and uses the plum blossom pot right after coughing. Recently, Your Highness's complexion is also much better. It seems everything has the same cause. Suddenly, the high officials realized. Don't tell me it's thanks to skipping rope? It seems so. Each of them faced similar problems to Song-shu. As the blue-robed official said, I haven't been feeling very well these past few days, while the red-robed one,
Lately, I haven't been sleeping very well, and neither has Yellow Robe. My wife keeps complaining every night. 3 pairs of eyes looked at each other, as if silently coming to a decision. The person they needed to find was Song-bai, who was still engrossed in reading books. Your Highness! A whole group of high officials rushed over. Your Highness! Your Highness! He was extremely confused. What's wrong? I'll start making 500 more. The craftsman could only cry silently, unable to do anything. Please, just kill me. We are humans too. Song-bai suddenly remembered something and rummaged through his clothes. I also need to add this. This made the craftsman terrified. What is it now? Seeing him handed to the eunuch beside him made the man sigh in relief. Take this to the royal tailor. The eunuch looked confused. What is this? Song-bai calmly said. This? He had thoughtfully designed a new outfit. It would be very uncomfortable to jump rope while wearing a skirt, so to allow them to move more easily, I came up with this type of clothing. It was a pair of trousers, extremely neat and easy to move in. Women also began participating in this discipline, and the high officials became much more confident after jumping rope.
In the palace, the practice of rope skipping began to spread widely. With this, everything I do is easier now. The palace maids were extremely excited. Such a small thing, yet it had such a great effect. Even the eunuchs had to admire him. Clearly, the crown prince was a genius. At this moment, Song-bai was standing with immense joy before the pile of rice he had earned. His ambition did not stop there. I made money even faster than I thought, but it is still not enough. I still want more. Walking out of the warehouse, he couldn't stop laughing aloud. The high officials were both impressed and somewhat dissatisfied with him. The crown prince's inventions had made him very famous. I heard the crown prince even sold them to the ministers, right? Hoarding money is not something a wise man should do. That's right, we cannot just sit still. A man in a red robe stood silently, not participating in this discussion. He also spoke up. Calm down and wait for an opportunity. Kim Jong stated his reasoning. There is a saying, make much out of little. If the crown prince becomes arrogant because of this and cannot explain his reasoning, he will ruin himself. At Song-shu's palace, a hurried voice rang out. Your Highness.
He suddenly noticed the person calling him. He calmly asked, what is the matter? The high official panicked and announced, we are doomed. The crown prince has committed suicide. This news was like a thunderclap to his ears. What? Time passed, and it was time for the envoy delegation to depart for Beijing. Instead of letting foreign trade groups accompany the envoy delegation every time, Song-bai proposed building a resting pavilion for the envoys on the way to the Ming dynasty. Song-shu considered Song-bai's proposal and ordered the delegation to convey the suggestion to the Ming dynasty. The delegation departed, and time continued to flow. At the royal palace, a girl about Song-bai's age spoke gently. Hey, Song-bai, look at this. Holding a pile of cakes in her hand, she asked cheerfully, do you know what this is? This was Wenzong's elder sister, Princess Song Ruyan. Contrary to her, his attitude was to shake his head. Then he gave an answer. Honey cake. She laughed loud and patted her younger brother's shoulder. Wrong. The correct answer is yaksik. What have you been studying for 100 days if you don't even know this? Being compared to their chubby father by his sister made him tremble the fainter. You should go out for a walk instead of cooping yourself up in the palace reading books. If this goes on, you'll become just like Imperial Father, Songbai said grumpily. I'm still much better than you. Song Ryan laughed. I don't think so. Anyway, study hard today too. The girl then obediently greeted. Good morning, eunuch. The eunuch also replied cheerfully. Did the princess sleep well? He felt helpless before this teasing sister of his. It was like a joke. She could never sit still.
He suddenly realized it too. But at that older sister's age, that's normal, isn't it? My older sister, Princess Songryan, that girl smiling so brightly over there, 2 years from now, she will shake the entire royal palace with grief because she will pass away from smallpox. In modern times, this disease has been completely eradicated, but it was once considered the most terrifying disease in human history. The disease causes fever and rashes all over the body, causing significant damage to the skin. The mortality rate of this disease in the Middle Ages was up to 30%. Songbai pondered in deep thought. That is why people say tigers, smallpox, and war are the most terrible disasters in the world. Remembering Songshu, he also understood somewhat. Songshu was very grieved when the princess passed away. After all, she was the firstborn child of his imperial father. He muttered with determination, so I won't let that happen. Truly nothing can make things difficult for our crown prince. All right, I will solve this problem, because I have a way. It is unknown what Songbai's method is, but leading everyone to go see it is quite strange.
He immediately asked the owner of the cow, Is this cow suffering from smallpox? The man respectfully replied, That is correct, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. He was overjoyed. That's it. You will be the key. The servant following beside him looked a bit helpless. What is the Crown Prince planning to do now? This place is Nelbo Island, currently known as Yoido. In this era, the land was not suitable for agriculture, so raising livestock was more common here than farming. Songbai then gathered the people in the farm. Are you the only cattle herders here? They respectfully replied, That is correct, Your Highness. He began his investigation. Raise your hand if you have never had smallpox. A man in a brown shirt spoke up. This lowly one, he quickly asked. After you started herding cattle, did you ever get sick? The man immediately replied, No, I have been like this since before coming to Nelbo Island. Songbai felt a bit suspicious.
Has Neobion Island ever had a smallpox outbreak? The group answered in unison. There is at least one case every year before the weather turns cold. Grasping the information, he continued asking, Then why has no one among you contracted smallpox? They spoke with some hesitation. To be honest, our doctors and landlords do not believe it, but we lowly ones know a secret method to prevent the disease. Seeing them admitted, he secretly rejoiced. He knew it. According to what he knew, Chu Yun Tian, the person who invented the first smallpox vaccine, did the same. People in his hometown used to catch smallpox from cows. He heard that those who caught this disease from animals would not get smallpox again. After many experiments, he saved humanity with a technique called inoculation. Hearing Songbai ask, Is there anyone here who knows that secret method? Immediately the man in white said, This lowly one knows. Faced with his crazy request, Can you perform it on me? It made him extremely confused. What? He trusted the man implicitly. That secret method, I want you to perform it on me. The man's face turned pale. What? Scene changed to the palace. A eunuch ran in hurriedly. In the court at this moment, the high officials were presenting memorials. Financially, we need to raise more taxes. Apart from that way, there is truly no other. The scene of the eunuch hurriedly announcing interrupted the conversation. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. What is it? He leaned close to his ear and said, The Crown Prince has committed suicide. Upon hearing the bad news, Songshu turned pale. What? His voice panicked. Is it true? Where is the Crown Prince right now? Leaving the group of high officials extremely confused. What is it? What happened? Just as that official announced Songbai's location, saying he had just returned to the palace, he immediately ran as fast as he could to find his son.
Crown Prince! He no longer cared about court affairs and immediately ran off. No! To everyone's astonishment. Your Highness! Songshu went to the Crown Prince's palace in a state of extreme instability. Songbai. Songbai was extremely safe, and not only that, he was incredibly healthy. He called out loudly, Songbai! While everyone was extremely surprised. Your Highness? Huh? Imperial Father? He lunged at the boy, asking anxiously, Here you are. Are you injured anywhere? Seeing his strange attitude, the boy was also frightened. No, what is the matter, Imperial Father? Hearing this, Songshu's face turned pitch black. He gritted his teeth in anger. Head eunuch, explain this to me. The head eunuch trembled in fear and presented, Your Highness, this servant only repeated what Eunuch Nam said. Songshu immediately demanded an explanation from that person. Eunuch Nam, what exactly is going on, huh? He knelt down to explain everything. This servant deserves to die, but this servant truly did not lie. The king's anger did not subside, but flared up even more. Are you kidding me? I clearly heard that the Crown Prince committed suicide. Songbai also explained the situation at this moment. Imperial Father, that eunuch is telling the truth. He was extremely surprised. Crown Prince? But he also listened to the boy. Your son thinks that what happened just now probably looked like a real suicide. Everyone was extremely confused, not understanding what he was saying. What? Crown Prince, what are you saying? He calmly said, but that was due to his misunderstanding. Your son did not commit suicide, but was performing a little trick. He froze. Confused by his son, he asked, what procedure? What do you mean? Songbai gently said, isn't there a disease that occasionally becomes an epidemic, infecting the people of the Song dynasty? Hearing this, he was extremely astonished, meaning he suddenly realized, are you talking about smallpox? The boy agreed with his speculation and added, that is correct. While reading medical books from China, your son found a remedy for this disease. The adults were also shocked to hear the little boy speak. Therefore, based on that method, your son took cowpox pustules and transmitted it to my own body. It seemed like the information was an overload for this king, causing him to foam at the mouth and faint. The scene was extremely chaotic. Your Highness, Imperial Father, please wake up, Imperial Father, Imperial Father. Some time passed and the king finally woke up from the shock. So you are saying you injected cow pus into your body? The attendants nearby were extremely worried about him. Your Highness, are you all right? Songbai gently replied, yes, I am. Who knew what was going through his head as sweat poured down his face? He still could not believe it was the truth. Surely you do not know what pus is, do you? There is no way you would... But the truth splashed a bucket of cold water over the king's head. Not only did the boy know exactly what it was, but he also happily accepted it. It really is pus, Imperial Father. It flows from the cow's wound. Song Shu still tried to convince himself of a version of the truth he made up. The procedure you mentioned, you mean you just applied it to the skin, right? The boy eagerly interrupted him. I took a needle and injected it into my body. He went mad and gripped the boy's shoulders tightly. You unfilial son. He immediately exploded, shaking the child until he was dizzy. How dare you do that? Just because it is written in a book, you dare to follow it? Songbai could only cry out helplessly, Imperial Father. He quickly tried to reassure his father. I am fine. An expert did it for me with his own hands. Hearing this, he was slightly surprised. What? Everyone curiously turned their gaze towards the direction he was pointing. Who? That man? The pointed-out cowherd was a bit bewildered, but immediately bowed respectfully. This lowly one greets your highness. Songbai happily introduced the guy's background. This person is my servant in the future. No, I mean a shepherd from Nelbo Island. He's the one who performed that procedure. He said this is a secret technique passed down through generations to treat smallpox on Nelbo Island. Song Shu was a bit suspicious. A cowherd? The man trembled like a leaf, daring not to look up. Yes, it is this lowly one. He gently asked his son, my crown prince, you said he is a wise man. Do you mean that cowherd? The boy affirmed with absolute certainty. Yes, he is the one who treated everyone on the island. The close official stood helplessly listening to the father and son arguing. Even so, you didn't need to use yourself to test the treatment. What were you thinking? You are the crown prince. All lives are equal. There is no distinction of nobility or baseness in matters of life and death, Imperial Father. Many people have been cured and became healthy, so why should I be afraid? Song Shu's face was extremely worried, but doing so is still too reckless. What if something goes wrong? His tone gradually changed. I am certain, with a determined look and extremely persuasive words. You also know that too many people have lost their lives to smallpox in this country, Imperial Father. These words made the king stunned in surprise. I think one day it could also spread to the palace. Remembering his sister, he added, if I can prove this treatment is effective, wouldn't we be able to protect both the subjects and those we cherish, Imperial Father?
Emperor Song Shu stood up, looking at him with a hint of apprehension. Faced with his son's determined attitude, he had to yield. Looking at his beloved son before him, he felt a bit worried. He truly couldn't distinguish whether this child would be a blessing or a curse for the Song family. Right now, his actions and gestures were just like those of a sage. Sometimes he was like an unsatisfied lightning bolt, even if striking a rock continuously for 100 days. The king immediately ordered, guards, lock this man in the dungeon, give him adequate food and drink, and remember not to torture him. Understood, Your Highness. Song Shu also said to the cowherd, if anything happens to the crown prince, I will immediately take your life. However, there will be a generous reward if your words are true. He trembled and replied, I understand. Gossip about Song Bai began to spread within the palace. Hey, have you heard about the crown prince? Wen Sha is a bit dissatisfied with his actions. He said he recovered from smallpox after being treated by that lowly slave. The crown prince even injected that disgusting cow pus into his body. The Minister of Works immediately defended the crown prince. It sounds silly, but if it's the crown prince, surely he must have his own reasons. He even created things no one else could think of. Above all, the crown prince still studies very hard in his room.
This time, it is definitely him. Suddenly, two eunuchs close to Songbai panicked and ran past them. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He immediately asked them, "What is all the commotion about?" The eunuch was extremely panicked. "It is a big problem. The crown prince is having a high fever all over his body." The eunuch worriedly stayed by his side. "Crown prince, crown prince." He still struggled to say, "I am fine." But how could he deceive him? "How can you be fine? Your body is as hot as a fireball." He gritted his teeth in extreme anger. "Yang Shi, that bastard, I will—" Immediately the cowherd was tied up, prepared for interrogation. "Huh?" The high official immediately interrogated. "You bastard, how dare you mock the royal family and endanger His Highness the Crown Prince?" He was extremely confused. What is going on? He was immediately cursed at severely. "Are you planning to lie again? Unlike what you said, the Crown Prince is suffering a tormenting death." But the cowherd calmly asked, "Could it be that you were talking about the Crown Prince having a fever?" He was extremely surprised. "What? How do you know?" The young man gently explained the issue in detail. "You do not need to worry about that."
Usually high fever may occur for 5 days, but after another 10 days he will wake up healthy as if his body has been cleansed anew. The two high officials were dumbfounded. "Huh? Usually?" And Vinhe's words were correct. The scene shifted to a few days later. Exactly 10 days later, Songbai was completely cured and continued living as if nothing had happened, just like before. At the royal palace's bedchamber, Songbai, with a healthy body, came to have an audience with the king. "Look, your son has completely escaped the threat of smallpox." Looking at the boy before him, Songshu was still suspicious. "I cannot confirm this is true just by this alone." He immediately proposed an idea. "Then let your son go to where smallpox is occurring and prove it to Imperial Father." These words made him quickly stop him. "No." He immediately got to the main point. "Then how about this, Imperial Father? We will use this method to treat everyone in the place where the smallpox epidemic is breaking out. Your son thinks those people there will receive treatment provided they are clearly explained to."
He pondered over the boy's proposal for a moment. A high official immediately voiced his objection. "We cannot do that, Your Highness." Kim Jong, harboring immense animosity, objected vehemently. "This could just be a mere coincidence. Furthermore, isn't this method of the Crown Prince forcing everyone to undergo this treatment?" Songbai was quite annoyed by the old man's obstruction. He immediately stated what he knew about this method. "Chief Censor, this is what Ving He and his family have been doing for decades. How can you say this is just a coincidence? And since we plan to accept requests to implement this method, there is no coercion involved. Everything in this world only develops after many trials." He spoke gallantly, with the demeanor of a sage. "If we do not try to break free from the fear of failure, what will become of our kingdom's fate?" The entire bedchamber gradually fell into silence. Kim Jong gritted his teeth in anger at his inability to stop this plan. Finally, following Songbai's proposal, areas where smallpox outbreaks frequently occurred were prioritized, and this treatment method began to be implemented. Those with a great fear of smallpox were willing to participate. Its effectiveness would soon be proven. Moreover, Songshu ordered an investigation alongside the smallpox vaccine, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, the vaccine and a census, verifying the effectiveness of this method. Songshu had this method disseminated throughout the Song realm. After the successful execution of the campaign, peace returned to the royal palace. While he was still lost in thought, a gentle voice spoke up. "Songbai, look at this." A drum was brought over by Songbai's royal sister.
As usual, the little girl asked him a riddle. "Do you know what this is?" This time, he immediately guessed Sogo. And finally, after so many attempts, he guessed correctly. "Correct! As a reward, I will perform a piece of music with this for you." It was incredibly noisy. Song Ruyan cheerfully teased her younger brother. "Don't just sit there studying all day. You should appreciate this kind of art too. It seems you've gained a bit of weight, haven't you?" Her servant also called out, "Princess, we must go now." She happily responded, not forgetting to bid him farewell. "I'm coming. I'll be going now." Songbai looked helplessly at his sister, noting that she always said whatever she wanted and then left. The boy wore a look of helplessness as he watched the smiling girl before him. Nevertheless, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. "It is good that you are still healthy, sister." After the smallpox issue had been partially resolved, Songbai began to immerse himself in policy planning.
He reorganized the records on medicine and compiled them into books. These included a summary of Korean folk remedies, the truth about farming, and another book summarizing farming methods suitable for the Song dynasty's climate. Furthermore, he proposed policies for various fields, including drawing a new map. Songbai was quite serious about this. Everything was the foundation to comprehensively increase efficiency. Sometimes there were a few ministers who opposed him, but most of them were bluntly ignored by Songbai. That was the reason for the nickname, the Sleepless Six Ministries. While the ministers were tormented by Songbai all night, he leisurely gazed at the night sky. He showed his annoyance. "Historian, stop following me." The historian was a bit concerned. "But, Your Highness," he immediately cut him off. "I just want to speak to my son in private." "Your subject obeys." Just as he reached his son's place, he was a bit surprised. Through the window, the light from Songbai's room was still on. Songshu was momentarily surprised. "He still hasn't slept yet?" His attendant immediately said, "I heard that the Crown Prince often stays up until 1 a.m., sometimes even 3 a.m., whereas 9 to 11 p.m. is when one should be sleeping."
He was extremely displeased. Such a young child, why was he working so hard like this? Inside the room, the boy was still diligently studying. Hearing the noise, he was a bit surprised.
"Your Highness has arrived." Songbai wondered, "Imperial Father, it is so late, why have you come here?" He gently stepped in. "I was taking a walk, but I saw that your room's light was not yet off, so I dropped by. What are you doing so late without sleeping yet?" The boy obediently answered, "Your son is reading a book." He was a bit curious. "Is that so? Is it a Western book? What is it written about?" Songbai handed the book toward him. The book title was Alchemy. Songshu had absolutely no knowledge of this concept. "Alchemy, what is that?" The boy proudly explained. "It is a field of study on how to turn iron or lead into gold using various methods." He was surprised. Using iron to create gold? Is that even possible? The boy both acknowledged and denied his opinion. Unfortunately, according to the book, it is impossible, but those experiments still hold significance. In his heart, he understood better than anyone that medieval alchemy had a huge influence on the formation of modern chemistry. Songshu was quite curious. "Songbai, can I take a look at that book?" Songbai agreed immediately. "Yes, of course. Your son has a translation. Would Imperial Father like to read it together?" He refused the boy's good intention. "No, I am just curious to see what Western writing looks like." A few hours later,
Songbai yawned repeatedly from exhaustion. His eyes were heavy. He was so sleepy he couldn't take it anymore. He had to go to sleep. Looking at his father, he had to admire him. Wasn't Imperial Father tired? He was reading so intently. Songshu was quite interested. "Songbai, this Western writing looks interesting, doesn't it?" The boy was bewildered. "What? Interesting where?" Although very sleepy, Songbai still tried to peek over. "Come over here and look." He only read through it a few times and roughly understood how it operates. Based on where this word appears, it seems used to indicate the object being spoken about in the sentence. Seeing this, Songbai woke up completely, a bit surprised by his father's words. He watched him intently analyze them. And if we see that most sentences start with these letters, then this part must correspond to the first syllable. This part corresponds to the middle syllable, and this part corresponds to the final syllable of the word. He is a genius. Songbai was incredibly shocked inside. No, he is a monster. In such a short time, Imperial Father has already deduced the spelling structure and semantics of Latin. Songshu gently asked, "Is that right?" making him startle. "Yes, that's right." He was still immersed in the data in his head. These Western letters are different from Chinese characters. They all look similar. It seems their usage also changes based on the arrangement of the letters. He looked thoughtfully at the lines on the paper, then suggested to him, "Songbai." "Yes, Imperial Father." Looking at this, I suddenly thought. Songshu said firmly, "What do you think about creating a writing system specifically for our Song dynasty?" Songbai was extremely surprised by this proposal. "That's right, he felt like a fish back in water. For a long time, your son has thought that our Song dynasty needs its own writing system." Even among those who know Chinese characters, only a few are truly proficient, isn't that right? He worried a little. "But if I publicly announce that I want to create a separate writing system, the Hall of Worthies will immediately oppose me." Songbai immediately reassured his father. "But there are many people who cannot write petitions simply because they do not know the characters. If Imperial Father explains this appropriately, everything will go smoothly." He suddenly smiled, feeling a bit proud of his son. Songshu suddenly asked about the past. "Songbai, it seems you have always found writing characters difficult, haven't you?" making him only able to force a smile. It really was difficult. Memories suddenly flooded back into his mind. "I remember back then I also had a very hard time writing my first sentence. I had to think and write a poem for 2 whole hours, but your grandfather laughed as soon as he saw it." It was also time to leave, so he gently instructed, "It seems I have stayed a bit too long. You should go to sleep quickly." Songbai also bowed to see him off. "Yes, Imperial Father, you should go to sleep as well. You must be healthy for the Song dynasty to be stable." Songshu's gaze towards him gradually changed. This brat. Before his strange remark, "I hope you reach the age of 15 soon." He was a bit confused. "Huh?" He just smiled and left.
The lights in his room were also turned off, accompanied by the gentle voice of the king. "Go to sleep." The next day, Songbai had an audience with the king and reported, "The 6 ministries need to be completely separated from each other, and each ministry must meticulously record its own work. If records are only kept in chronological order, future generations will have to spend a lot of time just to find the records they need." Songshu also asked for the opinions of the high officials. "Does anyone have a different opinion?" And they all agreed in unison. "We agree with the crown prince." He was also quite satisfied. "I also think it is a good idea. The ministers and I know clearly why a certain policy is enacted, but future generations can only search through records to understand the reasons. From now on, the minister of each ministry must write and classify records according to the instructions just given by the crown prince. As you command, your majesty." After the court session was adjourned, a group of officials gathered again. Kim Jung was extremely annoyed by the new policies that Songbai had proposed. "Damn it.
Now the crown prince is even interfering with the record-keeping of the 6 ministries. We are the ones who have to do the work here." Chen Ke agreed with the old man's opinion. "That's right. Isn't everything already recorded in the official records of the historian and the diaries of the royal secretariat?" The two of them complained as they walked. "That's exactly it. Isn't that just doing useless work twice? Even without these changes, we've been too busy lately just because of the crown prince." He was a bit concerned. At this rate, at some point the Crown Prince will create a huge problem, don't you think? A huge problem? He immediately thought carefully and said, to be honest, at this rate, it seems the atmosphere in the imperial court will change seriously. I keep thinking, if this continues, there will come a time when the Crown Prince ruins everything he has built up. The two of them still had some hope in Songbei. It won't be that bad. After all, the Crown Prince still has morals. At this moment, his eyes were full of expectation, filled with hope. This is a reformation. He was extremely excited as he walked, hoping for the future. I will completely change this disgusting custom. Just imagining it makes me excited. You damn bureaucracy, I won't put up with you in this life anymore. The previous life was enough. Meanwhile, Chen Ke was still quite worried. But all the proposals the Crown Prince puts forward go against convention. If the Crown Prince happens to introduce a policy that revives a ghost from the past, a stern voice spoke up.
That would never happen. He, along with Kim Jong, bowed respectfully. Lord Chief State Councilor, you have arrived. It turned out that this was indeed Chief State Councilor Liu Bowen. He gently explained, there are many people who have only read a few books but dare to discuss court politics. However, most of those fools know nothing about this world. It seemed he understood our Songbei very well. Every word he spoke seemed to sketch out the boy's image. If the Crown Prince crosses the line and ruins what we have built, even if it is the Crown Prince, I will not sit idly by. At this moment, Song Shu was quite concerned about his high official. Returning from the Ming Dynasty must have been very exhausting, wasn't it? I thank your Highness for your empathy. He also did not forget to ask about the situation there. How is the Song Embassy? The official modestly reported, after discussion, the Ming Dynasty decided to allow the construction of the Song Embassy in Shandong Province. He also understood the basics. I see. Did anything noteworthy happen during the trip? Songbei sat listening attentively and realized something. There are many Ming Dynasty merchants who want to buy our song paper. The king was skeptical. Paper? The high official continued to report. That is correct. Many people want to buy it because our paper is better than the Ming Dynasty's paper. They requested that we bring more next time. Song Shu also had his own plan. Perhaps we should order the paper workshop to increase production. All right, you may return to your seat. Songbei also seized the moment, a good opportunity, and acted immediately. Your son wishes to address your highness. The court officials, seeing him speak up, could not help but sigh in weariness. Oh heavens, here we go again. What is it this time? Song Shu, seeing him speak up, asked, do you absolutely have to say it?
Yes, go ahead and speak. With a confident demeanor, Songbei proposed, I hope Imperial Father will allow the abolition of the paper mill. The high officials below were bewildered upon hearing this. The officials clamored in opposition to the Crown Prince's proposal. How can we abolish the paper mill when so many people from the Ming Dynasty are looking to buy our paper? Kim Jong's side also took the opportunity to criticize him. Isn't that going against the Crown Prince's previous standpoint? This is an opportunity for us to earn an additional income. Why would you do this? Songbei cursed inwardly. Shut up. Speak one at a time. But he held back and responded cheerfully. Abolishing the paper mill aligns with my consistent standpoint from the beginning. The king was also quite interested in this proposal. Is that so? Try explaining it to me. Yes. He immediately presented. Imperial Father knows that the paper of the House of Song is of very high quality. This is because we have skilled paper artisans. However, according to what your son knows, they are not paid wages commensurate with the work they do. People say their wages are not even enough to support their families, so many have to find side jobs or even quit to work as tenant farmers or in handicraft workshops. Liu Bowen was also there, listening seriously. Songbei continued. In such a situation, if the workload increases and the management of the workshop becomes stricter, even more people will quit. Bowen immediately spoke up to refute the Crown Prince's argument, stating that the problem was simply that those people were too lazy. Those working in the military workshops and other royal workshops were granted the 9th rank and received corresponding salaries, yet among officials of the same rank, very few resigned. His arguments were incredibly sharp, implying that a lack of money was no excuse for their laziness. Songbei was extremely annoyed at being retorted by him. He did not hold back in the slightest and continued. Do you not know that the officials you mentioned enjoy many other unofficial benefits? Even the residence of the Chief State Councilor has many visitors arriving since the Click of Dawn. There are always guests visiting. Bowen remained firm. Those are gifts expressing gratitude. It is their sincerity. He was not to be outdone and immediately retorted. I didn't say that was wrong. Songbei, sympathizing with the plight of the craftsmen, continued. If we keep ignoring the efforts of the papermakers, how can they possibly put their all into their work? If this continues, not only will the promotion of technological development fail, but our papermaking technology will also disappear forever along with those craftsmen.
Song Shu also spoke up. The Crown Prince is right. Suddenly remembering something, Liu Bowen refused to yield. Does the Crown Prince know that it was Taizong who established the paper mill? That is because the paper collected to make banknotes had uneven quality, making reorganization extremely difficult. He and the group of high officials unanimously opposed the Crown Prince's proposal. If we abolish the paper mill, we will face that difficulty once again. We hope the Crown Prince reconsiders. We hope the Crown Prince reconsiders. Song Shu was stuck in the middle, having a terrible headache. What should we do now? While the father intended to push it to his son, you know what to do, right? The son immediately thought of him.
I trust Imperial Father. Song Bai suddenly felt awkward. It turned out that Song Shu had dumped all the responsibility on his head. This old man again. He also gradually realized, not knowing since when, Song Shu started having a strange habit. Whenever a problem was raised in the imperial court, he started pushing it to Song Bai to answer. No one knew why. Was it because he wanted Song Bai to participate in the discussion? He sighed in utter fatigue and helplessness. Song Bai had to stand up to persuade. Ministers, have you forgotten the gold nib pen case? He immediately proposed. After clearly listing the standards required by the imperial court, we will hire those who meet these standards and offer the lowest price. Kim Jong was a bit concerned. However, the cost. But before he could finish, he was cut off by him. I take the gold nib pen as an example. Recognizing them as royal merchants will help them do business better. The imperial court can collect taxes from there and make profits many times higher than the costs incurred. Song Shu was extremely satisfied hearing his son solve the problem. Not only that, if Song merchants have to compete on paper quality, the quality will also increase, and there will be more Ming Dynasty merchants looking to buy our paper.
With such tight arguments, the high officials were left speechless. One person spoke up gently. In this humble subject's opinion, Chen Ke also agreed with his opinion, the Crown Prince's proposal seems very reasonable. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Minister of Revenue, he continued speaking, ignoring the puzzled looks from everyone. Our Song dynasty has been established for nearly 30 years, yet this problem still hasn't had a thorough solution. The remaining high officials listened to him with some dissatisfaction. If the cost situation continues to rise, and we already have a solution, why not use it? Kim Jong angrily spoke up. Minister of Revenue, watch your words. Do you not know that everyone must abide by the teachings of the sages for the country to be at peace? He immediately turned to vehemently oppose the Crown Prince's proposal. Your Highness, it seems the Crown Prince's opinion is correct. However, that is merely a temporary solution. To make the country peaceful and prosperous, we must prioritize the enlightenment of the people. A high official who disagreed with the old man's viewpoint spoke up. Your Highness, what the chief censor just said is nothing but empty theory.
If the people remain hungry and miserable, how can they understand the teachings of the sages? Inside the bedchamber, the two sides with opposing views began to argue. Indoctrination is very important, but we can only educate the people when they have enough to eat. Hey, how can a high official like you say such things? Song Bai felt a bit amused seeing the chaotic situation. How interesting. I should invent popcorn. He also didn't forget to observe the king's expression. Now he just had to see how his imperial father would react. Seeing him extremely interested surprised him a little. This old man also likes watching arguments. In his head, he recalled scenes of him pushing responsibility onto himself and felt a bit helpless. Don't tell me he's about to order me around again. But this time, Song Shu himself stepped up to resolve it. Stop. Kim Jong and Chen Ke also stopped to listen to him. I have heard your opinions. As the king of a country, he immediately stated his thoughts. Educating the people is indeed very important, but protecting the people's livelihood is also an essential issue that needs to be solved. I hope all of you will come up with many solutions for this problem. The group of high officials had to accept their fate. We obey your decree. He also didn't forget to speak about the Crown Prince's proposal. As for the matter of the paper mill, I think the Crown Prince's proposal is correct. However, abolishing it immediately does not seem appropriate. Therefore, think of a way to resolve this issue more thoroughly and report back to me. We obey your decree.
Song Shu also ordered him. Crown Prince, listen clearly. Yes, Imperial Father. He spoke sternly. I know you care deeply about the prosperity of the country and the lives of the people. As the Crown Prince, you naturally must concern yourself with these matters. Therefore, I will not criticize, but will also praise. Although his mouth said, "Thank you, Imperial Father," inside Song Bai was a bit confused. I just got scolded, though. Song Shu also clearly pointed out his flaw. However, every time you open your mouth, a series of people oppose you, and that is a problem. It is because both I and the ministers do not know on what basis you offer your opinions. Therefore, I believe you need to explain your thinking when offering those opinions. Thus, he looked straight at his son seriously and said, I order you to present your political views. Bao Wan looked annoyed. Political views? The king had already decided. The location would be the main hall. All officials from the third rank and above, including all the ministers, would attend. He also did not forget to ask for his opinion. Can you do it?
Song Bai suddenly realized his father's intention. So Imperial Father wants me to give a presentation, right? Fine. He excitedly. Imperial Father, just give your son 5 days. After the court session ended, the high officials were extremely indignant. What political views could a child possibly have? They could not understand what His Highness was thinking. Kim Jong calmly stated his opinion. No matter how excellent the Crown Prince is, he is still a child. Even if he prepares thoroughly, convincing the ministers will still be very difficult. Chen Ke completely agreed with him. I think so too. While old Chen Ke was still speaking passionately, even if the Crown Prince prepares meticulously for 5 days, a familiar voice spoke up. No, we must also be prepared. He was slightly surprised. Lord Chief State Councillor Ba Wen said sternly, not only the classics, we must also research the policies of other countries. The old man still refused to yield, but he is only 9 years old.
Is it really necessary to prepare so thoroughly? He was immediately stopped by the old man. Have you forgotten what that 9-year-old child put us through? He calmly analyzed. The Crown Prince is not the only opponent we have to face. The Crown Prince is the one speaking those words, but we can clearly realize that those have been His Highness's thoughts all along. Has His Highness ever opposed the Crown Prince's ideas? Chen Ke replied hesitantly, never. He also affirmed, it is true that the Crown Prince is only 9 years old, but we must remember, the person standing behind the Crown Prince is His Highness. Faced with those tight arguments, the group of high officials had no further objections. Therefore, everyone had to prepare thoroughly. Do not forget, Ba Wen seriously conveyed his ideology to them. How did we build the Song dynasty? We absolutely cannot let the bad habits of previous monarchs return. At the office of the Inspector General, a voice spoke up. What do you think? A blue-robed official objected extremely fiercely. Regardless, we must submit an admonition memorial first, right? How can we let a 9-year-old child discuss politics? An official, recalling the Crown Prince's previous achievements, spoke up in defense. But from the gold nib pen incident, we have also seen the Crown Prince's ability is truly. But that other person did not want to hear it. That is what angers me the most. He maintained that extremely harsh attitude. I should have objected right from the moment the Crown Prince suggested selling the gold nib pens.
After that incident, Your Highness and the ministers only cared about money. Now I can only regret it. We must write a memorial to object immediately. All the high officials became more united than before. That's right, everyone. Get out. Song Shu's close attendant, hearing the news, said helplessly, in short, the majority's reaction isn't very good. The king had a splitting headache. Why are they all such stubborn conservatives? Seeing the situation of the two factions, he couldn't help but feel helpless. The most disappointing are the young officials of the Office of the Inspector General and the Office of Censors. But even the young officials of the Office of the Inspector General and the Office of Censors just blindly follow the teachings of Song Confucianism. The head eunuch timidly tried to soothe his emotions. However, they all acknowledge that the Crown Prince is very intelligent and steadfast, so there are many who acknowledge it. But our king was already feeling quite frustrated. We have no reliable talent at all. No one. Leaving the head eunuch simply shocked. Your Majesty. Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's palace, Songbai was no different from his father, having a massive headache. Lack of talent. A severe lack of talent. He kept complaining. Anyway, those old fogies are truly too rigid. The eunuch standing nearby heard this and was confused. Your Highness, what is an old fogey? He didn't bother paying attention. I'm not talking to you. Ignore it. The young man remembered his teacher from his past life and felt a bit helpless. It's not even the late period right now. It's just the early period of the Song dynasty. Teacher, didn't you say the ruling class in this era was still quite flexible? How am I supposed to persuade those stubborn mules? Songbai tried to rack his brain. Moreover, Imperial Father also said he would summon all the high officials and junior third-rank officials.
If I have to express my views before those who will surely look down on me just because I am young. After a moment of pondering, he came up with an idea. Fine. His expression also brightened up a bit. I will let them taste both 21st century capitalism and organizational management. He immediately got to work, leaving the other guy bewildered. Where are the eunuchs? I need to prepare something. Therefore, I need to visit the Bureau of Painting and the Armory. The guy thought to himself, what is the Crown Prince up to this time? Finally, the deadline arrived. 5 days later at Zhongbukung Palace in the main hall. The high officials had taken their positions early for this court session. Before the king arrived, Zhang Ji happily talked to the person next to him. Lord Kim, long time no see. Is that Lord Zheng? How long has it been? When did you return to the capital? I just arrived yesterday. The other official was a bit apprehensive. His Majesty said the purpose of today's assembly is to hear the Crown Prince present his political views.
Is that right? He also had to sigh in frustration. That's right. What a waste of time coming here. Exactly. Perhaps the ministers here thought the same. The two of them were still blabbering when they were interrupted. His Majesty arrives. Song Shu gently walked in. Then he quickly settled into his seat, with a mindset eagerly awaiting his son's presentation. He cheerfully said, As you ministers know, recently, the Crown Prince has put forward many opinions. However, I believe we cannot fully judge those opinions without knowing what their basis is. The crowd remained attentive, listening to the king's words. Therefore, I have called you here to hear the Crown Prince present his political views. I hope you will listen carefully and guide the Crown Prince so he does not go astray. The high official seriously obeyed. We obey your command. At this moment, the main character of the court session also entered. Song Bai, in the capacity of the Crown Prince, walked proudly to the front. The high officials were bewildered when they saw a thick scroll being brought in. What is that? He seriously paid his respects. Your son thanks Imperial Father for giving your son this opportunity. He was extremely confident.
Thus, I will now begin to present my political views. You may begin. Songbai clapped his hands to signal the start of the presentation. The scroll he brought was immediately opened. Song Dynasty Reformation. He held a megaphone in his hand, looking extremely majestic. Songbai gently spoke into it. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you all hear clearly? Hearing his voice echoing throughout the room made everyone extremely astonished. What is that? Is the Crown Prince's voice that loud? What is that thing? Contrary to everyone's confusion, he confidently said, Thanks to Imperial Father granting this opportunity, I can now meet all of you ministers.
Therefore, without any further hesitation, that soulless gaze revealed a hint of anxiety for a brief moment. I shall begin. Ba Wen and the other high officials were slightly apprehensive. On the scroll, detailed yet concise points were presented alongside Songbai's explanation, aiming for the best result for humanity. I will go straight to the point. The most basic element in my political view is to achieve the best results for all of mankind. The high officials looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing him speak. Surely you all know that this was also the viewpoint of Hua Nung when founding the Song dynasty. This also aligns with the fundamental views of the sages, specifically the kingly way and taking the people as the foundation. The drawings embellished his presentation, making it more vivid. To achieve this, first and foremost, the livelihood of the people must be guaranteed and they must live in peace. He was extremely focused, as if immersed in it. However, our country has very little flatland, while the mountains are rugged, so commoners have to gather in the flat areas. There is too little land for agricultural cultivation, so wouldn't the people suffer more and more? Finally, Songbai presented his idea. Therefore, we must actively encourage not only agriculture, but also the handicraft industry and commerce, so that the country can develop and we can purchase what we lack from abroad. Kim Jong and Chen Kai were also astonished, but old Kim regained his composure and covered his face, sneering. Ba Wen was also extremely uncomfortable with this crazy idea.
He paid no attention to their expressions and spoke with great confidence. Therefore, we will have to adjust the current 6-ministry system in local government to protect our fine traditions. Every system and regime we have used for so long needs to be changed. The reform of the apparatus was also outlined by him. So, firstly, in the future, we will have to abolish the 6 ministries form and replace it by dividing it into 3 larger branches, legislative, executive, and judicial, as well as establishing positions within those 3 branches. He did not wait long and continued directly. Second, reform the local government. Instead of piling all the work on one person, officials will be assigned to share the work with each other. Continuing his momentum, he spoke eloquently. Third, establish an education system to help the people escape poverty. We need to organize basic education to ensure everyone knows the most basic knowledge. The group of high officials listened to his reform strategies, bewildered and confused. In addition, there was the mining of gold and silver mines, ensuring the tax collection process was fair, and reforming the land system. The high officials could not help but be astonished. It was even more terrible than they thought. Just as he thought, Chen Kai was also convinced, thinking the crown prince was a genius. In contrast, Ba Wen's face turned black with anger, thinking, he's crazy. In Songbai's mind right now, there was a bit of smugness. Being surprised now was still a bit too early. He took a deep breath, feeling quite happy in his heart. There was still a long way to go before he could find his old pleasures again.
The sun was gradually setting, marking the end of Songbai's presentation. Looking at the high officials who looked like they were about to shut down, he felt a bit smug. My political views. The crowd was shocked by the Crown Prince's views. Song Shu was equally surprised. Truly amazing. Did you come up with all of these things yourself? He seriously replied. No, your son, consulted the scriptures of the sages and even read books from Westerners. He spoke, still not fully recovering from his astonishment. Indeed, you mentioned many things I hadn't even thought of. Although since our Song dynasty was founded, many structures and methods have been changed, many other systems remain exactly the same. But many other systems remain exactly the same. Thinking this, he respectfully bowed in gratitude. Imperial Father praises me too much. Songbai gently said, Imperial Father, Westerners have a saying, new wine must be put into new bottles. His demeanor was incredibly confident. 30 years have passed since Taizu established the Song dynasty, yet the commoners are still suffering just as before. Therefore, your son believes that we must reform for the future of everyone. He replied with satisfaction, for the future of everyone. Faced with His Majesty's decision, the high officials didn't dare to utter a sound and had to swallow their anger. That's right. Finally, the meeting came to an end, and the king announced, thus we conclude the presentation on the Crown Prince's political views here.
The footsteps of the high officials stepping out were filled with a bit of indignation. Namkung, uneasy, asked, Chief State Counselor, what do you think? Ba Wen was a bit confused. What do you mean? My brain is completely stiffened up.
he declared with extreme anger. We must submit a memorial to remonstrate immediately. The Crown Prince uses flashy words like "for everyone's future" to hide his true intentions, while ignoring our values and traditions. The old man was trying to nitpick our Crown Prince. Not only that, the Crown Prince follows legalism instead of Confucianism. I cannot help but feel heartbroken. An official on his side also agreed. I think so too. How could the Crown Prince come up with such a reckless idea? The officials of the Inspector General had a similar reaction. The high officials sat together and made a decision. We must submit a memorial to remonstrate immediately. That's right, exactly. Chen Quan immediately added fuel to the fire. Just listening to it, the Crown Prince's words seem reasonable, but in reality, he wants to recreate the tyranny of Qin Shi Huang. We must stop him. This group was extremely determined, but His Majesty seemed to like the Crown Prince very much. Even so, we cannot just let this dynasty collapse, can we? He gritted his teeth and said, besides, if the worst-case scenario happens. The atmosphere in the room sank when they heard him say, we will have no other choice but to depose the Crown Prince. The person next to him was a bit apprehensive upon hearing this. Isn't that too serious? But he insisted on his intention. After hearing the Crown Prince present his views, do you still feel that is too serious? The more he spoke, the more Chen Quan lost control. Even His Majesty was not like that from the beginning. The other high official quickly stopped him. Hey! He looked around warily. Watch your mouth. Do you think your neck is made of iron? But the old man still did not know his place and added, did I say something wrong? A 9-year-old child is speaking such nonsense over there. At this moment, Song Bai was still focused on studying, unaware that he was being plotted against him by him. We must list the crimes of those who teach the Crown Prince, and even His Majesty. From ancient times until now, discipline has always been the most important thing. If they only know how to praise him, the consequences will be very serious. The other high official advised, then you should only say that we should tighten the discipline training for the Crown Prince, but as for deposing him, but Chen Quan still shouted loudly, look at the current situation. Don't you think it's already too late? We must depose the Crown Prince immediately to be in line with the kingly way. Everyone could only sit helplessly listening to him running his mouth. Oh my, your voice is too loud. Conversely, there were also quite a few ministers who agreed with the Crown Prince's point of view. They were a bit happy. It had been a long time since they felt this comfortable. They were happy and all praised the Crown Prince's ideas. I agree with you. Usually we just have to listen to meaningless words forever, but now hearing practical recommendations about what the Song dynasty needs right at this moment, my ears feel like they've been cleared. Did you see His Highness's expression? His Highness looked as if he wanted to apply those policies right away. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be so excellent. This way our Song dynasty will... While speaking excitedly, he suddenly realized something. Facing them was the group of high officials who vehemently opposed the Crown Prince's ideas. Chen Ke's side looked at them as if they wanted to eat them alive, but this side was not to be outdone, standing their ground in confrontation. The two factions immediately passed by each other, but Nangang did not forget to provoke them. You hypocrites with big mouths. Chen Ke's side was not weak either, and immediately retorted, you autocratic hypocrites, how shameful. He paid no more attention to this childish group and said, let's go. Arguing with that bunch is just a waste of time. Go back and write a memorial. That is the only solution. Chen Ke's side refused to lose ground. Do they think we don't know how to write memorials? We will write them too. That's right. While the royal palace was still in an uproar, the father and son were leisurely meeting by the stream. While dining, Song Shu also praised his son. Your presentation today was very good. Thank you, Imperial Father. He then spoke about his son's ideas. I have said this once, but your perspective mentioned many things I hadn't thought of. There are many policies I want to implement immediately. Song Bai humbly replied, Imperial Father praises me too much, but to be honest, those policies are very difficult to apply right away. I know that. The two of them talked quite happily. I always thought that we father and son should discuss policy matters more often.
Furthermore, I am a bit worried about the number of memorials we will receive tomorrow. The Royal Secretariat will likely be very exhausted tomorrow. I will have you send food to the Royal Secretariat. In a room, two officials were somewhat dissatisfied. They could only look at the pile of memorials before them with utter helplessness. They are really hard-working. That's right. Did they stay up all night or what? They are so strong, I wouldn't even dare to step in. The man in the blue robe said seriously, will standing there gossiping reduce the workload? Hurry up and sort them. While the man in the yellow robe had not yet processed it. Sort them? The three of them worked and talked at the same time. You guys also know that some criticize the Crown Prince, the heir apparent, while others support him, so we will divide these into two categories. I understand. It seemed that today's court session was not very pleasant for Song Shu. Looking at the pile of memorials presented, he could not help but feel weary. This many? The officials remained silent, listening to him complain. You are all truly hard-working. Ba Wen's plan also made some progress when the emperor started working. Then let me read first. Song Shu immediately opened a scroll to read. But what could be done? Reading just a few words made his face turn black with anger. His eyes gradually became more ferocious, his hand tightening around the scroll.
He spoke softly. Head eunuch? Yes, your highness. Song Shu was truly angry this time. Summon the crown prince here. At this moment, Song Bai had also arrived to have an audience with Song Shu. Royal father, you summoned your son?
Correct. You may rise. Holding the scroll in his hand, he spoke gently. Crown Prince, I summoned you here because it seems many officials did not understand what you said yesterday. Then he immediately called out, Chief State Counselor. Yes, your majesty. Song Shu, showing no mercy, ordered him. This is your memorial. Read it for the Crown Prince to hear. The group of high officials who were speaking so boldly yesterday immediately dodged and shrank back. He could only stand there helplessly, unable to do anything. Your majesty. He gave the old man no way out. Take it. Since you were being questioned, you should also hear it directly, so there are no misunderstandings between the two sides, right? The old man resignedly accepted it. As you command, your majesty. Ba Wen also began to read. Your subject, Chief State Counselor Ba Wen, holding the brush, bows before your majesty. Your majesty. He was extremely annoyed, gritting his teeth. Skip the preamble and get straight to the main point. At this moment, he finally knew fear, beads of sweat falling profusely. Song Bai also seriously listened to the political views regarding the crown prince. On the surface, it seemed correct, but it contained many points that were unreasonable. In the memorial, he wrote, First, our kingdom follows the principles of Song Confucianism. However, what the crown prince said aligns more with the ideology of legalism. The principles of legalism are overly harsh, causing the people to suffer and harming the country. Second, the crown prince proposed abolishing restrictions on illegitimate children. These restrictions were all established by Wen Wu. If we carelessly abolish them, it would be an act of extreme unfilial piety. Furthermore, if children of concubines are allowed to enter the court as officials,
then, as the previous dynasty has proven, they will abuse their power. Ba Wen also did not forget to mention the crown prince's reformation of the state apparatus. Thirdly, the crown prince stated that the number of officials should be increased. The more officials there are, the greater the burden on the people. In this humble subject's opinion, if local officials feel overwhelmed with work, they simply need to request assistance from local scholars. He timidly finished reading. The 3 points above were all unreasonable points in the crown prince's political views. Song Bai was extremely annoyed and furious upon hearing this. Facing this old man, he did not flinch at all. May this son answer? With the king's approval, I allow you to answer. He immediately analyzed more thoroughly. First, the chief state counselor said that Song Confucianism is the governing ideology of our kingdom. Every word he uttered was extremely steel-hard and firm. However, the ideology of our country, according to the teachings of the sages, is the kingly way and taking the people as the foundation. The philosophy of Song Confucianism is merely a tool for us to implement that ideology.
These words caused that group of people to be astonished for a moment. Kim Jong immediately spoke up, Crown Prince. But Song Bai still did not back down. Song Confucianism is just a small branch of Confucianism. If we only focus on that, isn't it too narrow? Let me take a comparative example. If the kingly way is a plate, then ideology, systems, and rules are all bowls. Before the Crown Prince's critical question, Ba Wen was immediately rendered speechless. Is it really necessary to distinguish those tools from each other when applying the kingly way? The old man wanted to stop him. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. But it was no use. He continued to state his arguments. Secondly, you say that children of concubines will abuse their power. But in previous dynasties, were they the only ones who abused power? He continued to fight fiercely. Isn't it true that people from great families, whether legitimate or illegitimate, all engage in corrupt behavior? Isn't blaming everything on the children of concubines too unfair? Song Bai looked at them steadfastly and spoke clearly. Furthermore, doesn't the law clearly state that all those who marry concubines must be accused? Yet the majority of the ministers here have concubines. Is that not so? Or have the noble families formed a habit of burying their own mistakes and just continuing to discriminate against the children of concubines? The group of high officials felt both bitter and ashamed. Coming to the final point, he clenched his fists. And thirdly, scenes of impoverished people appeared in his mind. You say that local officials can request assistance from local scholars if they are overworked, correct? Since I began sitting beside Imperial Father to watch him handle state affairs, I have heard countless reports from countless places about unfortunate people starving to death. He did not hesitate to speak what he knew. However, I have never heard of local scholars stepping forward to help the starving people or opening granaries to save them, and not only that, regarding the dirty deeds of the high officials, instead of helping the people solve problems.
They took advantage of the drought to lend at interest rates many times higher than the standard. In the end, the people had no choice but to risk their lives or become refugees while their land was seized. Song Bai immediately questioned Ba Wen, Chief State Counselor, tell me, for commoners with no power or influence, who is more terrifying than tigers and leopards? Is it the officials in the court or those local scholars? The old man silently looked towards the king.
Song Shu, seeing such a cowardly expression on his face, felt utterly helpless. He pressed him to the end. I also want to hear your answer, Chief State Counselor. Answer me. Ba Wen broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say to be reasonable. Under the king's pressure, he clenched his fists in extreme anger. Why do you keep remaining silent, Chief State Counselor? Knowing he could not escape, he stammered. It is the local scholars. The high officials heard this and could not help but frown. Song Shu also spoke up. The memorials from the others are all similar to that of the Chief State Counselor. Holding a scroll, he was somewhat angry. Different people submitted the memorials, yet the content of each one is similar. It is truly laughable.
However, the emperor gently handed it to the crown prince. This one is different. Crown Prince, you read it. Yes, your majesty. Just seeing the content in the memorial made Song Bai extremely surprised. The king also spoke up and asked, "What do you think, son?" He took a deep breath, then read every word on the memorial without missing a single character. There is no such thing as proper enjoyment. If we encourage the people to enjoy themselves, society will fall into a state of encouraging a luxurious lifestyle, and wealth will be worshipped instead of morality. That is the reason the ancient sages divided society into 4 classes. He said seriously, "Your son believes that the person who wrote this memorial needs to be heavily punished." The high official standing there could not help but be astonished. Was the crown prince himself insisting on punishment? Song Bai immediately analyzed this memorial for the king.
First of all, in every political view that your son has read, no sage has ever mentioned such class division. But by lying like this person wants to cover the eyes and ears of the monarch. This is an act of disloyalty. Hearing the crown prince speak, Kim Jong could no longer contain his anger. Thinking that such behavior must be severely punished, he immediately retorted, "Your Highness, the person who wrote this admonition memorial is someone who cares about the country. If you punish an act of admonition just because you dislike the person, doing so will cause everyone to lose heart." He did not back down. This is not admonition, but an act intentionally causing discord. Fabricating teachings that never existed, what kind of admonition is that? Facing his fierce objection, Kim Jong argued, "From ancient times, sages have said that living luxuriously is a disease that will cause the country to collapse, so we must stay away from it. How can you say that living luxuriously is better than living frugally?" Song Bai calmly replied, "Let me explain it to you again." Hearing those sharp and logical words, Kim Jong was rendered speechless. Song Bai continued, "Did the sages teach that nobles have the right to suck the blood of the commoners? Did the sages teach them to lend food to the people and then collect interest at over 50%? He continued to voice his arguments. More and more people are selling themselves into slavery just because interest rates are too high. Are you telling me to let this continue just because it has been this way since the past, Chief Censor? How dare you have such thoughts? And you still dare to call yourself a subject of the Song dynasty?" Song Shu finally shouted in anger, "Stop." He gently reminded his son, "Even if you are right, you must not be so disrespectful. Stop right there." He also had to stop and listen to his father. "I thank Imperial Father for your grace." Furthermore, Chen Quan was also called upon at this moment. "Grand Supervisor, step forward." "Yes, Your Majesty." Song Shu gently ordered, "Crown Prince, show him the memorial."
In this memorial, there is one more part that the crown prince has not read yet. Seeing the remaining part and not knowing what to do, along with the king's command, since this memorial was written by the office of the Inspector General, the chief censor shall read it. His eyes showed a hint of panic. With trembling hands, Chen Quan stammered. At this point, he immediately bowed his head to justify himself. "Your Highness, this is only the opinion of one person, not of the entire office of the Inspector General." The high officials of the office of the Inspector General could not help but worry. Song Shu said sternly, "I know, that is why I read that passage aloud, and neither will I." At this moment, Chen Quan's face turned pale. "I thank your Highness for your grace." The king also did not forget the main purpose regarding the punishment for the author of this memorial. With his words, the court session finally ended. "I will consider it carefully later." Chief Censor Kim Jong could not hold back and asked immediately,
"What was written in that memorial?" Chen Quan asked, then angrily walked away, leaving the old man in confusion. "Chief Censor! Chief Censor!" In a secluded corner of the royal palace, Ba Wen was being grabbed by the collar and pinned tightly against the wall by someone. Chen Quan, unleashing all his pent-up fury, shouted, "You bastard! How dare you!" The surrounding officials were extremely worried. "My lord, please stop. Please calm down." He roared, "Do not block my path. This bastard is going to get us all killed," causing the group to panic. What are you saying?" He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing Ba Wen. "You bastard! Who do you think you are to dare mention deposing the crown prince?" Ba Wen stiffened his neck and retorted, "A crown prince who dares to abandon Song Confucianism to follow such a treasonous and immoral path? How is he worthy of that title?" This made Chen Quan extremely furious. "What? So you want to depose a crown prince who is only 9 years old? Do you think that is reasonable?" The old man still tried to justify himself.
What does age have to do with adhering to the moral principles of the sages? Chen Quan looked ready to have a stroke dealing with this man. You fool! If we want to change the direction of the ruler, we must have favorable weather, favorable terrain, and the unity of the people. It was precisely because he had all three factors that His Highness was made the Crown Prince back then. But right now, we have none of those three. Your disastrous memorial has put the lives of other officials in danger. Ba Wen immediately retorted, civil officials have a duty to speak the truth when they see wrongdoings. Stepping forward to admonish the king always carries the risk of losing one's head. Is that not so? Everyone listened in shock. What? Chen Quan, powerless to persuade him, finally let go. He held his head in aspiration. To think that such a foolish thing like you could become an official.
We're done for. In front of Songbai's room, he was having a terrible headache with this group of people. I predicted it would be like this, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Why does the old state counselor keep deliberately opposing me? Truly a bunch of old fogies, always chewing over old stories. He paced back and forth in the room and muttered to himself. No, if considered from their position, naturally that could happen. If I put myself in their shoes when someone suggests abandoning agriculture to focus on industry and commerce, I would react the same way. Songbai thought for a while and had to convince himself, so their anger was also very normal. The eunuch outside could only silently listen to his complaining. Do they think only they know how to write memorials? He was really angry and even a bit bitter. Do they think I don't know how to write?
All right, let me show you. I will let you all know what humility is. The people of the office of the Inspector General were briefly surprised. Aren't you the eunuch of the Eastern Palace? Why did you come here early in the morning? Looking at the pile of memorials in the eunuch's hands, he was bewildered. What is this? He gently said, these are all written by the Crown Prince, causing the man to turn pale upon receiving the information. What? He looked at the pile of memorials and still couldn't believe it. All of them? Then we won't be able to go home today either. Song Shu was extremely delighted upon hearing the news. Who would have thought that kid would go and write memorials immediately? Truly my son. But I cannot stop him either. The king was extremely happy. This is the first time I've read such unexpected memorials. Chief State Counselor, you should read them too. But Ba Wen grimaced as he received them. Yes, Your Highness. He intended to just skim through it in his mind, but after opening the scroll and reading it, he couldn't just skim it anymore. The old man trembled with anger. Song Shu immediately ordered, Head Eunuch, take the Crown Prince's memorial to the Minister of Revenue. Chen Ko was also put in a difficult spot by him and had to resign himself to it. Minister of Revenue, read it aloud for everyone to hear. He hesitated and still didn't dare to read. Finally, the content of the Crown Prince's memorial was revealed. I, Crown Prince Songbai, and also a loyal subject of Your Highness.
I submit this report. Many ministers have criticized and accused your subject of following legalism, citing the collapse of the Qin dynasty as an example. However, the Qin dynasty did not fall because they followed legalism. The Qin dynasty collapsed because Qin Shi Huang and his officials lost the mandate of heaven. They plundered and slaughtered innocent people. In such a case, how could an empire not collapse? He also pointed out its benefits, stating that it was the ideology of legalism that helped the Qin dynasty become the leading empire during the Warring States period. And those ideologies still exist today and are most fundamental laws. Why do you think that is? Chen Ka continued reading the memorial. There is a saying that a large tree will not fall even in strong winds because its roots are both strong and deep. Governing a country is like following the way. Songbai was extremely clever to compare the country to a tree. For our newly rooted country to become a great tree, I believe we must accept many different ideologies to grow roots that are both deep and wide. Is Song Confucianism the only ideology we need to follow the noble will of the sages? The officials of the office of the Inspector General were quite surprised. Even Ba Wen was slightly moved. Song Shu was extremely proud. That is my son, isn't he smart? The Crown Prince's memorial is indeed surprising, but I believe there are many things in it that we need to reflect upon. He did not forget to ask for everyone's opinion. Therefore, I want to hear the opinions of the ministers. Think carefully about this memorial and give me an answer. A few days later, Songbai went for a walk in a rather relaxed mood. Having said everything he wanted to say, he felt much more at ease. Suddenly, a chaotic scene unfolded before his eyes. Lord Royal Secretary.
While everyone was extremely worried, urging, "Wake up, my lord," that high official trembled. "I surrender." The crowd looked at the pile of unprocessed memorials and felt chills. There is no time for you to lie here. Don't you see that mountain of memorials over there? Seeing this chaotic situation, "Kill me, kill me." Our crown prince was terrified. The problem was that both sides continued to submit memorials incessantly. He thought to himself, just as I thought, if I want public opinion support, there is no other way. Songbai also had his own plan. I must make as many people as possible realize the effectiveness of inoculation, because only when people trust new methods more will I have the opportunity to make them accept new techniques and policies. While the high officials were still making a ruckus, he was confident that the plan was finalized. It was just a matter of time, waiting for the opportunity.
A few days later, at the court session, Song Shu also heard the news. There was a report that in the areas that had been inoculated, only a very small number of people contracted smallpox.
Upon hearing this news, memorials immediately arrived proposing to conduct inoculation in other areas as well. He and the high officials were still discussing court affairs. Very well, then let's expand the inoculation to other counties. But there have only been a few cases, Your Majesty. Ba Wen immediately spoke up. In my opinion, expanding based on just a few cases like this is too premature. Furthermore, isn't that just disgusting cow pus? We must observe a bit longer. Facing the old man's harsh opinion, the emperor was somewhat displeased. A few days later, Song Shu was informed that the majority of commoners in Gyeongging district had been inoculated. However, there were also a few cases with side effects. Because of this, surrounding districts also started submitting memorials asking to conduct inoculation. Hearing this, he immediately proposed, "For the safety of the people, I also want to expand the inoculation. What do the ministers think?" But not much different from the last time, Ba Wen immediately rejected it. It should not be done. The current financial situation does not allow us to expand the inoculation area immediately. I hope Your Highness will reconsider. Both the king and the high officials looked at him in bewilderment. A few days later, the official in charge announced, "There are rumors that wealthy families in the regions have heard about the effectiveness of inoculation and have donated their cows. Moreover, there are more and more memorials asking for permission to conduct inoculation." Song Shu also made a decision. Then we should not hesitate any longer. Ministers, prepare to expand inoculation to the whole country.
But a familiar voice spoke up. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I do not know why this old Ba Wen has always disagreed with that project. However, due to many reasons, it cannot be expanded to the whole country." The king also ran out of patience. "Explain it to me in detail." The old man immediately said, "Winter is approaching, so it is very difficult to control the budget revenue and expenditure." But he was immediately cut off by the king. "Regarding money, we only need to collect money for buying cows from wealthy local families. Moreover, there are many people who want to contribute money for us to buy cows. So what exactly is the problem?" This old man still refused to give up. "But, Your Highness, if we collect money for cows from officials and scholars, they will react very violently. And as I have said, the effectiveness of inoculation has not yet been proven." His words sounded extremely offensive, making the usually calm king angry. The old man continued, "How can we inject disgusting cowpox pus into the bodies of all our people? Furthermore, the ones performing the inoculation are just mere cowherds." He immediately shouted loudly, "Chief State Counselor, you bastard!" The king, no longer holding back, immediately ordered, "Shut your mouth right now." Before Song Shu's wrath, the entire room fell into silence.
Chen Ke was also extremely concerned about the situation before him. The king was so angry his face flushed red, his hand immediately grabbing the memorial. He no longer held back and immediately said, "Do you know what this is? This is the report on smallpox inoculation in Hanyang." The group of high officials could only remain silent and listen to the scolding. "You keep saying that inoculation is too lowly and ineffective, but among the ministers standing here, there isn't a single one who hasn't been inoculated, not even one." Song Shu's rage reached its peak. "After inoculating yourselves and even your families, you still dare to say it doesn't guarantee effectiveness and don't want to expand it to the whole country? A bunch of two-faced hypocrites." The high officials immediately knelt down. "Your Highness, we are guilty. We deserve to die." He turned a deaf ear, shouting loudly, "I don't want to see your faces anymore. Get out!" He was frustrated. "Fine, I'll leave myself." Song Shu immediately walked away. "I'd rather handle this myself. So all of you bastards, shut your mouths." This turned the entire court session into chaos. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Chen Ke and the other high officials were completely helpless. "Your Highness!" Nang Gong stood there, grinding his teeth in anger. He immediately questioned that man, Ba Wen. "Chief State Counselor, how dare you do that? How can you not distinguish what should be said and what shouldn't?" The old man still kept an arrogant look and didn't bother to say anything. The high officials were also worried sick. "What should we do now? Is there any other way besides performing the ritual of repentance? After that, we must find a way to expand inoculation to the entire country." Everyone was extremely angry that one person acted, but the whole group had to suffer. "That is indeed the best way. Let's go." To have to perform the ritual of repentance in the middle of this harsh winter. Ba Wen still stood there without moving at all. The entire room now only contained him and a eunuch.
The old man couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He told himself, "I have lived too long. At this rate, it will be no different from the era of a tyrant. I must stop it." He left with determination in his heart. He could not let the political situation continue to develop in this direction. "At this rate, we will repeat the era of the tyrant like under Song Wenwu." He was extremely firm in his ideals. "Even if my life is in danger, I must stop this." At this moment, Song Bai also received the news. "I understand. Imperial Father did that?" He immediately asked, "Where did Imperial Father go after that?"
The servant quickly replied. His Highness went to see the central palace. He felt a bit unreconciled and muttered to himself, "By the way, should we play a prank on everyone?" "Excuse me?" Nothing. He felt a bit confused in his mind. Can't they see it? Engaging in psychological warfare right now is completely meaningless. At this time, the officials were also preparing for the penance ceremony. My knees are already hurting. Do we have to perform the penance ceremony too? It's so cold. Suddenly a panicked voice rang out. "Minister of Revenue!" Chen Ke was a bit bewildered. "What is the matter that you are in such a hurry?" He then heard the bad news. The chief state counselor is writing a memorial to impeach your highness. This caused him to suffer heart pain part 2. What? He immediately ran to find Ba Wen. That old man has lost his mind. The scene shifts to the interior of the palace. Everything was now in chaos. He had to stop him. Finally, he found him. As soon as he entered, he immediately shouted, "Lord Chief State Counselor." Chen Ke angrily questioned him.
Chief State Counselor, what else do you want to memorialize? Even a penance ritual might not be enough. Have you lost your mind? But Ba Wen calmly replied, "I must write this memorial." He held the memorial in his hand with great determination. This issue must be resolved thoroughly. Naturally, that is only if he truly cares about the future of the Song dynasty. The two immediately fell into a scuffle. "Chief State Counselor, are you crazy? Get out of my way," the old man said with pent-up anger. "Your Highness has forgotten how important governing the country is. Your Highness has even forgotten the reason for the existence of ministers." Chen Ke could no longer stop him. Chief State Counselor, he could only watch helplessly as Ba Wen left. He immediately questioned the rest. "What are you doing? Why didn't you stop him? Do you really want bloodshed?" Kim Jong had sided with the old man. "I do not object, because I understand his intention." He also added, "If you want to be a scholar with spirit, you must also be steadfast in this matter." The content of the memorial was also revealed. "Your subject, Chief State Counselor Ba Wen, respectfully submits this memorial to your Highness." Song Shu also read it seriously. The imperial court, true to its name, is the place that governs a nation. Therefore, policies must always be carefully considered before implementation. Ba Wen also did not forget to mention the king's decisiveness in all matters.
Furthermore, it is equally obvious that policies must remain consistent from beginning to end. This is the most crucial aspect of politics. If policies are inconsistent, how can the people place their trust in the nation? The old man also did not forget to mention smallpox inoculation. However, regarding the smallpox vaccination, Your Highness's decision has not been consistent. Initially, when we discussed this matter, the plan was to apply this method to the people of Hanyang first to see its effectiveness.
Only then would expanding it to the whole country be considered. Your Highness had also agreed to this. Every sentence of the old man seemed to accuse the royal authority. However, after a few people suggested expanding the inoculation, Your Highness changed the decision. How can that be called consistent? Ba Wen was also very clever when mentioning court affairs. Furthermore, policy issues should only be implemented when both the monarch and the court officials have agreed with each other. Why does enacting policy require the consent of the court officials? Because it is very difficult for a monarch to thoroughly consider everything. Therefore, Your Highness must consult the opinions of the court officials and carefully listen to their recommendations. The old man still stubbornly held on to his own intentions. If the monarch acts arbitrarily in all political matters, then what is the use of the imperial court? Reading further, Song Shu's face darkened. This was no different from the behavior of a tyrant and was not in accordance with the kingly way. If tradition allows a tyrant to appear, ascend the throne, and abuse power, then what will become of the future of the Song dynasty? To avoid such a situation, the monarch and the ministers must always reach a consensus at any cost. As a court official under Your Highness's command, I hope Your Highness will reconsider, even if only for the future of the Song dynasty. In short, I believe Your Highness needs to stop this abuse of power to expand smallpox inoculation throughout the country, because I am convinced that it is ineffective. When he finished writing, Ba Wen was extremely firm with this memorial. If it is truly proven to be effective, then I, Ba Wen, am ready to offer up all my assets. The court session also became quieter than ever before.
Song Shu immediately spoke up. "Have you all finished reading?" The minister timidly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Kim Jong looked anxiously and attentively at the king's expression. Chen Ke was trembling with fear. Song Shu's gaze gradually became colder. He lowered his voice. "When I heard about the benefits of inoculation, I thought about implementing it across the country. However, I did not do so. Why? Because the right state counselor thought that doing so was too hasty. I thought what he said made sense and agreed." Hearing the king's pressure-filled words made Ba Wen feel a bit apprehensive. "I want to ask the ministers." The king was extremely angry but still had to tolerate this group of high officials. "When have I ever abused my power, huh?" After Song Shu's question, the whole room fell into silence. He tried to keep calm. If a monarch only waits for the court officials to reach a conclusion and thus misses the opportunity, isn't he just a useless person?
Thinking about how he devoted himself to the country, yet was accused of abusing power, he slammed the table and shouted, "Do you really not know what I am abusing my power for?" The group of high officials could only remain silent and endure. The pressure from Song Shu's words was immense. So let me ask you this question. If the smallpox epidemic breaks out in areas that have not been inoculated, what do you intend to do then? Wait until it spreads to the inoculated areas to prove the effectiveness at that time? Thinking of the prospect of innocent people falling in droves made him extremely heartbroken. Are you planning to not care at all, even if hundreds of people have to die, or become stupid, or get pockmarked in the process? Is such sacrifice just for an undetermined effectiveness worth it? Seeing this, Ba Wen immediately spoke up. "Your Highness." The old man spoke with any fear. "I am also very heartbroken that such sacrifices must be made, but consolidating the laws and governing the country is much more important than that. Furthermore, smallpox is nothing new." Seeing that he was still convinced he was right made the king grind his teeth in anger. "You?" The old man did not stop talking about his own ideals.
Therefore, I am certain that the number of sacrifices will be at an acceptable level. The important thing is to preserve the regulations of the Song dynasty court. While Song Shu was furiously cursing Ba Wen in his mind, "How dare you claim to follow the teachings of the sages?" Suddenly, a high official rushed in. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened." He had to put aside the old man's complaint. "What is the matter that you are in such a hurry?" The high official reported in panic. "I beg your pardon, Your Highness, but Yeongdongpo district in the Gyeonggi area." Hearing the bad news, he was shocked. Has a smallpox outbreak just occurred? Even the old man could not have expected this to happen. The king quickly regained his composure and ordered the immediate quarantine of Yeongdongpo district from other regions, allowing Yeongdongpo to communicate only with Hanyang.
As you command, Your Highness. As for the medical treatment, Minister of Personnel, how is everything proceeding? Nangang immediately reported. "We have sent royal physicians to all areas in Yeongdongpo district." Finally, everything was resolved satisfactorily by Song Shu. "Very well. Quickly complete the preparations so the patients can be treated." "As you command, Your Highness." At this moment, a familiar pair of legs came running hurriedly down the corridor. "Smallpox outbreak in the Jianshan area. We must send royal physicians there." He tried to reassure his son. "Is that correct?" "That is correct. We have just finished discussing this matter." Seeing this, he immediately made a suggestion. "If so, why don't we call for more people from Hanyang district to assist the royal physicians in the Jianshan area?" Ba Wan immediately objected as always. Too reckless. He paid no attention to the old man's words. "The royal physicians will be busy treating patients, so they will need runners." Songbai calmly explained the issue in detail.
"But if we use uninfected people in the Jianshan area, the epidemic might spread wider because of that. Therefore, we can use people from Hanyang to support the royal physicians in Jianshan and pay them daily wages. That way, the royal physicians will be less exhausted, and we will prevent the epidemic from spreading." The old man refused to give up. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you cannot do that." He reacted extremely fiercely. "If we do that and the supporters get infected and the epidemic spreads here, then who will be responsible for the safety of the people here?" Facing his attitude, Songbai calmly resolved, "I completely trust the effectiveness of inoculation. If this event does not prove its effectiveness," to everyone's astonishment, he declared clearly, "then I will give up the position of Crown Prince." Song Shu was extremely panicked. "Crown Prince, you—" Seeing that, he immediately reassured his father. "Your son trusts in it that much. He even recklessly nominated himself. And if the people of Hanyang hesitate and do not dare to go help, then Imperial Father can just let your son go in their stead. Your son will lead the group of people to care for those infected with smallpox." The whole room fell into silence. The eunuch, sitting and taking notes, helplessly thought to himself, "The Crown Prince is at it again." Facing the fierce attitude of his son, the father also had to take a step back.
Immediately issuing the order, Minister of Personnel, write a decree for the people of Hanyang district and start gathering them. Your Majesty's command is obeyed. Songbai was slightly surprised to hear him mention him. As for the Crown Prince, listen carefully. He sternly corrected the boy. No matter how panicked you are not allowed to speak such words so lightly. Doing so is very irresponsible. He obediently accepted the criticism. Imperial Father is wise. His plan had succeeded in the first step, so I have seized the opportunity. The rest is just a matter of time. At the residence, hearing the eunuch shout loudly, Songbai was slightly surprised. His Majesty has arrived. He happily ran to welcome his father. Imperial Father, you have come. The king also happily replied, How have you been? Yes, thanks to Imperial Father. Under the clear blue sky, his warm voice rang out. Songbai. The two of them drank tea and discussed matters together. Have you heard about the situation in the Ryeongshan area yet? Your son has not heard any news yet. We received good news from Song Shu. It is reported that, apart from the first 5 cases, there have been no other cases. Songbai secretly rejoiced. Just as I thought. He greatly admired his son. To be honest, I did not expect the results to be this good. I am very proud that you paid attention to a method that others considered a lowly custom of cowherds. Thank you for your praise, Imperial Father. He was extremely smug inside.
"I won, Chief State Counselor, you old foggy. I will slowly crush you." Then his father called out, "Hey, Songbai!" He obediently replied, "Yes, Imperial Father." He seriously stated his intention. "I am planning to execute the Chief State Counselor." Songbai was slightly surprised but sat and listened. "And I also intend to deal with those who follow his faction. When thinking about the present and future of the Song dynasty, I believe this is what I must do." He was not entirely sure of his decision, so he asked him, "Do you think that is too excessive?" He also agreed with this decision. "Your son believes they need to be punished to deter others. Furthermore, with the situation of the Song dynasty until now, it is regrettable that the power of the court officials and civil officials has always been greater than that of the monarch. Therefore, your son thinks this purge will be a good opportunity to consolidate the authority of the monarch." Song Shu agreed wholeheartedly. "That is correct." Speaking up to this point, he also hesitated slightly. "However, your son is not sure if it is necessary to kill him." Recalling Ba Wen's contributions, he immediately presented his argument. Since the previous dynasty, the Chief State Counselor has done many things for this country. Moreover, with his years of experience, your son believes that his suspicion of a method he has never heard of is very normal. From there, Songbai also proposed reducing the sentence for the old man. Therefore, your son believes the most appropriate punishment is exile. He calmly thought about it and replied, "I understand. I will think about this matter." Hearing the news that he would be punished, Ba Wen immediately bowed his head and begged, "Your Highness, I hope your Highness will reconsider." The old man still tried to justify himself. This subject was just unsure if vaccination would be effective, but he was immediately cut off by Song Shu. "Shut your mouth. Even at this point, you still intend to run your mouth to get away with it?" The group of high officials who were previously in the same faction as the old man also spoke up in defense. "Your Highness, perhaps Lord Chief State Counselor made a mistake, but it was all because he is loyal to the country."
"Please reconsider, Your Highness. We beg you to reconsider." He felt it was incredibly grating to his ears. "If you continue to babble, I will consider you all to be in the same gang as that hypocrites. Do not test my patience." But they still did not give up. "Your Highness, accusing an innocent person is unreasonable." Kim Jung was also there and immediately spoke up in defense. "In all matters of state affairs, the monarch and the court officials must be in consensus. As the sages have said, the consensus between the monarch and the court officials is the most fundamental foundation of the kingly way." The king felt it was utterly ridiculous. Unable to endure it any longer, he immediately lashed out at this group of brainless people. Truly a vicious bunch, truly the ultimate sophistry. Are you really blocking my decision to follow the teachings of the sages? Or is it not just to satisfy your own greed? Seeing him incriminate himself like that, what you want is not consensus between the monarch and the court officials, but rather you want me to become a puppet.
Completely lacking real power, Ba Wen immediately justified himself. "Your Highness, I never had such intentions." The soldiers standing there could not bear it anymore. "Your Highness, Liu Zong of the Forbidden Guard Bureau awaits orders." He ordered without any mercy. "Liu Zong of the Forbidden Guard Bureau, listen to my order." The crowd was shocked. "Throw this bunch of hypocrites into prison for me. The Chief State Counselor, the Right State Counselor, the Chief Censor, and the Grand Remonstrator." "As you command, Your Highness." Even at the last minute, the old man still tried to make excuses for himself. "Your Highness, please reconsider. This goes against the teachings of the sages, Your Highness." And that was the conclusion of the event that started with the inoculation. The member of the office of the Inspector General who had mentioned deposing the Crown Prince was convicted of treason, put in cangs, and exiled for 1,000 miles for the crime of attempting to lead the monarch astray with archaic arguments. The families of the Chief State Counselor, Right State Counselor, Chief Censor, and Grand Remonstrator were demoted to commoners, while the offenders themselves were exiled for 1,000 miles. 80% of their assets were confiscated. That was the end for those who could not adapt to the rapid changes brought about by the great variable known as the Crown Prince. Songbai was also a bit happy when he heard the news, but
anyway, they are still alive, right? After the faction opposing the royal family was exiled, time gradually passed. Spring arrived and the court sessions continued as usual. It seems everyone is present. Today I have an important announcement. The high officials were filled with astonishment mixed with a bit of confusion. How on earth did the Crown Prince do it? Could jump rope really change a person that much? Song Shu, after a period of training, had changed significantly. For the future of the Song dynasty, I want to implement a major reform. Except for the Crown Prince, who looked bored, everyone else was incredibly shocked. Hearing this, Songbai's face turned pale. It has finally started. To understand why he was so frightened, we must go back to a few weeks ago. While he was still sound asleep, he was awakened by a familiar voice. "Songbai, are you asleep?" "Imperial Father?" He tried to regain his composure. "Not yet, please come in, Imperial Father." The king declined and suggested, "No need, I just want to borrow the chart you used in your presentation last time." With the son's consent, "That chart, it's on my writing desk, Imperial Father, please take it." The king then ordered someone to get it. "Thank you, head eunuch, go get it for me." "Yes, Your Highness." He yawned repeatedly, still confused inside. What's going on? It's so late. But then, not paying it much mind, he powered down immediately.
I don't know, I'm too sleepy. Song Bai did not yet realize how much of a headache Song Shu's visit that night would cause him.
The very next morning, Song Shu visited the palace residence. His Highness has arrived. Imperial Father is here. As soon as he stepped in, he eagerly asked, "On your chart, there is a section I do not understand. Can you explain it to me?" Song Bai was still very relaxed. "Yes, please come in, Imperial Father." The following day, while having a meal, he still couldn't restrain himself. "Song Bai, I just remembered regarding your organizational structure chart." Then the day after that, he excitedly asked him again, "Song Bai, so in conclusion," he started to feel it was getting tough. This person, looking at his father still diligently studying like that, made him feel mentally exhausted. Isn't he tired? It's already 1 a.m. Not only was he not tired, but the more he spoke, the brighter his eyes shone. Seeing him looking blank, the father suggested, "It seems you still don't understand. Let me explain it again." Song Bai replied with a very alert expression, "No, your son understands clearly." The father just laughed heartily. "Lucky that I have a smart son like you." The son could only cry silently inside. Seeing Imperial Father so happy, "Your son is also very happy." Back to the present, Song Shu proudly said, "Therefore, I have planned the reform like this." He also did not forget to gently remind the high officials, "I want you ministers to study it carefully, to see if there are any remaining problems that need solving or any areas that should be improved." "As you command, Your Highness." He was extremely excited, just like on the first day. "And if you have any other better plans, remember to report to me immediately." And so, Song Shu's reform began. The first area to be reformed was the central government organizational structure. The chart was designed by Song Shu with extreme meticulousness. Song Shu outlined the structure for the new government based on the 6 ministries and set out procedures to put it into operation. The second reform was the reorganization of local government organizations. Hwanghae Province was divided into 5 districts, Gyeonggi Province into 7 districts, and Gangwon Province into 5 districts. Each district would have to establish its own local government. Crown Prince, today let us discuss the issue of commerce and industry. Song Bai was a bit confused. Right now? He happily said, "During this morning's exercise, I suddenly thought of an issue." Outwardly, he acted calm, but he was quite curious. "What is it?" He immediately said, "In the presentation, you did not mention it, but the chart did. By developing commerce and industry, not only will the economy grow strong, but the power of the monarch will also increase. I understand the economic part,
But I am unclear on how the power of the monarch can be increased." Song Bai listened seriously, then provided basic examples. It is a simple logic. Agriculture is what constitutes the basic wealth of the officials, is it not? Based on that, he also proposed a more progressive reform method. Conversely, the imperial court could encourage industry and commerce, thereby gaining more profit than the officials who come from noble families. This would help the imperial court grow stronger and consolidate the power of the monarch. There were a few points that felt a bit off, causing Song Shu to have some doubts. But do you not see that those very noble officials are the ones buying goods from the merchants? After all, they are the ones who purchase the most. If so, would they not also grow stronger, as you said? He confidently said, "Imperial Father, please look at the broader picture." He was a bit skeptical. Look broader? With such a quick-thinking mind, he also realized the implication. Song Shu exclaimed excitedly, "Do you mean foreign trade?" He wasn't too surprised. Truly worthy of being Emperor Song Shu. Song Bai also pointed out the benefits it brings. That is correct. If we earn money by exporting goods, we will break free from territorial limitations and develop faster than the noble officials who are bound by land. Those arguments of his made him feel as if a new horizon had opened up. I understand now. Truly worthy of my son. A bad premonition suddenly struck his mind. If he explained this to his imperial father, with Song Shu's face craving knowledge, I want to ask one more question. The lad was not surprised at all. I knew it. He also realized a major loophole. After all, we must have money to open a shop, right? However, the majority of money that can be used as capital lies in the hands of the noble officials. If merchants have to borrow money from them, then ultimately it is the noble officials who will gain more power, isn't it? But Song Bai confidently replied, "That is one way, but instead we can also attract merchants to our side." Hearing that, he was suddenly baffled. "What do you mean?" He calmly said, "The one lending them capital will not be the noble officials, but the imperial court." He had applied the operations and methods of the modern era very well.
In 21st century terms, it is essentially a national bank, a bank opened by the state to serve a specific purpose. The investor would be the state, rather than private individuals, allowing merchants to borrow capital at affordable interest rates. Song Shu accepted the idea of establishing a state bank and proposed considering it as the final step of the reform. The result of the major reform that Song Shu put forward was that the number of official positions skyrocketed, and the imperial court had to continuously search for talents to assume those roles.
This was to ensure there were enough experts proficient in each field.
Song Shu ordered a review of policies to ensure even commoners could receive basic education. Song Shu's reform proceeded gradually. Policy implementation was carefully coordinated by sending people to each locality to observe the reform's impact on the people. However, right from the moment the new policies were implemented, all sorts of problems, both big and small, arose everywhere. As a result, it took a very long time for the policies to be implemented, and it took 15 years for them to be comprehensively enforced. In the distant future, historians would name this event the Dragon Year Reform. The reform was also a great success. Song Shu was also extremely grateful to his son, Song Bai. "Thank you. It will take a lot of time, but thanks to you, the lives of the people will become richer." Song Bai wittily replied, "No need for that. Being able to help Imperial Father makes your son very happy." Looking at the child in front of him, he thought to himself, "This is the first time I've met someone even more passionate about this than I am." He laughed. "This brat." Just then, the boy also had his own question. "But why doesn't Imperial Father just let your son work with the Hall of Worthies?" Hearing the boy ask so innocently, he chuckled softly. "Your son feels that Imperial Father doesn't need to do everything with your own hands." Then Song Shu happily tapped his son's head and replied, "This brat."
This is all for the sake of the Song dynasty. How can a monarch not understand it clearly for himself? Song Bai still didn't understand the intention and said resentfully, "That is not what your son meant. I can research with the ministers and then report back to Imperial Father." He gently said, "Song Bai," under that warm sunlight were his words full of sincerity. Between understanding by experiencing it yourself and only understanding through the words of others, which do you think is more effective? The words pierced deep into Song Bai's soul. "I do not want to become a monarch who only sits idly approving matters." Then he cheerfully said, "Come, let's go inside." From then on, he knew his own strength, just as he thought. No matter how much knowledge of the future he had, looking at that majestic and great back, he realized many things. There are always things one cannot surpass. At the palace, a servant's voice rang out, "His Highness has arrived." Song Bai respectfully stood up and bowed when he saw Song Shu visiting. "Imperial Father has arrived." He clasped his hands behind his back, slowly entered the hall, walked toward Song Bai, and smiled slightly in response. He smiled brightly at the boy and said, "I just reviewed your chart. There is something I am a bit curious about." Hearing his Imperial Father ask that, Song Bai fell into a panic. He started, eyes wide, and cried out, "Your son wants to rest. Imperial Father, please let your son rest a little." He laughed happily. "This brat. This time it is not like the Reformation plan." Hearing that, although his face showed reluctance, he still spoke up. "What is it about?" Song Shu looked at him calmly. "In the presentation, you mentioned several policies. Father and son faced each other. The king looked down at the tiny little boy standing solemnly before him. But I want to know why you didn't mention the military at all. Don't tell me you have absolutely no ideas." Hearing this, Song Bai lowered his head in silence.
When looking up to face him, the king responded with a very bright smile, though it seemed a bit forced. That smile of Song Bai confused the king. He looked with amusement at his way of refusing to answer, smiling and scolding affectionately. This cheeky brat. Song Bai seriously said to him, "If your son mentions the army, they will make an even bigger fuss." The father and son sat down opposite each other, separated by a small reading desk placed in the middle of the room. Song Bai seriously asked his royal father, "Imperial Father, what do you think of our current army?" The king asked him back, "Me." Then he clearly spoke his thoughts to his son, without hiding anything. "I believe that this country is not yet stable, so there isn't a suitable system to manage the army yet. Therefore, we need to invest more manpower and resources to be able to face any danger that the Song dynasty encounters."
Song Bai secretly rejoiced upon hearing this. He smiled at the king, thinking, "Excellent, the time has come." The king frankly asked for his personal opinion. "Song Bai, what do you think?" He confidently spoke his mind. "Your son also thinks it is very necessary, especially your son believes that we need to foster a stronger navy." The king was quite surprised to hear Song Bai mention the navy. The navy? He began to persuade. "That is correct. It is a pity that our Song dynasty still does not have a naval force strong enough to seize power at sea. Even during the conquest of Tsushima Island a few years ago, the naval forces were not strong enough to withstand the enemies at sea of the Song dynasty." Song Bai knew very well that more than half of the naval forces participating in combat were untrained commoners. That was not even half the necessary force. And that was not the only problem. Song Bai spoke about the ships at sea. "Our ships are too small, so even just crossing the sea between Busan and Tsushima Island, the soldiers have to bet their lives." The king stroked his chin, frowning in thought about the points Song Bai had just mentioned. "That is true. We need to strongly increase military shipbuilding and increase the naval forces." Song Bai affirmed firmly, "That is correct." Song Shu held his chin, continuing to think. The biggest problem here is the budget. Song Bai boldly continued, your son also has a proposal to solve the budget problem. The king looked up at him in surprise. Is that so? What is it? He continued, saying that was... Song Bai's eyes sparkled as he looked straight at his father. Stone quarrying.
The king looked bewildered, not understanding. Stone? A drawing of a farmer holding a pickaxe with some explanatory lines was pasted up. A person slapped their hand onto that poster. That official turned around and shouted loudly, "The Imperial Court orders that those skilled in mineral mining quickly gather at the Ministry of Works." The onlookers stared intently at the image, but it seemed they still didn't understand what it meant, be a gold mine somewhere. The scene returned to the royal palace. The king was sitting on his chair, stroking his chin in thought. The first thing we need to do is ensure the supply of currency, which means gold, silver, and copper. Do we need anything else? A high official sitting below bowed his head and replied, "It seems that is enough." But Song Bai on the side looked around and thought to himself, "To serve my own hobbies, sooner or later I will need that thing." So he boldly spoke up. Reporting to Imperial Father, there is still a few more things needed.
The king glanced towards Song Bai and asked, "What is it?" Song Bai looked at his imperial father and seriously listed a bunch of things. Iron, sulfur, limestone, and a type of mineral called coal. Song Shu tilted his head, looking at him in confusion. "I understand the others, but what is coal?" Song Bai bowed his head, closed his eyes, and calmly explained to the king and all the high officials. Coal is what remains after trees are burned and compressed into stone. Your son heard that it burns hotter and easier than wood. If we use it instead of wood, we can avoid indiscriminate deforestation. Hearing his explanation about coal, the king was surprised and leaned forward slightly, speaking with joy. "Is that so? That would be wonderful. But what do you intend to use limestone for?" Song Bai carefully answered, "Limestone is a mineral necessary for construction and iron smelting." Hearing this, the king asked another question. "Construction. How can limestone be used for construction?" Song Bai remained extremely patient, explaining one thing after another. He sat there, composed, closed his eyes, and reported, "Imperial Father, please forgive me. That is something your son still needs to research further. However, it is a very common mineral, so collecting it will be easy." Song Bai knew very well that iron, coal, and cement were all essential items to promote the Industrial Revolution.
If we don't have these things, how can technology ever develop? The Minister of Revenue looked at Song Bai with slight worry. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, please forgive me, but our Song dynasty does not have sulfur mines. That is the reason why, until now, we still have to import it from Hua State." At this moment, Song Bai's attention finally shifted to Chen Ke, and he frankly retorted, "But are we certain that we don't have any? It is possible that they exist and we just haven't found them yet. Both Hua State and the Ming dynasty have sulfur, but we don't. That doesn't sound reasonable at all." These words from Song Bai of Revenue Chen Ke and the official standing beside him. He continued, "Of course, it is possible that the sulfur mines are located in hard-to-find places. However, the most important use of sulfur is to manufacture gunpowder. For national defense, it is the most critical material." Song Bai decisively raised his finger to point out the issue to everyone present. If we keep depending on imports forever, it could become a major problem in the future. His firm assertion seemed to awaken everyone present at the council meeting today. They looked at Song Bai in startlement. Song Shu excitedly leaned forward, smiling encouragingly at his son. "That's right, you are correct, Crown Prince. We must research this further." A high official also understood the importance Song Bai mentioned. He quickly responded, "We must instruct the miners to focus on searching for sulfur during the mining process."
Receiving the support, Song Bai thought to himself, just as he expected, mentioning national defense made everything go much more smoothly. Just like that, talented miners from the 8 provinces of the Song dynasty gathered in Hanyang. They felt revitalized as they finally had a place to showcase their talents. The eyes of the miners lit up like the laser beams of Ultraman from modern times that kids often watch. Everyone was brimming with high spirits, holding shovels and axes as they headed to the mines. Song Shu even established an organization called the Department of Resources under the Ministry of Works to manage them, and the palace added a dedicated area for these specialized tasks. Zhangji handed a scroll to the miners and instructed, "Your job is to travel throughout the Song dynasty to find the minerals listed in here. As long as you search carefully, you will be greatly rewarded, so remember to do a good job." The miners lined up horizontally, standing solemnly before him. In their hands were axes to serve the mining work. They responded in unison, "We will do our best." Suddenly, at this moment, the king arrived at the place where the miners were receiving orders. "His Highness has arrived." Following the king was a procession of servants. Eunuchs followed closely, holding a solemn red parasol to shade the king from the sun. Seeing this scene, the miners were quite nervous. They simultaneously knelt down, clasped their hands, and bowed to pay respects to the king. "We commoners greet your highness." Song Shu stopped in front of them, smiling kindly. He gently instructed, "The work you are about to do is very important. The prosperity of our country depends on the results of this work. Therefore, I hope you will do your best." The miners responded in unison, "We will do our best." Zhangji interrupted once again, handed the scroll to the miners. "Look over this list carefully, see if there are any omissions." They bowed their heads to receive the order. "Yes, sir." A representative miner opened the scroll to look and read aloud. "Let's see. Gold, silver, copper, coal.
What is that? A person standing next to him heard that, looked at the scroll, and spoke up. I've heard of that thing before. It's a type of black rock lumps, very flammable. The other person wondered. Rock that catches fire? Sounds strange, doesn't it? He continued reading down the other names. Sulfur? Does our Song dynasty have that? At this moment, his hand opened the scroll to the very end. In the corner, a few separately written lines appeared. Curious, he unrolled the scroll a bit further. There are more words in the corner here. The person behind looked in and asked curiously, "What is it?" Written way off in the corner, the person holding the scroll read clearly the words written there. Report back immediately if the following mineral is found, a type of shiny black stone, looking like obsidian but more fragile. The writer had also carefully drawn an illustration, a pitch black stone lying neatly beside its name. Its name is graphite. The scene shifts back to the magnificent royal palace. Right by the palace wall was a cart carrying 4 sacks filled with raw materials. Song Bai and the attending eunuch stood with hands clasped before that precious cart. He looked happily at these finished products and said, "Excellent, they really did a great job. So now we have all the essential materials." The eunuch spoke up to announce, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, there is news that the envoys to the Ming dynasty have returned." Hearing this, Song Bai turned to look, his face showing excitement. They are finally back. At the court session, the king sat majestically on the dragon chair looking down. 2 rows of civil and military officials in neat court attire stood straight on both sides. The historian was recording every word of the assembly. These are the gifts presented this time.
Minister of Revenue Chen Ke and Deng Di were the ones standing closest to the tribute. They looked at the item presented this time with quite some surprise. Song Shu touched his chin in confusion, staring intently, wondering what it was. After a long while, he finally spoke up and asked, "What is this map about?" On the table was a map depicting a place that the king could not yet decipher. The emperor tilted his head in confusion and asked, "What is this mess of books and maps?"
Song Bai quickly spoke up to explain, "Your son requested the chief envoy to bring it back. It is essential for governing the country." The map with noted locations was spread out on the table. Records and maps of the great exploration of Shanghai. Minister of Revenue Chen Ke stepped forward to report. This subject has also heard of a person named Shanghai. He was a eunuch under the reign of Ming Chengzu. It is said that he led an expedition fleet to explore distant seas under the orders of Ming Chengzu. Song Bai recalled that Shanghai, a eunuch of the Ming dynasty, is highly honored by modern Chinese people. It is said he even reached what are now Southeast Asia and Africa. Song Shu suddenly remembered and he spoke up. "I have also heard of him, but I still do not understand. What do records of those voyages have to do with managing the country?" Song Bai opened the map and presented it, speaking excitedly. "Imperial Father, please look at this map. This item is worth 1,000 gold. But it seems no one at this time understood the true value of the map in his hands. Everyone looked at the young crown prince with heads full of question marks. His face darkened, feeling a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. After thinking for a moment, Song Bai spoke up. "Do you all remember the issue of importing buffalo horns?" The officials were startled and bewildered. "Buffalo horns?" Song Bai continued. "That is a necessary material for crafting bows. The Song family lacks this, so we must import it from the Ming dynasty." Song Bai visualized a buffalo with 2 large, long, and strong horns that would yield large buffalo horns from which bows and arrows could be crafted. "But they only provide this when we go to pay tribute. That is too troublesome, isn't it?" Song Bai posed a question to everyone present at the court session. He continued to speak eloquently. "Is the Ming dynasty the only one with buffaloes? I heard that Dai Viet and Siam also have many buffaloes, yet we do not trade with them at all. The reason is very simple. Song Bai mentioned 2 other countries on the map that could provide buffalo horns, but with whom they had never interacted. That is because we do not know the way there, is that correct?"
He asked a tough question with a resolute attitude. Song Bai's question was not only an issue no one had thought of, but also a reminder for the court officials present. They were startled to realize something through his analysis. Song Bai continued to assert eloquently, "However, thanks to this map, we will know how to reach other countries. Once we do that, our Song dynasty will be able to trade with them without having to spend on unnecessary things." Song Shu placed his hand under his chin, smirking. "Oh!" He gave a thumbs up to praise Song Bai. "Awesome!" Deng Di was bewildered, not understanding what the king's thumbs-up gesture meant. He looked over and asked, "Your Highness, what does that mean?" Song Bai looked at his father's sudden action, his face darkening as he wanted to laugh but tried to hold it back, not daring to burst out laughing. The king happily shared, "It means you are the best. The crown prince just told me not long ago." But he quickly regained his serious demeanor. "However, Crown Prince, I am still wondering about one thing. The Ming dynasty cannot simply give us such important information for free. What trick did you pull?" he asked his mischievous son, causing Song Bai to startle and sweat. Song Bai recalled the scene of the envoy delegation arriving at the Ming dynasty and having an audience with the Ming emperor. The Ming emperor, wearing a dazzling yellow dragon robe, sat high above and spoke a few polite words. "Coming all this way, you must have had a hard journey." The envoy delegation respectfully replied, "Your Majesty is wise." The Ming emperor looked at the cage holding a majestic falcon and praised it repeatedly. "Your tribute is very precious, just as Zhen thought."
The hawk from the Song dynasty is indeed elegant. The 3rd emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Yongle. Since you brought such a precious hawk, the Ming dynasty must return the favor. What does the Song dynasty want? The envoy bowed his head cautiously and stated his country's wish. Our country desires sulfur and copper.
Emperor Yongle quickly and happily agreed, issuing an order. Grand Secretariat, discuss with the envoy and grant them an appropriate amount. The subjects obeyed immediately. Your Majesty's command is obeyed. Then the Ming Emperor asked again, is there anything else? The envoy of the Song dynasty bowed his head, hesitating to speak. After a long moment of consideration, he implored earnestly, Your Majesty, please forgive me, but we also hope Your Majesty will grant us a record of eunuch Zhang Hei's explorations. The request surprised Emperor Yongle quite a bit. He raised his eyebrows. Records of Zhang Hei's explorations? What does the Song dynasty want those for? The envoy's face darkened as he stammered. This is... Suddenly he looked up, eyes wide, staring at the Ming Emperor. The three envoys displayed faces full of eager anticipation. The three of them chimed in one after another, saying that the Song dynasty was merely a tiny country situated in a desolate corner of a vast world. Therefore, we truly do not know how large the world is. Thanks to Your Majesty's grace, our tiny country has only now learned that there are so many nations in this world. For that alone, we are already deeply grateful to Your Majesty. However, we heard that the eunuch was ordered by Your Majesty to spread Your Majesty's greatness throughout the world. Emperor Yongle seemed quite pleased with these flattering words. He smiled and nodded, enjoying them. The three envoys of the Song dynasty continued to prattle on. Our tiny country has only just realized how vast this world is. However, for a long time, the Song dynasty has been isolated and unable to fully understand the greatness of this world. Therefore, we wish to witness the greatness of the Ming dynasty. We pray Your Majesty to grant us a record.
The three of them spoke incessantly, causing the high officials of the Ming dynasty to have dark expressions. Looking at the three chattering non-stop, they appeared annoyed. The envoys kept chirping away. We really hope Your Majesty allows us to witness Your Majesty's greatness. Songbai said calmly, that is how it was. What Songbai recounted made Songshu quite stunned. He had to exclaim, the envoys truly worked hard. Then he rested his chin on his hand in thought. But I'm still curious. No matter how we pleaded, for them to bestow such a precious item upon us, could it be that they have some conspiracy? The king's question also made the court officials pay attention to the record. A high official discovered something. Huh? Saying that, he approached the table displaying the map and recorded documents. Your Highness, this record seems a bit strange. The king, not understanding, spoke up. What do you mean? That official picked up the record on the table and said in astonishment, this record is not a copy, but the original. These words, once spoken, caused panic among all the court officials. The original record? Did they make a mistake? Chief Censor Kim Jung looked over in wide-eyed surprise. Will this not become a problem later? That high official carefully turned each page of the record book.
How could this be the original? As he was flipping through the pages, something suddenly fell out of that record book, startling him. Huh? He picked the object up. It was a letter. He quickly reported, Your Highness, there is a letter inside here. Songshu reached out his hand towards him. Give it here for me to see. Standing below, holding the letter with both hands, the man was inexplicably trembling, looking anxious. Songshu received the letter, quickly opened it, and began reading what was written on it. He stroked his chin in confusion and furrowed his brows. Good heavens, I truly cannot understand this anymore. Songbai, standing below, finally spoke up. Imperial Father, may your son read it? The king immediately gave the order. Head eunuch, show it to the crown prince. The head eunuch received the letter from the king's hand and carefully presented it to him. Songbai began to attentively read the contents of the letter. This document was delivered through official channels, so the Song family did not need to suspect or inquire about it. Upon finishing, Songbai's face lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, could it be? He imagined the attitude of Ming Changsu, very generously shoving the letter and the map into the hands of Songshu, who stood stiffly due to receiving such an unexpected favor. Here, take it, just take it, don't say anything, just take it. It seemed that even Songbai found it a bit hard to believe, but that was exactly the vibe. Songbai bowed and reported, Imperial Father. His action and words attracted the king's attention. He turned to look at Songbai. The boy continued, It seems that the Ming dynasty wants to dump this on us.
This conclusion from Songbai made Songshu feel incredulous. What? You mean? Songbai's memories drifted back to his past life. On the board, the teacher used white chalk to write on the green chalkboard, Ming Changzu. He slowly asked a question. Do you know why the Ming Emperor sent Zhang Hei on expeditions? Teacher Ming turned his head, looking down at the class with a stern expression. To understand this, we must first talk about how Ming Changzu ascended the throne. Ming Changzu took the throne through a coup. Because of this, he lacked the solid foundation. Therefore, he needed to achieve some political accomplishments to show off to the people. This great expedition was also one of the ways for him to gain such achievements. Thus, the question is, why did no one repeat Zhang Hei's great expedition in the 15th century?
If they had, the famous Age of Discovery might have appeared in Asia instead of Europe. That is because their foreign trade policy was not real trade, but a tribute system. Under this mechanism, those who offered tribute had to be rewarded with something in return. However, the tribute system with distant countries was not profitable. Ming Changzhu had quite a headache due to the difficulties encountered with this form. The calculation results were not what we thought. Why? Because when they sent ships out to sea and returned,
they would have to reward those who contributed and repaired the ships. If a ship encountered a storm and sank, they would even have to build a new one. This cost a considerable amount of money. A typical example is that officials contributing to the expedition received heavy rewards. There were also additional costs and manpower required for repairing ships when they were damaged. Therefore, after Ming Chengzhu passed away, all records of the expeditions were wiped clean to prevent future emperors from reading them and repeating this mistake. Little Songbai was seriously recounting what he had accumulated from teacher Ming's lectures in the history classes of his previous life. Thus, for the Ming dynasty emperors, these records were nothing but a hot potato. Song Shu fell into thought again. You are right, going on expeditions is very expensive. High official Dong Di spoke up and asked, but your highness, if it is so expensive, shouldn't we avoid it as well? Songbai calmly replied, it's all right, the Ming dynasty is different from us. The king leaned in to listen attentively. Different how? Songbai smiled confidently. Different in the foreign trade mechanism. If the Ming dynasty used the tribute system and returned gifts, then we will apply bilateral trade. Songbai offered a solution to the situation. Song Shu heard a new term again, and he was surprised. Trade? The court officials were equally astonished. Bilateral? Songbai's face beamed. Instead of doing as the Ming dynasty did, we can develop bilateral trade.
The whispering of the court officials rose again. Bilateral trade, what is that? Songbai continued to look at his royal father and explained, it is the opposite of the trade mechanism of the Ming dynasty, which is tribute and return gifts. We can organize the trading of essential goods from each country. Song Shu requested, be more specific. He quickly continued, yes, your majesty. First, generally speaking, we will act based on commercial principles. The imperial court will handle transportation and ensure the safety of merchants. In return, we will collect taxes to ensure the trade yields profit. If we do this, we can import many essential items for the people's livelihood at a low price, and the imperial court can control prices since we are the exclusive supplier. Song Shu listened intently to every word he said. The Minister of Revenue raised his doubt. Essential items for the people's livelihood? Do foreign countries even have such things? Most high-quality products are already produced by our Song dynasty. Songbai calmly looked at the officials in the court and asked, my lords, do you know of pepper? Minister of Revenue Chen Ko was startled and looked at Songbai. Pepper? Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he let out a soft cry. They started whispering again. Pepper, I forgot about the pepper matter. Pepper, that's right. Songbai smiled as he watched them discuss. He remembered how he used to cry bitterly when having to eat bland food. These people didn't know how boring food was without pepper. We can only buy very little pepper from Arab merchants, so this item is extremely expensive. A high official spoke up to object. But do we really have to import from abroad? If there is any problem, it is very likely that the people will spend lavishly, causing the country's wealth to drain outwards. Songbai had anticipated the scenario. He quickly retorted, of course, that risk exists.
But if we blindly block the flow of money out, smuggling might increase, and when that happens, the people will have to spend more money to purchase goods. Along with that, corruption will also spread, because more and more people will bribe officials to conceal smuggling. That high official seemed to understand. It was indeed true. Songbai continued to persuade everyone. The wealthier our Song dynasty becomes, the more the people's lives will develop. Striving for better things is a natural instinct of mankind, don't you gentlemen agree? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice of approval from a high official rang out in the palace. I agree. Hearing someone standing on his side, Songbai turned to look in that direction. If so, he stepped forward a bit and asked Minister of Revenue Chen Ke, Lord Minister of Revenue, where are the other things I requested, besides that stack of hides? The old man tilted his head, looking at the young crown prince, and replied, they are in the warehouse. Songbai, hearing the answer, immediately turned to ask his imperial father's opinion. Imperial father, can your son bring these things into the Eastern Palace? The king immediately agreed. I allow it. The Minister of Revenue reminded, there are still 20 chests like this. The old man had people carry the chest away.
Songbai's eyes went wide with excitement. Is that so? He happily tried opening a chest to look inside. Zhang Ji, standing behind, also craned his neck to see inside the chest. He said nonchalantly, there is more than I thought. The king spoke up asking, what is that? Songbai turned back. This is the first thing we should sell, sugar. Inside the chest was filled with fine, amber-brown powder. The king asked, cane sugar? In the Song dynasty, sugar was a precious cooking ingredient. Songbai remembered that history lesson. On the table were a cup of coffee and a bar of dark chocolate. Teacher Ming brought the coffee cup to his mouth and continued his lecture, stating that because cultivating sugarcane was difficult, sugar was very expensive and considered a luxury item.
He continued to drone on with his lecture, without paying attention to the sky-shaking complaints of the students sitting below. "Teacher, it's lunch break now." A certain high official looked at the chest on the ground in astonishment. "Sugar."
Such expensive items, Dengzi frowned and complained. Yet the Crown Prince still has 20 chests left. Song Shu also glanced over, speaking up with slight awkwardness to remind him, "Crown Prince, even if you are the Crown Prince, living extravagantly like this is—" Song Bai immediately laughed out loud from below. He quickly moved to prove his innocence, glancing to the right. "Lord Minister of Revenue, the list of goods records the purchase price, correct?" The Minister of Revenue immediately replied, "Yes." Hearing the old man's answer, Song Bai asked further, "How much did it cost?" The Minister of Revenue took out a notebook, opened to that section and quickly searched. "Let me see. Sugar. Huh?" The old man read aloud, 20 taels of pure silver. The number just read out made all the officials wide-eyed with astonishment, looking at the old man as if to verify the number once more. Song Shu also could not believe his ears. He quickly asked again, "Is there any mistake?" The question continued to be posed to the old man there. "Minister of Revenue, how much sugar was bought in total?" The old man was a bit confused and quickly summed up the amount of sugar purchased. 200 caddies. All screamed in unison. "What?" Grand Supervisor Kim Jong exclaimed in shock. "In the market, that amount of money isn't even enough to buy a pinch of sugar." Dengzi also felt it was truly incomprehensible. How can that be? Teacher Ming's words surfaced in Song Bai's mind. "But do you know?"
If we examine the records of the Song dynasty more closely, we will see how seriously closed off the Song dynasty was. The people of the Song were completely unaware that the Ming dynasty had begun mass-producing sugar by then. The Ming dynasty had vast fields, stretching endlessly, cultivating sugarcane to press for sugar. They produced so much that sugar was even considered a secondary commodity. Song Bai applied knowledge from his previous life to seize the opportunity. He gently said, "So your son was able to buy sugar at such a cheap price." Song Bai's vast amount of knowledge astonished everyone, causing them to sigh in admiration. Song Shu happily gave a thumbs up, continuously praising this young but talented crown prince of his. "I am truly proud of you. You are so knowledgeable. You are indeed my crown prince." But at this moment, the Minister of Works glanced at the emperor with an unhappy expression. He began to look seriously at Song Bai and spoke up to retort. "Please forgive me, Your Highness, but this subject opposes this matter. We already have honey and grain syrup to substitute for sugar. Therefore, this subject believes we do not need to depend on foreign products."
Minister of Works, your idea is wrong. Honey is very hard to find. Moreover, grain syrup is made from grains, so it depends heavily on the annual harvest yield. Instead, wouldn't relying on foreign products be better? He continued to give reasons to make his point more convincing, questioning why choose the hard path when there is an easier one. The two exchanged loving, fiery glances, as if they wanted to rush into a brawl to argue whose point was more correct. The Minister of Works did not resign himself to weakness either. This is not a matter of difficult or easy. If we continue to import, the Song dynasty will become dependent on foreign countries. Even so, are we just supposed to sit and watch smuggling run rampant? The two exchanged words right in front of Song Bai and the emperor. Song Bai silently listened to them argue. He was neither impatient nor in a hurry when his opinion was rejected by others. Waiting for the two to stop, he calmly asked, "I want to ask, have any of you ministers ever tasted cane sugar?" Chief Censor Kim Jong looked at Song Bai in confusion and asked back, "Pardon?" The high officials took turns saying in embarrassment, "I tried it once." One coughed lightly. "I ate it once after passing the exam." Another high official scratched his head, looking at Song Bai awkwardly. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive me. I have never tasted it." Song Bai sighed and then drooped despondently. "Our Song dynasty is quite poor, isn't it?"
He only muttered this to himself, but Song Shu seemed to hear it faintly, so he leaned forward, slightly piqued, and asked him, "What did you just say?" He quickly changed the subject. "Your son didn't say anything." Song Bai regained his serious composure, turning towards the king's throne. "Your son has a proposal. I hope Imperial Father accepts it." The king did not rush to give him an answer, but asked back, "What is it?" Song Bai continued to report, "We have just purchased a very large amount of sugar." He happily presented his proposal. "Why don't we share a bit with the ministers here and use it as a reward for the palace servants?" The high officials heard this and looked blankly at the small crown prince. As a reward? Is the crown prince talking about sugar? Song Bai smiled as brightly as the sun. "That is correct. I believe that recognizing the efforts of those who always put the nation first and dedicate themselves fully is very important." And just like that, using sugar as a reward was approved. The high officials were responsible for distributing sugar as rewards to the palace servants and eunuchs. Therefore, the palace servants and the ministers started being rewarded with sugar. The Minister of Works returned home, placed the packet of sugar on the table, and sat pensive,
looking at the open packet, wondering what he was thinking. Not long after, all the ministers agreed to sell back that sugar. A few days later, Song Shu was enjoying long, ivory-white cakes with great satisfaction. At this moment, a palace servant announced, "The crown prince has arrived." Song Bai quickly scurried into the hall, approaching the king. "Did Imperial Father summon your son?" The king started and turned around. "Crown Prince, you have come?" Song Bai saw the king eating sugar and shouted unhappily, "Imperial Father is eating sugar again? Your belly is getting bigger again." The emperor was slightly panicked upon being caught red-handed and tried to make an excuse. "I was planning to skip dinner." Song Bai did not let it go and continued to criticize. "What if you get diabetes?" The emperor, out of options, helplessly surrendered to his son's reminder. "Good heavens, I said I know already." While the father and son were talking, a palace servant outside reported, "Your Highness, the ministers have arrived." Song Bai glanced out the door. The emperor regained his voice. Let them in." The palace doors opened. The officials walked into the hall one by one. Song Bai turned his head to look at the people entering, bewildered. "Who are they? This is the first time I've met these people."
7 officials were summoned, and Song Bai was the 8th. The 8 of them sat upright in straight rows below. The emperor, sitting in the center on the high chair, began to speak. "All right, everyone is present. You all know that the left state councillor has just retired to his hometown, and after the previous incident, other high-ranking positions are still vacant. I have now made a decision regarding these positions. This is likely the first time the Crown Prince has met you, so introduce yourselves." Hearing this, Song Bai turned to look at the high officials in the hall. He thought to himself, could it be?
An elderly man respectfully bowed his head slightly to introduce himself to Song Bai. This subject is named Mo Li, holding the position of right state councillor. Just like that, one by one, they spoke up. A dark-skinned official with a long beard introduced himself. This subject is named Hang Feng, holding the position of left state councillor. Next was a man in a red official robe with a short, neatly trimmed mustache. This subject is named Li Xing, the chief state councillor. The 4 people with high positions had finished introducing themselves. Song Bai looked at the 4 of them in panic. This is crazy. Is this for real? They actually appeared. His face at this moment looked no different from a pervert, his mouth curving up into a smile like an incredibly cute little cat. They are here. That means... His thoughts were cut short by the emperor's words. "Minister of Works, regarding the measurement matter our country inquired about the other day." Song Shu smiled brightly, gesturing towards the high officials and speaking gently. "We will need tools more precise than what is currently being used. Tell Wen Sha to handle this matter." The Minister of Works accepted the order. "Your orders, Your Highness." Song Bai's thoughts still could not return to reality. He was still stunned by this surprise. Impossible. Is it really the Wen Sha I'm thinking of? The person I knew from history books, with a tall, majestic back? Could this be the long-awaited debut of the Song Shu Avengers team? Scene change. Song Bai was currently holding a fountain pen, busily writing something on paper. In the study of the Eastern Palace, he continued to write diligently at the table, unconcerned with anything else. Song Bai rolled up the scroll and cheered happily. Done! He took the scroll, pushed the door open, walked out, and ordered the attending eunuch. "We are going to the Royal Clothing Bureau. Hurry up!" The eunuch respectfully obeyed. "Yes, Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Song Bai was high-spirited, holding the scroll in his hand, smiling as he thought.
"I am coming to greet you right now, Lord Wen Sha." Song Bai's voice rang out in the palace that belongs solely to him. Eastern Palace? So Wen Sha is not at the Shangyi Bureau right now. The eunuch respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. He is at the water clock." Song Bai was filled with disappointment upon hearing this. Seeing this, the eunuch quickly said, "I will tell him to come to the Eastern Palace immediately." But Song Bai remained silent. He turned to leave. "Forget it. It is not appropriate to casually summon busy people back and forth. You said he is at the water clock." The eunuch stood still and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Thus, Song Bai went to the water clock alone. The small boy stood before an ancient, primitive water clock, looking even smaller. Song Bai looked up in surprise and exclaimed, "It's huge!" He stroked his chin, craning his neck to look up at the height of the water clock. So this was the water-powered timing device from the early Song dynasty, he muttered to himself. "It's even bigger than I thought." Suddenly, someone approached and spoke, causing Song Bai to startle and turn around. Wen Sha was scratching his head, looking at the paper in his hand and muttering to himself, "Like this? No, if I do it like that." Song Bai approached and asked, "Hey, are you Wen Sha?" Only hearing his voice did Wen Sha realize there was someone nearby. He turned his head to look at Song Bai. Wen Sha bowed respectfully to Song Bai. "This humble official greets the Crown Prince." Song Bai was slightly surprised by Wen Sha's form of address. Humble official? If a 5th-rank official has to call himself humble official, people will curse you. Wen Sha quickly replied, "I dare not." Song Bai stood opposite him and said, "Never mind. Just now I saw you looking at the water-powered timing device with a worried look. Is there a problem?" Wen Sha spoke sadly.
Yes, Your Highness, ordered me to create a more accurate water-powered timing device. I understand its basic structure, but calculating all these numbers is still a bit difficult. Songbai quietly listened to Wenshaw's explanation. After hearing his difficulties, he smiled confidently. I understand. He turned to look at the massive water clock in front of him, then turned back to Wenshaw and cheerfully suggested, Biozhua Wen, what if we made a smaller device? His words undeniably left Wenshaw completely confused. He bowed and reported, I thought so too, but it is impossible to make it smaller than this.
Before he could finish his sentence, Songbai presented the scroll he had brought to the man. He happily shared, so I also tried drawing a blueprint for a new clock. You specialize in this field. Why don't you take a look? Wenshaw took the scroll and opened it to examine it carefully. What? Although he didn't show much on the outside, internally Wenshaw felt this idea was crazy. What nonsense is this? Designing a clock isn't an easy task. But when he looked closely at what Songbai had handed him in the scroll, his eyes suddenly widened to their limit, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Wenshaw thought to himself, this is... On the paper was a detailed blueprint of a water-powered clock carefully drawn by Songbai. On the design, Songbai illustrated a pendulum, using the force of the pendulum instead of water power, as well as gears of various sizes placed next to each other. Wenshaw praised in his heart, this blueprint is overly convincing. He glanced at Songbai. How could such a small child come up with this? Meanwhile, the boy was eagerly awaiting feedback. What do you think? Wenshaw folded the blueprint and looked at Songbai. He curiously asked him, did the Crown Prince come up with these things yourself? Songbai clasped his hands behind his back honestly.
To be honest, 3/10 of it was Western knowledge. The rest he kept in his heart without speaking out. To be precise, 100% of it was knowledge from the 21st century. Songbai urged, what do you think? Can it be done? He cheered up significantly. I am not entirely sure, but I will try. The young man smiled with squinting eyes at him. Very good, then do it right away. Wenshaw happily returned to his favorite work. Before leaving, he did not forget to smile and say, as you command, Your Highness the Crown Prince. After running a short distance, Wenshaw suddenly stopped abruptly. I forgot. Songbai looked at him with slight confusion. He anxiously turned back to voice his refusal while also making a promise to Songbai. It probably won't be possible. I am currently under orders from His Majesty. I hope Your Highness the Crown Prince will forgive me. Once I finish that, I will make this clock immediately. Songbai seemed a bit displeased. He spoke up. Let me resolve that problem for you. Wenshaw was surprised. What? Songbai said. I will handle Imperial Father's order. You can start designing that clock right now. Wenshaw hesitated slightly. Is that really all right? I might lose my head over this. He affirmed firmly. Don't worry. He also began to guide Wenshaw towards a few options. You also said that calculating all these figures alone is very difficult. Do you know anyone good at calculations?
Two people exchanged words there. Wenshaw pondered. Calculation, huh? Then he mentioned a name. There is Lord Nanggong at the Ministry of Works and Lord Dung at the Hall of Worthies. I heard Lord Su at the Ministry of Justice also. He hadn't even finished speaking when Songbai snapped his fingers and smiled, saying, All right, I understand. He patted the hand holding Wenxia's scroll. I will resolve those problems for you. You don't need to worry anymore. Just start researching this first. Nakai, what is it? The scene shifts to the front of Songshu's palace. A servant reported, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. The Emperor spoke up. Let the Crown Prince in. Upon seeing Songbai, Songshu immediately asked, Crown Prince, what are you doing here? Inside the room, Songshu was discussing state affairs with the high officials. Songbai bowed respectfully to his royal father and reported, Your son has a proposal. Hearing Songbai mention the word proposal, the high officials broke out in a cold sweat from shock. The Crown Prince was here to propose something again. Songshu was also quite surprised, his face tense as he thought to himself, What is it this time? But outwardly, he remained strong. Of course, what is the proposal? Songbai calmly reported, I hope Imperial Father will allow your son to recruit some people. Songbai looked sincerely at Songshu, who asked back with curiosity, You want to recruit people? Songbai boldly read out the names. Your son needs to use Lord Dung Cho of the Ministry of Works, Lord Dung Di of the Hall of Worthies, and Lord Chen Quan of the Ministry of Justice.
The high officials whose names were called were startled and panicked. Us? Songbai continued to report. I also need a number of craftsmen from the military and Lord Wenshaw from the Shangyi Bureau. The Right State Councilor spoke up. Your Majesty, those people. Songshu calmly glanced at the Right State Councilor's reaction, then looked at the old man and asked, Why do you look so surprised? Is there a problem with those people? The Right State Councilor hesitated. No, Your Majesty. Then the old man slowly reported, Your Majesty, please forgive me, but all those people are important talents where they work. Without them, handling state affairs will encounter many difficulties. I am sure the task the Crown Prince wants them to do is also very important, but state affairs are even more important. Songshu turned to his son. Crown Prince, Explain what you need these people for. He frowned, then resolutely said, Your son wants to invent some things to make our Song dynasty wealthy and powerful. The emperor was surprised by Song Bai's way of speaking.
Invention? He continued cautiously. Yes, your son wants to invent some things to make the Song dynasty even wealthier and stronger. Song Bai thought of his drawings. Currently, I have dozens of finished designs in the study at the Eastern Palace, but those are just the most basic structures. Precise calculations are still needed. Therefore, I need people who are extremely good at mathematics. They are the officials holding the important positions that Imperial Father just mentioned. Song Bai continued to reinforce his words. Moreover, if these people invent these things together with me, they will become pioneers, helping the wealth and military power of the Song dynasty grow like a tiger adding wings. The thought of having the help of that great genius to bring great designs to life excited Song Bai just by thinking about it. But contrary to Song Bai's enthusiastic determination, Song Shu and the high officials looked at him with apprehension. Is that so? What in the world is the Crown Prince doing? The next day at the Eastern Palace, the three people Song Bai needed were sitting together in his hall. Deng Di greeted. Biao Tua Wen, long time no see. Wen Sha, sitting in the center, also politely greeted back. Lord Deng Di, long time no see. The three of them exchanged words. Lord Deng Di asked, The Crown Prince sent you are making a clock, is that true? Wen Sha honestly took out the scroll that Song Bai had given him.
That's right, this is the clock design that the Crown Prince drew. The man frowned briefly as he looked at Song Bai's detailed design. This appears to use a single time system to define the entire day. I also wanted to ask about this. The Song dynasty uses a different timekeeping system at night, but wouldn't this make it difficult for the commoners? At this moment, someone entered the room, having heard their concerns, and spoke up. We will make the commoners use the same timekeeping system for both day and night. That person was Song Bai. He was holding a stack of papers covered in writing, smiling happily at the three scholars. The three of them spoke in unison to greet him. We pay respects to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Song Bai continued to explain. The current method of timekeeping depends on the seasons of the year, so it is inefficient to use. For the sake of the people, isn't it better to switch from watches to a single timekeeping system? Wen Sha spoke up. That is true, but for what purpose has Your Highness summoned us? Song Bai patted the stack of papers in his hand onto the table. First of all, before anything else, he gleefully pushed the entire stack of papers in front of the three scholars. Could you please solve all these math problems?
Li Sheng and Wen Shao were quite surprised to hear that. The Minister of Works, upon being given the math problem by Song Bai, was extremely bewildered. What is this? Hearing that, he quickly explained, It's just a few simple math problems. You guys just solve them first. Holding the problem in his hands, Li Sheng was wide-eyed, unable to believe the reality. Calculate the land area? How can I? Meanwhile, Wen Sha stood to the side, extremely depressed and helpless. If only I had counting rods. A while later, Song Bai was deep in thought, pondering the results in his hands. He felt a bit speechless at the scores of the four of them. This is a bit tragic, isn't it? The highest score is only 70. Inside that little head, he was currently finding a way to solve the problem. I must commercialize Arabic numerals, and they must learn math too, but I'm too busy to teach them. Then Song Bai decided, in that case, I must find them. The scene shifts to a month later at Xizang Hall. A pendulum clock appeared in the middle of the hall. Song Shu cheered happily at this moment. Hang Feng and the Minister of Rights were equally astonished. In the center of the hall, he pointed boldly at the clock and introduced it. This is a new clock, used to replace the water-powered clock. This clock will not only be placed in the palace, but also in the 6 ministries. Just like that, everyone in the Song country will be able to tell the time. Song Shu happily approached it to take a closer look, issuing an order. That is exactly right. Minister of Works, start installing them in the palace in the 6 ministries first. Hearing this, he immediately replied, Your orders, Your Highness. Down below, Mo Li and the Minister of Personnel could not stop silently singing his praises. The Crown Prince has created another wonderful thing, truly worthy of being His Highness the Crown Prince. From now on, life will be much more convenient. However, there was a truth behind it, but that was just the beginning of a nightmare.
The scene shifts to the main hall. The Minister of Personnel and Mo Li are rushing because they are late. Oh my God, we are late. Upon arriving, they feel terrified and freeze stiff before the gloomy and silent atmosphere of Song Shu. Dead meat. The Emperor sees the two of them arriving. His mouth smiles, but his eyebrows are knitted tight as he asks, Minister of Personnel, Minister of Revenue, what time is it now exactly? Seeing this, Mo Li and the Minister of Personnel quickly cry out and admit their fault. We subjects hope Your Highness will forgive us. At the Ministry of Rights, the atmosphere is not much better. The Minister of Rights shouts angrily, Hey, are the things I mentioned not finished yet? That anger makes a small official there turn pale. That is, the official speaks up to explain. Please forgive me, sir. Grant this humble official a little more time. But the Minister of Rights continues to scold loudly. Why is it still not done? Didn't you say it would be finished by 5 p.m.? The official can only bow his head repeatedly. Please forgive me. On Zhongji's side, it is not much better. When will this report be finished? The people there, somewhat intimidated, express, "If you allow us humble officials to concentrate on working until 7 p.m. Hearing that, his rage immediately reaches its peak, and the air around Zhangji seems to burst into flames. "Just this one task? It is 7 a.m. now. Are you planning to slack off?" This rage makes the two officials immediately raise their hands in surrender and beg for mercy. "We wouldn't dare." Too exhausted, Zhangji angrily storms out, his mouth still ceasing to scold.
"You graduated from Sung Kin Kwan, yet you are so sluggish." The two standing behind could only bow their heads and admit their fault. "Please forgive us, my lord." At the tavern, the high officials were drinking to drown their sorrows, constantly cursing. "Damn it, what a god-forsaken world. Who made this strange clock? I must find him and beat him up." Their cursing pierced the blue sky, loud enough to echo outside the tavern. "That damned minister of works, I really want to resign." The scene shifts to the palace, where Song Bai is walking with his father. They walked and talked. "Thank you, Song Bai." Song Shu expressed his feelings about the imperial court these past few days.
Thanks to you, the imperial court has become much more lively, and we no longer waste time as before. However, Song Bai responded with great humility. "Imperial father praises me too much. Your son will continue to do his utmost and bring even more useful things to imperial father." Song Shu patted his son's head with great satisfaction. The two of them laughed and chatted happily. "You are too modest. I am very proud to have a son like you." Then Song Shu offered his help. "Do you need anything else to manufacture those things?" As if waiting for exactly this question, he smiled so sinisterly that even Song Shu standing next to him broke into a cold sweat. He spoke up. "To be honest, your son really needs one thing." Hearing this, Song Shu replied, "Is that so? Tell me about it." He then stated his request. "It is not anything big. Your son just needs—" The young lad, with big, glittering round eyes, looked straight at his father to beg, looking just like a cute kitten pleading. Just a small, independent hall. Song Shu seemed unable to believe what his son had just said. He was so surprised he nearly fell backward. "A separate hall?" Song Bai immediately explained to defuse the situation. "Your son needs a place to focus on research." He wept bitterly, looking incredibly pitiful. While crying, he expressed, "When making the clock, your son encountered quite a few difficulties due to the lack of suitable space. The table was full of component drawings, to the point that for every meal, your son had to sit on the floor." The reasons sounded reasonable, but Song Shu still hesitated. "But an entire private hall is a bed—" At this point, Song Bai used his final move. He wailed loudly, appearing extremely pathetic, accompanied by a legitimate reason. "If I had a private hall, your son could have created even more things already." Seeing this, Song Shu appeared flustered and relented. "I understand, but this matter cannot be decided in haste. Let me discuss it with the ministers first, and then I will answer you." 5 days passed, and the Song Dynasty Institute of Science and Technology was born. Deng Di and Wen Sha were surprised by what appeared before their eyes. One asked and the other answered, but both were very skeptical of the scene before them. "Where is this? I heard it is a ministry of the imperial court. It's this tiny?" Seeing such a small and dilapidated place, Song Bai could not hold back his tears either. He determinedly said, "A small start."
"But the result will be truly great. I will ensure that no one dares to look down on us." They still harbored doubts and asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, what exactly are we here for?" Immediately regaining his spirit, he smiled and invited them in. "Great question. Please go in first." He opened the drawing and began to introduce the organizational chart of the Science Institute. Standing before the 4 high officials, Song Bai still spoke clearly and confidently. "This is the organizational chart for the Beast. My mistake, for our research institute. This will be where we conduct technical research to help the Song Dynasty become wealthier and stronger. First, I will be the institute director. Next, under me, there will be 2 branches," he explained. The first will be the Basic Science and Technical Research Branch, responsible for research, or called the Basic Branch for short. The second branch is the Applied Science and Technical Research Branch, responsible for applying research results into practice, called the Applied Branch for short. Hearing this, all 4 people looked surprised and attentive. Then Song Bai assigned tasks. Lord Deng Di and the Minister of Works belong to the Basic Branch.
As for Lord Li Bai, he belongs to the Applied Research Division. Biojua Zheng will manage the Bureau of Military Supplies and craftsmen from other ministries to manufacture the necessary items for research. Then it was their turn to ask questions. "We understand, but what exactly will we be doing?" He immediately replied, "I will explain right now. The Basic Research Division will use arithmetic to research fields such as metallurgy, chemistry, and architecture. The job of the Applied Research Division is to elevate those research results to a new level based on the findings of the Basic Research Division and existing knowledge." Hearing this, Wen Sha could not help but be surprised. Metallurgy and architecture are also considered fields of study? He calmly explained, "Of course, only when we clearly understand the theory can we come up with more diverse ideas." Wen Sha responded, "I understand." Next, Songbai instructed with satisfaction, "If you know any officials around who are good at arithmetic, you must drag them into the institute." He emphasized carefully, "If that's not enough, you can even bring in Muslims." Dung Di was surprised to hear this. What? He thought back, aren't Muslims all merchants from Saracen? The doubt was so great that Dung Di spoke up to ask, "I beg your highness the crown prince's pardon, but if we use Muslims, the ministers will certainly object." Then he explained gently, "That is essential for the research that the Basic Research Division is about to undertake. If anyone objects, just mention my name."
It is said that Muslims came to the Korean peninsula since the Silla period. Trade with them began in the Silla dynasty and extended through both the Qin and Song dynasties. They are very good at arithmetic, so they will certainly be useful. Li Bai, standing nearby, also spoke up to ask, "Does the applied branch have to wait until that research is finished?" But Songbai did not answer immediately, only saying, "My lord." Then he made a request, "Step out here with me for a moment." The two of them went to another place. As they walked, Songbai thought, he is a military official from the Ministry of War. Such a person needs to... Upon arriving, he began to express, "We will..." Songbai then pulled out an object resembling a cannon and made a decision. Improve the cannon together. Seeing the object before his eyes and hearing Songbai's words, Li Bai froze like a statue. What? Seeing his reaction, Songbai secretly gloated, thinking, for a soldier, what offer could be sweeter than this? As predicted, he agreed. Your subject will get it done at any cost. However, he did not assign the task immediately. Very good, but first, Songbai stated the problem at hand directly, which was finding someone who knew how to manufacture firearms. We need to find someone who understands guns well. Do you know anyone good at this? Hearing that, Li Bai hesitated. Then he recounted. General Lin Mo, he is the supervisor of the Bureau of Military Supplies.
He asked again, "General Lin Mo?" The man replied, "He is the son of General Choi Su-seon, a former official of the previous dynasty. Currently, he must be working at the Ministry of War." Knowing who he needed to find, he happily proposed. "Then let's go straight to the Ministry of War." Li Bai quickly followed. "Yes, Your Highness." At the Ministry of War, a high official stood before Songbai and asked, "Does the Crown Prince wish to see me?" It turned out he was a former military man, a firearms expert, and the supervisor of the Bureau of Military Supplies, Lin Mo. Seeing his dignified appearance, Songbai couldn't help but secretly admire him. He really has an imposing aura. Then he greeted him. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I have finally come to know of you." However, Lin Mo did not greet him back, but appeared very angry, to the point where his eyebrows knit together. Seeing this, Songbai froze and turned pale. I was already scared, but immediately after, Lin Mo smiled broadly and replied loudly, "Thank you, Your Highness," he expressed. "Meeting the Crown Prince is my honor."
"For what matter has Your Highness the Crown Prince come to the Ministry of War?" Songbai was still on cooldown after being hit by Diao Chan's second skill, so he tilted his head and replied, "Sit down first, then we will talk." After settling into their seats, Songbai began to speak. "Lord Li Bai, General Lin Mo, would you two like to invent something with me?" However, they did not yet understand his intention and asked back, "Huh? What does Your Highness mean?" He quickly explained, "Specifically, I want to improve weapons for the Song Dynasty army." They asked for clarification. "Weapons?" He continued to explain calmly, "That is right. We cannot compare with the Ming Dynasty's army, and regarding close combat, Japan also defeats us, surpassing us. Do you find this to be true?" Because Songbai spoke too correctly, Lin Mo could not argue. "It is indeed so." He continued, "Furthermore, our financial situation is too dire, and we cannot conscript more soldiers. So to solve this problem, Songbai seriously proposed a solution.
I believe we must first improve the quality of weapons and only then slowly conscript more troops." Li Bai and Lin Mo gaped in astonishment, speechless. Then they negotiated. "We hope Your Highness the Crown Prince will forgive us, but the quality of the Song Dynasty's spears and swords is already very good." But Songbai remained firm. "I know, but weapons do not consist only of spears and swords." Then Songbai revealed what he had been nurturing for so long. "The weapon I am talking about is a weapon that uses gunpowder." Lin Bao could not hide his surprise, but still pointed out a loophole in his plan. "Does Your Highness mean guns and cannons? Is there a way to improve those things?" Songbai hesitated slightly. That hesitation was not because he didn't know the answer, but because he was busy smiling sinisterly to himself. Witnessing that scene gave the two high officials goosebumps. What is up with a 10-year-old child having an expression like that? But very quickly Songbai spoke again. "When I have a concrete plan, I will speak in more detail. Before that, I want to know the effectiveness of the Song Dynasty's guns and cannons first." He made a request. "Can we organize a military drill?" But it seemed that was not within their control. A military drill? That requires permission from His Majesty.
But Songbai was not discouraged and replied cheerfully, "All right, I will go ask Imperial Father." Song Shu appeared very surprised after hearing him recount the matter. "What? A military drill? Is it necessary? If you just want to watch for fun, I won't agree." But Songbai quickly explained, "It's not just for fun, Imperial Father. If we want to strengthen national defense, improving firearms is very necessary. However, your son has never observed firearms clearly and in detail." Song Shu seemed to have been convinced by Songbai's words. He finally agreed. "All right, Minister of War, organize a demonstration of guns and cannons. As you command, Your Majesty." And he even suggested a few more interesting things. No, by the way, we can expand the scale of the drill, include cavalry and other branches of the army, and also many different types of guns and cannons.
Songbai was very excited about this idea and smiled brightly, responding, "That would be even better. It seems I won't be able to go home early today." At the request of the Crown Prince, 10 days later, the firearms demonstration was held. Inside the drilling grounds, Song Shu boldly declared, "I also want to take this opportunity to re-evaluate the state of the Song dynasty's army. I hope you will all do your utmost." Hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, "At your command, Your Highness." The soldiers then rode their horses out to the field. Everyone was very serious about carrying out this drill. Up on the platform, Songbai was observing. "The cavalry and archers are starting things off," he remarked. "However, those spears are shorter than the ones I remember." Just then, down on the field, the commander gave the order, "Fire." The archers simultaneously loosed sharp arrows, and every single one hit the wooden targets. Not a single shot missed. Immediately after was a magnificent cavalry display. "Charge!" A soldier, riding while holding a short spear, quickly rushed forward and stabbed deeply and accurately into a wooden statue. Seeing this scene, Songbai couldn't help but be surprised. Why did they rein in the horses? Isn't that wasting the momentum they spent so much effort building up? The cavalry's duty is to pierce through the enemy's first line of defense, isn't it? He could only silently sigh. "Oh, what a long road I have to travel." Beside him, the commander continued shouting orders.
Next, the steady footsteps of a soldier appeared. It turned out to be Lin Mo, and his performance was a demonstration of guns and cannons. Songbai was on the platform, looking at Lin Mo with admiration and full of anticipation. "It has finally arrived. Hurry up and start. Why does the back of my neck feel so burning hot?" The cannons began to be brought out, all aimed towards the river ahead. Along with that came the introduction of each type of cannon. The largest cannon was the sky cannon.
Next is the ground cannon. Finally, on the outermost side is the mysterious hand cannon, improved from the sky cannon. Not long after, the next order rang out, "Fire!" Immediately, the cannon fired shells with terrifying destructive power. Massive explosions appeared at the impact site, sending soil and rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this magnificent scene, Song Shu clicked his tongue in praise. "The firepower is so strong. How far was that?" The commander immediately replied, "About 1,300 paces." Then Song Shu turned to his son sitting beside him and asked excitedly, "Wonderful, Crown Prince, what do you think?" But he seemed inattentive, forcing him to call out a second time, "Crown Prince." Only then did Songbai startled and responded, "Yes." He quickly answered Song Shu, "Ah, your son finds it very impressive. It is all thanks to the generals and elite soldiers." Hearing this, the commander bowed in gratitude. "The Crown Prince praises us too much." Then Songbai called out, "Imperial Father." He timidly pleaded, "Can your son speak with the artillery soldiers for a moment? Your son wants to confirm a few things." Hearing his son's request, Song Shu froze stiff once again. Good heavens, what is this brat up to now? Finally, the request was granted, and he was led to the two cannon makers. Seeing him approach, they bowed. "Greetings, Crown Prince." Songbai quickly expressed, "Please."
"Thanks to your efforts, this country is at peace. Thank you all." They humbly replied, "The Crown Prince praises us too much." But Songbai looked surprised. "Huh?" He realized something. "I thought about this earlier too, but why is everyone's armor different?" Then Songbai quickly asked, "Did you prepare your own armor?" The two replied in unison, "That is correct." Hearing that answer, Songbai was speechless. No wonder everyone's armor was different. There was a reason. He thought to himself, "I heard that during the Song dynasty, soldiers had to prepare their own armor, so this is only natural. I'll deal with the armor later. First, I need to." Then he asked aloud, "Are all the cannons and hand cannons here?" They replied, "Yes, they are." At the armory, the hand cannons were laid out neatly. Songbai looked at these weapons with great satisfaction. He was extremely delighted. "Who knew I would see these with my own eyes? The color is so beautiful." Lin Mo stood by his side, not understanding what Songbai was saying. He just stood there silently, bewildered. What is he saying? Meanwhile, Songbai happily touched the cannons. "I've only ever seen Song dynasty cannons in museums."
Just as I thought, the quality is excellent. It looks even cooler than the ones I have seen before. Suddenly he stopped and stared into the cannon barrel. Songbai realized that in this era, they were still using smoothbore cannons. That makes sense. It will be quite a long time before rifled cannons become popular.
Then he turned to look at the remaining cannons, specifically the standard hand cannons. Immediately after, he asked, "General, how is the penetration of the hand cannon?" Lin Mo asked back, "Penetration?" Songbai replied, "The Jurchen army wears armor, right?" Lin Mo then listed the types of armor. There are many different levels, but they all wear leather armor or light armor. Songbai spotted a vulnerability and quickly asked, "If they are wearing light armor and get hit by this hand cannon, what would happen?"
Lin Mo replied honestly, "I haven't witnessed it with my own eyes, but according to reports from the north, a Jurchen was once killed at a distance of 40 paces. After gathering enough necessary data, he returned. I understand. I've seen it all. Let's go back." Lin Mo immediately followed. "Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince." He took each step forward, but with every step he was filled with anxious thoughts. This is troublesome. Songbai pondered. It was very difficult to pinpoint this specific problem. Where should I start? Returning to the drilling ground, Song Shu was praising the soldiers. "You have done well." Then he also rewarded them. "I have prepared food and drinks. You may eat and drink to your heart's content." Hearing those words, the exhausted soldiers suddenly became energized. "Wonderful. Long live Your Highness." Amidst those cheers of gratitude was a contemplative Songbai. "Thank you, Your Highness." Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and blurted out, "This won't do. I'm too curious. I can't take it anymore." He spoke to the two cannon makers, artillerymen, hand cannons. Hearing this, they turned around to receive the order. "Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince." But they only saw Songbai smiling slyly as he made a request. "Follow me for a moment. I have something to ask you to." That smile gave them an ominous feeling. "Us?" Thus, they returned to the weapon storage area. Songbai also seemed quite apologetic for this request. "I apologize for delaying you from the feast." Hearing this, the two cannon makers could only panic and quickly wave their hands. No, Your Highness the Crown Prince need not worry about that. We are fine." But it turned out Songbai was only feigning politeness. He quickly smiled and got straight to the point.
"Is that so? Then I will just ask freely." Hearing that, they had no other choice. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please go ahead and ask." Songbai started asking questions. First, when using this type of hand cannon, do you find anything inconvenient? They pondered. "Inconvenient?" Songbai clarified. "I mean, do you feel uncomfortable, or are there any difficulties? Just speak freely." The two of them paused for a moment, then expressed their feelings. "There is nothing uncomfortable per se, but there are indeed difficulties." Songbai wondered, "Huh? What are they?" They recounted. Most hand cannons must be attached to a pole when used, but even the strongest artillerymen find it very hard to fire more than 2 shots. One of them continued to explain. Range and accuracy are also issues. If the target is close, accuracy is high, but the further the target, the harder it is to shoot accurately. Hearing this, Songbai wanted to try it himself. "Can I hold it?" They respectfully handed him a hand cannon. Immediately, Songbai almost fell forward due to its weight. The center of gravity leaned forward too much.
But is it simply because the weight is too great? He immediately asked, "How much does this hand cannon weigh?" Lin Mo replied, 3 caddies and 8 tails. Songbai continued, "What about the length?" Lin Mo answered, "Each one is different, but they must be at least 4 chi long." Songbai asked further, "Every single one has a different length?" Lin Mo suddenly hesitated. "That is..." Then he replied, "Depending on the type of ruler used, there will be some slight discrepancies." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. "What? Isn't that equivalent to having rulers of different lengths in modern times?" Songbai immediately asked back, "Before manufacturing, wasn't the measurement system standardized?" At this, Lin Mo could only smile awkwardly. "Those are all tributes." Songbai looked at the sword and thought, "It seems the problem lies not in the center of gravity of the cannon, or perhaps it is because..." He asked aloud, "How much gunpowder does this hand cannon use?" Lin Mo thought back. "About..." Then he replied, 1 tael. He was startled out of his wits. "What?" His surprise also shocked the eunuchs in Lin Mo nearby. They asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right?"
Songbai knew he had overreacted, so he just scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "I'm fine. The amount of gunpowder needed is much larger than I thought." But he couldn't hide his worry. Then Songbai said to Lin Mo, "I've understood everything I was wondering about. You all may leave now. General Lin Mo, let's go." He didn't forget to turn and thank the two of them for their efforts. "Everyone, you did well." They chorused, "Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." After Songbai left, the two cannon makers still couldn't help but wonder, why was the Crown Prince so curious about those things? The Crown Prince is still young. He wouldn't know anything, right? It must just be out of curiosity. The Crown Prince is at the right age to be interested in weapons, isn't he? Inside that little head, he had found what he needed. Now I know where the problem lies. It was turning into late afternoon. Songbai and Lin Mo were returning to the palace. On the way, Songbai continued to ask questions. "General, may I ask, does the procedure for firing a hand cannon require 2 people to cooperate?" The man immediately replied, "Usually, yes." Hearing that, the boy wondered, "But I heard that 1 person can also fire it." Lin Mo then explained, "If necessary, an artilleryman can also clamp the cannon tightly with his right armpit or right hand and use his left hand to light the fuse." Songbai exclaimed upon hearing this, "That sounds inconvenient, doesn't it?" The man continued to convey,
That is correct, which is why normally 2 people must be used. But this created a manpower problem. Therefore, expanding the number of artillerymen became more difficult. Finally, Songbai made a decision. I understand now. Let's solve the hand cannon issue first. He then remarked that the biggest problem with hand cannons was undoubtedly the amount of gunpowder. Songbai recalled his past life. When he went to America to build ships, he had met many military enthusiasts. A friend he met there once invited him to visit his collection. There, he saw many types of firearms from all eras, displayed just like in a museum. The friend from his past life spoke up. Lin Yuan, let me show you how to make this ammunition. Songbai admired him greatly at that time. He even knew how to make bullets, truly fitting for the country of firearms. When seeing his friend pour the gunpowder, Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder, he's using so little gunpowder? How much is needed? He replied, about 30 grains. Lin Yuan asked blankly, 30 grams? But he answered, no, not grams. Then he quickly explained, grain is a unit of measurement for gunpowder. Remember that carefully. Grain? How much is that in grams? After searching on Google, Lin Yuan was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. He was utterly astonished. What? Only 2 grams? Just 2 grams of gunpowder can fire a 14-gram bullet at the speed of sound? That's amazing. Returning to reality, Songbai was stroking his imaginary beard, looking just like a little old man. As he stroked it, he thought, black powder has about half the power of smokeless powder, but with 1 tail of gunpowder, it should still have the power of at least a .5 caliber, right? In this era, there are no aiming tools, so aiming with the naked eye is already the best option. Holding the gunpowder in his hand, he pondered. However, to increase efficiency when aiming by sight, one must shoot at close range or fire many shots.
But to supply energy for that many bullets, there was no other way but to increase the amount of gunpowder. In the end, Songbai still didn't have an answer for this tricky problem. If he did that, the artillerymen would die from the cannon's recoil, right? It truly is a vicious cycle. The eunuch standing outside, hearing him talking to himself, had his face turned pitch black with confusion. Should I create an aiming device? But how should I do it in the Song Dynasty era? Or should I improve the hand cannon? By the way, I also want to make it properly, but will the Song Dynasty artillerymen be able to withstand the recoil? Immediately after, he opened the door and shouted, "That's it!" Turns out, Songbai had found a way to solve it gradually. Solve the small problems first, then think about the rest. Eunuch, I'm going to the Ministry of War. At the Ministry of War, Lin Mo was reading a book while holding a horse stance, steam rising from his sweat. Even across a screen, one could smell that scent. Seeing this scene, Songbai secretly marveled. Is he reading while doing squats? The eunuch standing behind announced, "The Crown Prince has arrived." Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately greeted, "Crown Prince, you have arrived. Please forgive this subject, Crown Prince. Let me tidy up a bit." Songbai was speechless seeing this.
No need, I just want to ask you a brief question. Hearing this, he replied, I will answer truthfully. And so began the session of me asking and him answering. Is the fuse leading into the cannon barrel consistent in thickness? Yes, it is. Can I take a look at the fuse? Crown Prince, please wait a moment. Lin Mo took out a fuse. Here you go, but why do you... Not waiting for him to finish, Songbai immediately spoke up. Can you light the fuse for me to see? He complied. Ah, yes. Then Lin Mo began to light the fuse, but the boy immediately blew the fire out. His action made Lin Mo, standing beside him, wonder. The boy explained, I want to see the other fuses as well. Just like that, after the general lit a fuse, the boy would blow it out again. Afterward, he excitedly asked Lin Mo, just as I thought, General, you noticed the problem too, didn't you? He thought for a moment, then replied, is it that the fuse cannot withstand the wind? The boy agreed. That's right.
Has no one reported this issue? Lin Mo could only answer honestly, no sir. However, if the wind blows out the fuse, it is not a problem. They just need to replace the fuse and light it again. Grasping the crux of the matter, Songbai asked again, but in urgent times, like on the battlefield, would doing that be fast enough? On the battlefield, time is life. Order the Bureau of Military Supplies to find a reasonable thickness immediately. Hearing those words, Lin Mo was secretly astonished. How can such a young child think of this? He replied, as you command, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The scene shifts to the palace. Mo Li and Li Bai were greeting each other. Lord Minister of Revenue, long time no see. Lord Li Bai, is that you? Then they continued to talk about Songbai. Mo Li spoke up. Why haven't I seen the Crown Prince lately? Li Bai replied. The Crown Prince said he was busy with an extremely important experiment. It's been 5 days already. He just immerses himself in the annex of the institute. Hearing this, Mo Li was startled. 5 days? Li Bai could only helplessly continue. Not long ago, he even took mercury from the Bureau of Military Supplies. Mo Li continued to be surprised. Why mercury? Li Bai, with a face devoid of vitality, replied, I don't know, but perhaps it has something to do with the reason he called me here today. I must take my leave now. Mo Li wasn't doing much better, only managing to say a few words of blessing, wishing Lord Li Bai good luck. In the meeting room, Songbai and 5 high officials were discussing matters. Long time no see, everyone. He spoke up to ask about the progress of the task. Minister of Works, how is the revision of the calendar calculation going? the man replied with a pale face. There has been quite a lot of progress. We have accurately determined the deviation between the Ming dynasty's calendar and ours, and are finding ways to correct it. Hearing this, Songbai continued asking, "That is good then. So when will there be results?" Deng Di was delighted by his response and immediately answered, "It will probably be finished by this winter." However, upon hearing Deng Di say that, he immediately fell into silence. Winter? Unable to accept the reality, Songbai shouted, "That is too slow. It must be completed by the Mid-Autumn Festival at the latest."
Deng Yi heard this and his jaw dropped. Mid-Autumn Festival? Then he explained that the calendar reform process could not be delayed any longer. If necessary, just hire more people to help. Deng Yi was not resigned. He kept grumbling angrily. "No one wants to come. Who would want to come work in a place where overtime is as common as eating meals?" Seeing his attitude, Songbai immediately switched to a mode so serious it was scary. "I told you the other day, you can use my name to lure them in. The deadline is Mid-Autumn Festival." Under the pressure of capitalism, capitalist slaves like them could only resign themselves. "Your orders, Crown Prince." He is a Dokubi. This person is clearly a Dokubi. After that, Songbai returned to his normal state. He cheerfully said, "General Lin Mo, General Li Bai." Hearing their names, they both responded, "Yes, Your Highness." He continued, "I want to entrust you two with an extremely important task." Hearing that a mission was coming, neither of them could stop trembling like a leaf, their faces smiling but their hearts aching. "What is it?" He spoke up. "Wait for me a moment." Songbai rummaged for something for a while and finally found it. "Here it is." He laid the blueprint on the table and explained, "As long as we have this, the situation on the battlefield will change completely in the future." They still didn't understand. The situation on the battlefield. But after realizing what the blueprint was depicting, one of them was utterly astonished.
It turned out to be a blueprint of a gun that looked quite modern. Songbai held out the blueprint and said, "This is the type of gun I want to create." The three high officials were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. As for him, he confidently declared, "With this, the situation on the battlefield will change completely in the future. Lord Li Bai and General Lin Mo, please join me in manufacturing this gun." Lin Mo and Li Bai were a bit dumbfounded hearing this, and the atmosphere seemed quite awkward. Wen Sha, standing nearby, then spoke up. "Your Highness, I have a slight curiosity." He replied, "What is it?" The man continued, "In this blueprint." Wen Sha pointed at the drawing of the gun and went on, "If one pulls the ring part at the bottom, then the curved part of the top seems like it would move." Songbai replied, "Lord Wen Sha, if it were you, how would you do it?" Thus he began to convey his thoughts. "If it were me, I think I would tie the fuse to this spot, then place a plate containing gunpowder here, and if we pull this crescent-shaped part, the part tied to the fuse will move, and the gunpowder on the plate will catch fire, leading the flame into the gun barrel and causing an explosion."
The image of a gun firing with a burst of flame appeared behind Songbai. He was also extremely excited to hear Wen Sha explain. As expected of a Byoljua, he did not spare his praise. "Your analysis is excellent." Li Bai at the side seemed to have understood as well. "I understand." And Lin Mo was the same. After hearing Wen Sha explain, this was indeed an ingenious design. Just like that, we won't need an extra person to light the fuse, and the firing time will be significantly reduced. Seeing the situation seem stable, Songbai secretly rejoiced in his heart. They understood how long it takes to prime, how long it takes to fire. That's right. However, right after that, Wen Sha raised a question. "But, Your Highness."
On this blueprint, there is no fuse, nor the gunpowder pan we just discussed, only a protrusion. How can gunpowder be put into it? To Songbai, this seemed like a very easy question, so much so that he chuckled smugly before speaking up. "Let me explain. According to Westerners, in the drawing are the cock and cap components. First, this part that looks like a chicken head is called the cock, the hammer. This part in Western language is called cap, meaning a hat, and the protruding part under the cap is called the nipple." Just as he was about to explain the meaning of the word nipple means, the Minister of Works interrupted by shouting, "How vulgar!" Seeing that he had just teased that high official, Songbai secretly chuckled. "It seems you are the same everywhere." Then he continued to explain, "Put gunpowder inside the cap part." Wen Sha seemed enlightened and immediately understood, so one only needs to move the cock part and strike the cap. Songbai added, "That's right, just hit it and it will explode immediately." But Lin Mo objected, "But Your Highness, gunpowder is also a problem. The type of gunpowder we are using has an issue." Li Bai heard this and didn't understand his meaning, so he asked back, "What do you mean?" He just calmly explained, "Gunpowder is not only difficult to use, but even producing gunpowder has many difficulties." Lin Mo analyzed. First, the production of gunpowder is very dangerous, and storing it is also difficult. If during mixing the ingredients are shaken too much, they will rub against each other and explode. Moreover, if not stored properly, the mixed ingredients will separate from each other. Saltpeter, the main ingredient for making gunpowder, absorbs moisture very easily, so the army often mixes sand in to prevent moisture.
Finally, Linmo concluded, "Therefore, even if we want to use the cap that your highness mentioned, I am still worried that it will not succeed with something that absorbs moisture so easily." But right after that, Songbai brought out something that could change those disadvantages. What the general said is very true.
But this thing will solve that problem. He brought out a bowl of some gray powder. The high officials were extremely curious about this object, wondering what it was. Songbai confidently introduced, "This is gunpowder I made myself. I still want to refine it a bit more, but for now, this is enough." Then he brought it closer to the high officials and continued his presentation. "I call it silver gunpowder." Wen Sha was surprised. Silver gunpowder? Could it be that it uses real silver? Songbai didn't say much. He explained while starting to roll up his sleeves. Then he sprinkled that powder onto a sheet of paper.
"I do not use silver. I use saltpeter, mercury, and alcohol." Hearing this, Deng Di whispered in awe, "What kind of strange things are those?" Just then, Songbai called out again, "Scholar Nam." He immediately responded, "Yes, sir." The Crown Prince smiled at the Minister of Works and suggested, "Looking at your face, you seem very curious. Would you like to give it a hit?" He froze, though his hand still gripped the hammer. "Ah, yes. Why would you want me to do such a useless task?" Then he struck the spot with gunpowder. Immediately, the Minister of Works jumped so hard his hat fell off. "Oh, my heavens!" Everyone looked incredibly astonished at the scene. Only the Minister of Works had not yet overcome the shock. "What happened? Oh, my heavens!" Seeing this, Songbai spoke up smugly. "General Lin Mo, Lord Li, what do you two think?" Lin Mo was still surprised. "With this?" Immediately after, he became extremely overjoyed and excited. "We can absolutely use this. How did your highness the Crown Prince create such a thing?" That high praise made Songbai turn his nose up in pride. "Because I am smart." A moment later, he became serious again. "All right, no more joking. This is a sample example based on the structure in the blueprint. When used in reality, we can place it in such a position. What do you all think?" Li Bai, who had been quite slow to catch on, spoke up. "I am not very clear on it." Lin Mo then requested, "May this subject try holding it for a moment?" Songbai naturally agreed. "Of course." With permission, he immediately picked up the gun to aim. "Is it like this?" This majestic side of holding the gun made Wensha and Deng Di admire him greatly. "The general looks so cool. He looks very stylish." Seeing this, Songbai secretly exclaimed, "These old men." After that, Li Bai offered an opinion. "If we use this gun, then the multi-shot system is no longer suitable. Firing one shot at a time would be much more appropriate." Everyone agreed. "That's right." Conversely, Deng Di was quite concerned. "But your highness, I do not understand tactics very well, but if there is only one shot, wouldn't it be too difficult to hit the target?" Hearing this, Wen Sha explained, "It seems the protruding part of the front serves as a sight for aiming." He continued, "And the length of the gun makes it easier to hit the target." Deng Di finally understood. "I see." After examining the gun, Wen Sha raised a question. "Your highness, I have one more question." Songbai replied, "Go ahead." He expressed, "The blueprint makes me curious about one thing. This gun does not use the casting method." Songbai calmly answered, "That's right." Then he added, "This gun will be manufactured by forging." Li Bai and Wen Sha were quite surprised to hear this. "Forging? Does your highness intend to make it out of iron?" Songbai replied, "Correct." It seemed that by this point they understood the intention, so they offered their conjectures. Songbai continued, "Therefore, I want you to notify the Bureau of Military Supplies in advance." "As you command, your highness." A few weeks later at court, Song Shu expressed his inner worry to the high officials. "I haven't seen the Crown Prince lately, have I? He wasn't present yesterday afternoon either. What on earth is he doing?" Immediately after, the eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived." Song Shu was a bit surprised to hear that. "Huh?" Then Song Shu quickly ordered, "Let the Crown Prince in." The officials below also thought to themselves, "Speak of the devil." Songbai entered the hall and immediately bowed in greeting. "Is Imperial Father still in good health?" Song Shu then replied,
"You have come." Then he immediately asked him, "I haven't seen you anywhere lately. What have you been doing?" Songbai quickly replied, "Your son was also planning to come and report on the current research." Then Songbai ordered, "Eunuch." Songbai handed the book to Song Shu with a confident and resonant tone. "This is the report on the achievements of the Song Dynasty Institute of Science and Technology." He took it and began to flip through it. Very quickly after that, Song Shu appeared extremely astonished. "Crown Prince, is everything in here true?" The emperor was still amazed. "You have really developed a calculation method to adjust the Ming Dynasty's calendar to suit the Song Dynasty?"
He replied again, "That is correct." Then Songbai reminded him, "Imperial Father, do you remember the miscalculation of the time for the Gusik Rai ritual a few years ago?" Song Shu also remembered the incident and replied, "Yes, that time the ritual was 15 minutes late." He recalled that the person responsible for predicting the solar eclipse was caned as punishment. Songbai continued, "That is correct. The reason that unfortunate incident happened," he went on, "is because the Ming Dynasty's calendar does not match the Song Dynasty's. Therefore, we must find a suitable calculation formula to adjust the calendar." Song Shu heard this and realized, "So this will be very useful." He asked further, "And the astronomical observation instruments, what are those?" He quickly replied, "They are tools to observe astronomical phenomena,
just as the name suggests. The high officials below whispered ceaselessly, understanding nothing. That atmosphere made him a bit timid. But then Songbai spoke up again. Your son will submit another memorial later. Songshu was quite surprised to hear this. Huh? You mean... Suddenly he realized something. Then he wearily replied, all right then. This brat is even thinking about relations with the Ming dynasty. Songbai recalled that observing celestial bodies could become a major issue in relations between the Ming dynasty and the Song dynasty. That is why the memorial he presented stated that instead of using an independent calendar calculation method, we would adjust the lunar calendar based on the method granted by the Ming dynasty. Then the emperor dismissed him. We will discuss this later when this matter is resolved. Songbai obeyed. Yes, imperial father. Furthermore, besides the calendar correction, there are many other achievement reports. After finishing the report, Songbai gently said the last sentence. That is all. Songshu up above was only thinking about one thing. He didn't mention the part he was most curious about, so he probed. Crown Prince, I don't see any report regarding the military. Songbai hesitated. He explained. The research process is being carried out in extreme secrecy, so we need a little more time. Inside, he was screaming. What on earth are they doing? Songbai continuously made excuses and pleaded. Although it is late, we also want to request more budget.
Songshu saw this and was so furious he shouted, You insolent brat, you must show us some results before I can grant more budget. Although Shizong said so, Songbai still refused to open his mouth, and the same went for Lin Mo and Li Bai. No matter how much pressure the emperor and the ministers applied, they would not divulge a word. At Emperor Songshu's bedchamber, even though it was dark, he was still seething and could not sleep. Must I really wait until that brat Songbai agrees to submit the report?
Should I go visit him right now? Suddenly, a eunuch announced, Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Songshu immediately said, Let him in at once. He was surprised. Crown Prince, what are you doing here so late? Songbai replied, I hope Imperial Father forgives me for visiting so late. It's nothing serious. It's just... He smiled and pleaded, I have a request. I need military officers and soldiers from the training camp. Songshu was speechless and asked back, Do you really need them? The boy still happily replied, Yes, I need some people to use the newly manufactured weapons. Finally, he agreed. All right, I grant permission. Songbai was extremely overjoyed and cheered. Your Highness is wise. But give him an inch and he'll take a mile. Songbai took the opportunity to ask for a bit more. Also, I am running out of budget, so could you possibly... Not letting him finish his sentence, the benevolent father was now purple with rage and shouted loudly, You insolent brat, get out immediately. A few days later, military officers and soldiers from the training camp were transferred to the research institute. Interestingly, these people also kept their mouths shut tight. The soldiers transferred to the research institute were quickly moved to another location. Although their location was shielded by fences, security was still tightened.
Moreover, every day loud explosions were heard from inside. Songbai placed a sign at the entrance on which was written Area 51. Inside the palace, Songshu could not help but wonder, Area 51? What does that mean? Li Sheng replied, I do not know either, Your Majesty. However, since that sign was placed, a new phrase, game changer, has started to become popular. Songshu still did not understand. Game changer? What is that? A nearby official also threw up his hands and answered, I do not know, Your Majesty, but I heard it is a Western expression. Since Area 51 was established, Songbai began waking up around 6 to 7 a.m. every day. As soon as he finished his duties as the Crown Prince, he immediately ran to the Research Institute, the Bureau of Military Supplies, and Area 51. Songbai ran while complaining. Furthermore, Songbai also started riding a horse to reduce travel time. The sight of Songbai riding a horse on the street became a new attraction in the Song dynasty. Mo Li and the standing high officials could not help but wonder, I am so curious, what exactly is the Crown Prince doing? In the court, pleas rang out ceaselessly, but all directed towards one thing. Your Majesty, we cannot wait anymore. Hang Feng proposed, we must check to see what the Crown Prince is doing.
The other high officials also agreed and chimed in. That is correct. We must determine if the Crown Prince is using the budget properly. Songshu was so anxious that he hadn't slept for several nights, he looked completely drained of vitality. Do the ministers think so as well? I am thinking the same thing. Head eunuch, go summon the Crown Prince immediately. The head eunuch quickly replied, Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, Songbai arrived and bowed in greeting. Imperial Father, did you summon me? He replied, You have arrived. Then Songshu quickly continued, I know that since spring you have achieved many results, but the ministers and I have not heard any reports whatsoever. Therefore, we want to know how you are progressing as soon as possible. Songbai was not flustered at all and calmly replied, I beg Imperial Father's forgiveness, but this matter concerns the national security of the Song dynasty. Therefore, I have no choice but to keep it secret until the final results are achieved. This is a top-secret matter. Songshu continued to express his view, while the high officials below looked equally worried. I know,
but no matter how top secret it is, I cannot allocate more budget without such a report. His last words made even the calm Song-bai astonished. I will conduct an audit of your work, Song-shu announced seriously. I will give you time to prepare. How long do you need? Song-bai just sighed, thinking to himself that there was no other choice left. Then he replied decisively, I only need 5 days.
Song-shu quickly agreed. All right, in 5 days we will come to inspect the research institute. It seemed 5 days passed very quickly. When the 5-day deadline arrived, Song-shu and the high officials were present for the inspection, and Song-bai also solemnly welcomed them. Imperial Father, you have arrived. Song-shu replied, that is correct. It seems the scale of research here has grown significantly. The number of officials here has increased quite a lot, hasn't it? He continued, however, they don't seem very healthy, or am I seeing things? Song-bai quickly replied, Imperial Father, you are mistaken. Then Song-bai invited him inside to begin the inspection. All right, let's go inside. Glancing around the room, Song-shu couldn't help but think. He was curious about the objects before his eyes. Aren't those things made by Belzhuazhang? They look quite small. Those are just small-scale models for display. They cannot run. However, he continued to speak. Is that all? This does not justify the budget that was spent. At the same time, Song-bai ran to the door connecting to the next room and replied, Imperial Father, that is just the beginning.
Our achievements are right in here. As he spoke, he opened the door. Lying right there inside were many strange things that slowly revealed themselves before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Song-shu was extremely excited. What are these things? Song-shu was extremely eager. Hurry up, let's go in. But Song-bai grabbed his sleeve to stop him. Imperial Father, he explained, the things we see from here on out are top secret. So except for Imperial Father and the ministers, the remaining officials. I understand. The others wait outside. Only the ministers may enter. Once inside, that emperor asked in astonishment, so you and everyone in the research institute invented all of these things? Song-bai replied, that is correct. He also proudly introduced, specifically, it was these people here. They have worked very hard. Song-shu happily praised them. I understand. Everyone has worked hard. After that, he picked up an item and asked, but what is this long stick? Song-bai quickly explained, that is a tool called an inclinometer. He continued, just as the name suggests, it is used to measure balance horizontally and vertically. If the iron ball stops exactly in the middle, it means it is balanced accurately. Song-shu asked further, I understand, but what is the use of being that precise?
Song-bai quickly replied, for construction. He wondered, construction? The boy immediately explained, that is correct. That is because the most important thing when assembling astronomical measurement instruments is to ensure that their surface is absolutely level. Having understood, Song-shu asked again to confirm. I see, so we can use this when building walls in government buildings, right? But Song-bai replied, I beg Imperial Father's pardon, but it is still too early to do that. Song-shu did not understand. Why is that? The boy sighed and analyzed. This inclinometer is still in the testing phase. When it is ready to be applied in real life, your son will submit a memorial to report it. Song-shu finally understood. I understand. I will wait for your report. Then he saw a model of a sailing ship and was curious. Huh? Song-shu guessed. This must be a warship. Are you making a warship model? Song-bai confirmed. Yes, this is a simulation model of the largest type of warship. He wondered, but what is this ship? It doesn't look like a Song Dynasty ship. Song-bai explained. It is a Western ship. That model has the same scale as that warship. Hearing that, he could not help but be surprised. What? If so, Song-shu leaned his face close to the model to see clearly. His mouth kept exclaiming, Westerners have built such a huge ship already? But the oars? Song-bai happily revealed. That ship does not need oars. It relies entirely on wind power. Song-shu asked further, what about weapons? Song-bai continued to explain. Its main weapons are cannons. If calculated carefully, it can carry about, he continued, 80 cannons. That number amazed him greatly. 80 cannons? After hearing Song-bai's explanation, Song-shu was very happy and proud. Wonderful!
Crown Prince Song-bai smiled brightly and determinedly. Your son will definitely make Imperial Father proud. Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh? It turned out to be a bowl lying next to another ship model. That? Song-shu was surprised. Why is there a noodle bowl here? Song-bai hurriedly explained. It is not a noodle bowl. He answered briefly. It represents a ship made of iron. This time, not only Song-shu, but also the high officials who contributed to the construction were equally surprised. What? A ship made of iron? A few months ago, in a certain hall, a voice rang out. You say a ship made of iron? It turned out to be Song-bai and the high officials. The young boy smiled brightly and replied, that is correct. That idea made the high officials nearly fall over backwards.
Your Highness the Crown Prince, that cannot be done. Even children know that iron sinks in water. But Songbai remained extremely resolute. It is not impossible. It is just that we have not found the way yet. They doubted. The way? Then Songbai turned to a eunuch and instructed, Eunuch, go to the kitchen and bring me a bronze bowl and a large basin filled with water. The eunuch replied, Yes, Your Highness. Then Songbai placed a bronze bowl in the middle of the water basin, turned to Dungdi and the Minister of Works, and said, Do you see? Iron can also float on water.
Then Songbai continued his analysis. Even with the same weight, if it is not hollow and only contacts the water with a small surface area, iron will still sink. But if it is hollow inside and the surface area in contact with the water is large enough, iron can also float. That is because if the mass remains constant and the volume increases, the density decreases. Li Bai was still as slow on the uptake as ever, secretly thinking, Mass, what is that? Meanwhile, Deng Di thought, we already learned this at the basic branch. As for Wen Sha, he appeared quite interested. Deng Di then immediately followed up. So, if we flatten the iron sheets as thin as possible and attach them together, we can make an iron ship. Songbai replied, Simply put, that is correct. But there is a problem. Is there any way to connect the iron sheets together securely while ensuring water does not leak in? That is your research task. I am entrusting this to you all. Upon hearing that sentence, all three of them seemed to share a common thought. Should I just resign right now?
Back to reality, Songbai finished the story just now, and that is the reason why this wooden bowl is placed here. But then Hang Feng voiced his objection. I do not think making an iron ship will be easy at all, but will we be able to find a method? Hearing that, Songbai confidently replied, Of course, we already know the principle, now we just need to find the method. Hang Feng continued. That firm statement shocked Song Shu. What? He continued, Even so, do you still think we should continue the research, even though we do not know how much time and money it will cost? Songbai's face at this moment was full of determination and excitement. He affirmed, For the future of the Song dynasty, it must be done. Imperial Father, please trust your son. Song Shu and Hang Feng were a bit speechless. This kid really had some guts. However, they had a rather positive view of Songbai, because all the strange things he had done so far had brought good results. Finally, Song Shu helplessly accepted his wish. All right, go ahead and do it. But he laid down a condition. We cannot just blindly invest time and money into this. You must prepare and submit a specific plan.
And periodic progress reports are required. But these conditions seem to mean nothing to him. Songbai happily replied, I obey your command, Imperial Father. Then Song Shu discovered something else. I've been wondering since earlier, what is that strange thing in the corner? Songbai immediately replied, That, he introduced, the name of this steam sphere is Heron. He couldn't help but be curious. Heron? Steam sphere? Songbai quickly continued to explain. It is a device created by a famous Western scholar in ancient times. Even if we can successfully build an iron ship, there will be another problem. The heavier the ship, the more difficult it will be to move using sails and oars, right? So how do we plan to make it move? The high officials heard this and agreed. That's right, that is also a problem. In his heart, Songbai silently praised. As expected of Wen Sha, he thought of it so quickly. Then he continued to convey his thoughts. I have also considered this issue, so I want to start another research project with the ministers. Eunuch, bring the device I requested the Bureau of Military Supplies to prepare. The eunuch obeyed and replied, Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince, here it is. Deng Di and Wen Sha examined the object placed before them. At the same time, Songbai continued to order, Bring a charcoal stove and a kettle of water as well. Then Songbai started pouring water into the bowl, which had 2 tubes protruding like propeller blades. After that, he closed the lid and explained, I am considering using water and fire as a source of energy. Songbai continued as he heated the bowl. Water and fire? How does it work? You will see soon. The Minister of Works and Wen Sha stood silently watching the boiling bowl. At first, small amounts of smoke came out of the 2 tube ends. Then the amount of smoke increased, causing the bowl to start spinning. A moment later, its rotation speed became very fast. Seeing this phenomenon, Deng Di exclaimed in surprise, It's spinning like a wheel.
Wen Sha stood nearby and continued speaking, the speed getting faster and faster. At this moment, Songbai calmly explained, Have you gentlemen ever seen rice being cooked in the kitchen? The energy from water and fire can even move a heavy pot lid. Then he excitedly announced, I want to call it the steam engine. Deng Di was extremely astonished by the scene just now. He spoke up in support. Just a bit of water and a bit of fire, and it can rotate like that. Your subject thinks it is worth researching. If we can perfect it, I think we can use it for ships. It will likely be very convenient, because there will be no need to wait for the wind to blow in the right direction, nor will it require too many people to row the boat. But Songbai did not celebrate too soon. He slowly shook his head and explained,
This thing isn't just used for ships alone. Hearing this firm statement, Li Bai was extremely curious. It can be used for other things too. Songbai looked at the spinning bowl and spoke up. What if we use it to replace horse carriages? This idea surprised both Wen Sha and Li Bai. Replace horse carriages?
A moment later, a skeptical sound came from a certain room. What? It turned out to be Song Shu, his head full of question marks, speaking up. You want to use this device to pull carriages? I don't understand. Songbai quickly interjected. What part does Imperial Father not understand? He wondered. To use this thing, we would have to continuously supply it with water and fire, right? If so, we would have to carry a large amount of water and wood right on the carriage. But in that case, there wouldn't be any room left for cargo, would there? After listening to his analysis, Songbai silently exclaimed, as expected of a king, he is so smart. However, he calmly reassured him. Your son knows what Imperial Father is worried about. Songbai explained, but this type of steam engine is capable of generating very large power compared to its size. It's not just one carriage, it can pull many carriages at the same time. Song Shu was skeptical. Many carriages at the same time? Is that possible? As if waiting for those exact words, Songbai quickly walked to the door and smugly said, Let your son show Imperial Father. The door was slowly unlocked by him. Song Shu, Mo Li, and Hang Feng curiously looked inside. Immediately, the scene before them astonished Song Shu. Inside that spacious room, something was placed in the center. It seemed to be a giant model. That massive object made both Song Shu and Dongdi exclaim in excitement at the same time. What are these things? Songbai, now standing smugly with his hands on his hips, answered, This is the ultimate goal of my 21st century hobby, a railway model. Let your son demonstrate the current capability of the steam engine. Then he ordered, Eunuch, prepare the steam locomotive.
His last 3 words made Song Shu think he was hearing things. You attached a steam engine to the wheels? But he just calmly replied, Yes. Then Songbai began the demonstration. All right, allow your son to begin the display. He picked up a piece of burning red coal and placed it into the locomotive's firebox. Song Shu and Hang Feng stood to the side, restless, both gluing their eyes to his every move. Then the chimney on top of the train carriage started to emit smoke, and immediately the wheels began to turn. Finally, it started moving slowly. They were extremely impressed. It's moving. It really works. Songbai's nose was still pointing to the sky with pride, but he announced, This is still just a model, but your son will try his best to research how to apply it to reality. If this research is successful, we will be able to travel from Hanyang to Busan in just one day. He pointed to the map and explained in more detail. No, we will be able to travel from the southmost to the northernmost point of the Song dynasty in just one day.
And at that moment, Songbai boldly declared, The stagnant heart of the Song dynasty will beat again. Song Shu was shocked. The stagnant heart of the Song dynasty will beat again? Not stopping there, Songbai continued to explain. If we look at the current situation, we will see that the heart of the Song dynasty has stagnated. Due to the high mountain terrain, people cannot leave the place where they were born, and they live their whole lives and die on that land. Therefore, they no longer hear what is happening outside, and their lives become stagnant. But if there are trains that can travel across the country, Songbai declared with a determined gaze and a voice full of confidence, the Song dynasty will truly witness a vision that brings widespread benefits to the human world. The speech just now was truly impeccable, almost moving Song Shu and the high officials to tears.
It sounds like a dream, doesn't it? However, as a king, Song Shu always considered every situation very carefully. Not only could the success of this research not be guaranteed, but it would clearly cost a lot of money. But who would have thought that Songbai also knew of those calculations? That was exactly the thought appearing before the Imperial Father's eyes. Without waiting long, he immediately spoke up. Minister of Works, present the plan for His Highness to see. He immediately replied, Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Then the Minister of Works and Dongdi also quickly rushed to search. The books they found piled up on the table, and Song Shu couldn't help but wonder, what are these? He read the name of the top book, Comprehensive National Development Plan. Then Song Shu also opened it to take a look. The writing inside was quite faint, making it difficult to read. At times like this, I really hate golden nib pens. The boy spoke up to explain. These are all current strategic plans to strengthen the capabilities of the Song dynasty, based on geographical location, economic situation, population distribution, and resource distribution. Meanwhile, Song Shu was still counting the books. 30, 35, 40. There were 42 volumes. Not disappointing Songbai, he quickly arranged, but it is worth reading through. Left State Counselor, study it together with the ministers. Dongdi quickly replied, As you command, Your Highness. Then Songbai continued to speak. Furthermore, Imperial Father, your son has a request. He wondered, what is it? Then the boy expressed, Currently, the research requires a lot of talented people. The officials, including your son, are not getting enough rest. Song Shu immediately turned to ask, Minister of Works, is that true? This question was no different from rubbing salt in the heart, causing Dongdi to be unable to hold back his tears. He wailed loudly while trying to reply, The Crown Prince is currently conducting not just one project. There is too much work in too few people. We subjects have almost no time to rest. The scene, both pitiful and funny, made Song Shu feel awkward. Can you not find more people? He continued to recount. Rumors about the workload have flown everywhere, so no one dares to come. Initially, there were quite a few people who came.
Because they heard they would be promoted, but every time more people were added, the Crown Prince would start a new project. That grievance caused Deng Di to shed tears that still haven't stopped. Your Highness also knows, the Research Institute was only established more than half a year ago, but we have created all sorts of things and have plenty of work to do. Hearing this, Song Shu spoke up. Song Bai, this brat. It seemed like he was going to scold Song Bai, but as soon as he turned around, Song Shu smiled brightly and praised. You seem very diligent, don't you? Imperial father is wise. This action left the high officials speechless. He continued, I understand. I will support resolving the personnel issue, but Song Shu still considered very carefully. It seems the Research Institute will need a very large budget, so I think this matter needs to be discussed seriously before making a decision. Song Bai also understood the situation well and complied. Your son understands. However, Song Shu hadn't finished speaking yet, but
he spoke a few implied words. It seems you haven't shown me everything yet. Although he was smiling, the atmosphere was very cold. I have provided the Research Institute with a lot of budget. This cannot be all the results you have achieved. Song Bai also had to be somewhat afraid of the situation, truly worthy of being the imperial father. Song Shu continued with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and suggested, shouldn't we go there to check it out? He hinted, I mean that Area 51. Song Bai was out of options at this point and obeyed the imperial father. Then everyone began to move. Song Shu spoke up. It is quite nice to ride horses like father and son like this. The boy beside him agreed. Your son thinks so too. However, Song Shu did not forget the main issue. But what does Area 51 actually mean? The little boy could only smile wryly to pass the matter over. It's not a big deal. It just sounds catchy, that's all. A while later, everyone had approached Area 51. The tall king spoke up again to be sure. It seems we have arrived. Song Bai replied, That is correct, Imperium Father. Unexpectedly, just as they approached the gate, 2 soldiers ran out and shouted loudly, Halt! Only those with permission can enter this place. Hand over your token. Song Shu could not believe this action. He spoke up. What? How insolent!
But the person beside him quickly explained, Even your son cannot enter without a token. In this place, security is the top priority, so please do not be angry. Then he held up the token. Here it is. Immediately, the 2 soldiers shouted, Attention! This action made Song Shu wonder, what on earth is that posture? Finally, they made it inside. As they walked, Song Shu exclaimed, You attach great importance to security, don't you? Song Bai replied, It is to prevent secrets from leaking out. Hearing that, he whispered, What exactly are you doing here that requires such measures? Inside, Lin Mo and the cannon maker, seeing the 2 of them riding towards them, shouted, Attention! Song Shu silently evaluated. The posture is different from before, but it looks very solemn. But very quickly, he spoke up. Everyone has worked hard. The soldiers' uniforms look a bit different, but very unique. Lin Mo quickly replied, Your Highness is wise. It is all thanks to Your Highness's grace. Then Song Shu started asking, What is the main work in this place? Lin Mo explained, It is the improvement and development of explosives. He introduced in detail. Besides that, we are also improving and developing various types of cannons and guns, as well as creating weapons and strategies. In short, we do all work related to the military. Song Shu suggested, I understand. I want to see the work you have been doing all this time. Lead me to see it, will you? Lin Mo quickly agreed. Please come this way, Your Highness. He spoke up. From this point on, we cannot continue on horseback. This statement made Song Shu extremely curious. What is behind that gate that requires such strictness? Everyone dismounted and started walking inside. While walking, Song Shu saw something. Huh?
He vaguely realized, wasn't that gunpowder? Lin Mo beside him quickly replied, That is correct. We have developed a type of gunpowder stronger than the type we are currently using. He continued speaking. Let me explain from right to left. The powder with the color resembling soil is the original gunpowder currently used. For convenience, it is called original gunpowder. Then Lin Mo picked up a bowl of powder and said, And this is a type of gunpowder twice as strong, improved from the original gunpowder. Song Shu noticed the difference and immediately spoke up. The color is darker than the original gunpowder. How are they different? Lin Mo replied, Let me explain to Your Highness. He analyzed. Just like the current gunpowder, the raw materials are mixed evenly together, then sprinkled with water to create stickiness. After being dried like fermented tofu, it will be ground into powder and then filtered through a sieve.
Up to this point, the process remains the same, but what follows will be slightly different. Lin Mo continued to explain. Song Shu stood to the side, listening and pondering. It has to go through a process of mixing the screened gunpowder with graphite. Hearing this, Song Shu wondered, Graphite, is it? That must be what the Crown Prince asked the miners to look for.
Lin Mo replied, "That is correct." He asked further, "What is its function?" Lin Mo answered seriously, "It has quite a few functions, but when mixed into gunpowder, it helps prevent moisture and stops the gunpowder from spontaneously exploding." He revealed another secret. There is one more thing, which is that it allows us to no longer need sulfur. Song Shu was quite surprised by the statement. No need for sulfur? But in that case, can it still explode? He quickly replied, "Yes, it can." However, Song Shu still did not believe it, and asked again, "Sulfur has been used to make gunpowder for a very long time. Is it really okay to discard it?" Lin Mo calmly answered, "That is correct. By not using sulfur, it gains another property, but this is both a strength and a weakness." He continued, "That is, the gunpowder cannot be detonated by a standard fuse." Song Shu continued to wonder, if so, how must it be detonated? He took out a box. "We use this." Song Shu looked in and seemed skeptical. "Huh?" Inside the box appeared to be yellow coins. Song Shu was curious. "What is this?" He was quickly answered. "It is called a cap. A copper percussion cap."
It contains the type of gunpowder created by the Crown Prince. Song Shu was skeptical. Using a different type of gunpowder to detonate the gunpowder? Isn't that too complicated? Perhaps anticipating that Song Shu would ask too many questions, Lin Mo responded instead of explaining. "Your subject has prepared a drill to demonstrate. I thought your highness would want to witness it personally. Please follow me to the drilling ground." So everyone moved to the drilling ground. Upon arrival, they exclaimed, "This place is so vast!" Sounds of admiration rang out ceaselessly. "I see scarecrows in the distance. Those must be the targets, right?" Then Lin Mo stepped forward and shouted, "Then let the drill begin. Riflemen, step forward." Immediately, a row of soldiers holding guns stepped out. The objects in the soldiers' hands shocked everyone. "What is that?" Songbai spoke up to explain. "That is the newly invented type of gun." However, Li Sane still exclaimed, "It looks truly strange." The soldiers began to perform the action of opening the latch, then pouring gunpowder into the barrel and using a rod to compress it. While the soldiers continued their operations, Songbai explained from the side, "They are using copper percussion caps."
Seeing that everything was ready, Lin Mo shouted, "Ready to fire! Fire!" Immediately, the soldiers pulled the triggers in unison. The bullets flew quickly and accurately hit the targets. Everyone at this moment was wide-eyed with shock. They couldn't stop exclaiming, "Truly amazing!" They were all shocked. The power was truly terrifying. Although the distance was quite far, the power seemed undiminished. Song Shu happily exclaimed, "I fear even Lu Ying couldn't compare to this." He continued, "Compared to bows and arrows, guns have the disadvantage of limited range, but this thing has overcome that weakness and also possesses powerful force. It is truly the ultimate weapon." Song Bai modestly replied, "You praise us too much. It is all thanks to the efforts of the high officials and the craftsmen." Then he announced, "We would like to name this gun the Jia-style long gun." Song Shu was still very pleased with this. Long gun, it truly lives up to the name. "Bring it here for me to see. I want to witness it with my own eyes." However, Lin Mo hesitated. "Your Majesty." Before that, he spoke up. "Could you allow your subject to present another type of explosive first?"
Hearing that there were other weapons, Song Shu was taken aback, wondering if there was yet another type of explosive. So Songbai began to introduce. Yes, on the left of the Jia-style gunpowder is the explosive that was just used, the E-style gunpowder. Next to it is the fulminating silver created by Your Highness the Crown Prince, which is used for the bronze fire lance. Additionally, there is cotton gunpowder made from cotton fabric, and the explosive on the far left is the Daejia-style gunpowder, improved from the cotton gunpowder. Besides that, we have separately stored a type called blasting oil, which was also created by Your Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Song Shu asked again, "Fulminating silver? Could it be that that precious silver is used to create it?" Songbai explained, "No, Your Majesty, we used mercury. Although mercury is also precious, it is easier to find than silver, and since it is only used for detonation, it does not require much." However, he still wondered, "That is good then, and what is blasting oil?" Immediately, Lin Mo ordered, "Bring the blasting oil here." Then a soldier walked over, holding a box. Seeing this, Lin Mo continued to order, "Open the box for me to see." Inside was something white. Then Lin Mo warned, "Please step back a little, it could be dangerous." They stepped back a bit. "All right." Next, Lin Mo began to open the white tube and poured the liquid drop by drop onto the ground.
As soon as the drop of liquid touched the ground, it immediately exploded. The explosion left everyone around terrified. "What? Oh my heavens!" The high officials all screamed. That was truly terrifying. Lin Mo calmly explained, "This is blasting oil." Hearing this, Song Shu was extremely astonished. "Truly amazing. It lives up to the name blasting oil." Lin Mo added, "Its power is double that of the gunpowder the Song dynasty is currently using." Upon hearing that, Song Shu turned to profusely praise his son. "Crown Prince, you have created something truly extraordinary." He replied, "Imperial father flatters me too much.
However, with the current situation of the Song dynasty, this is still something that cannot be used. He wondered again, why? Songbai explained, this substance is extremely sensitive to shock. During transport, if the containers collide or shake violently, it will explode immediately. Furthermore, in spring or summer when the weather warms up, production becomes impossible. Because it uses concentrated acid, the manufacturing process also harbors many dangers. Both Song Shu and Mo Li trembled. It really is a difficult thing to handle. Lin Mo continued, that is why we have improved it and created the Dokup-style gunpowder.
Song Shu asked again, Deja formula? Lin Mo began to explain. This is a type of explosive created by combining cotton gunpowder, blasting oil, and sweet oil in a specific ratio. Song Shu did not understand and asked further, combined with blasting oil? Didn't you just say it was very difficult to use? Lin Mo continued to reply calmly, cotton gunpowder and sweet oil have neutralized the properties of blasting oil. At this moment, Your Majesty understood a little bit. I see, but why is it called the Deja formula? At this question, both Lin Mo and Songbai were slightly dumbfounded because they couldn't answer. This subject is also unclear. Right. Songbai was quick-witted and immediately smooth-talked. It is thanks to the virtue of Imperial Father that the soldiers can use explosives easily, so we named it as such. Song Shu heard that and was extremely moved. Crown Prince. However, in his heart, the young boy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even if I were beheaded, I couldn't admit that it was inspired by the abbreviation for Germany, Nazi Germany, because the manufacturing method originated from there. Song Shu, unaware of anything, still gave him many compliments. You have achieved a great merit. The new guns and new explosives will certainly become a great power for the Song dynasty. Our Song dynasty will become increasingly prosperous. Immediately after, he turned to Hang Feng and asked,
Left State Counselor, how will the mass production proceed? He replied, First, we must understand the production costs. Crown Prince, what is the production cost? Songbai immediately answered, It is about 30% higher than the cost of producing the same amount of gunpowder. However, one only needs to use half the amount of jaw-style gunpowder to achieve equivalent power. Hang Feng was astonished upon hearing this. In that case, even though the cost is high, it can be compensated by reducing the usage amount. I believe we should mass produce it. Song Shu reacted just like Hang Feng. I think so too. There is no need to hesitate anymore. Proceed immediately. Prepare to mass produce the jaw-style gunpowder right away. Songbai hesitated slightly. About that, Your Majesty, given the Song dynasty's current situation, mass production is impossible. Song Shu was surprised by his words. What? Hang Feng and Song Shu asked continuously. Why? What is the reason? Songbai stood facing them and calmly replied, Your Majesty, to manufacture jaw-style gunpowder, we need high-purity nitric acid and sulfuric acid. He continued to explain. However, at present, it is very difficult for the Song dynasty to acquire a large amount of saltpeter and sulfur. Furthermore, the main raw material, cotton fabric, must also be of high quality, without lint. Then he pointed his finger, and the biggest problem is, Songbai revealed.
The main ingredient of blasting oil is sweet oil, and sweet oil is extracted from pork lard and beef tallow. The scene shifts to the palace, where Songbai is deep in thought within an era that lacks a petrochemical industry. He deduces that to extract glycerin, the main ingredient of nitroglycerin, lard is the only solution, but the fat percentage in a pig's body is only about 15%. Songbai continues to agonize. In other words, even if every citizen of the Song dynasty ate pork 3 meals a day, it would not meet the necessary fat requirements. Finally, unable to stay calm, he shouts, whether in the 21st century or this era, eco-friendly products always have poor economic efficiency. Long live the petrochemical industry. Long live heavy industry. Back in the present, after Song Shu hears this, he looks astonished, then becomes visibly dejected. It is truly a pity. Song Shu blames himself immensely. If only I didn't know. If only I didn't know that such a magnificent explosive could be created, it would have been better. Songbai notices this sadness and speaks loudly to encourage Song Shu. Imperial Father, do not give up. Getting up on national defense is a path leading to destruction. But he still seems unsettled. Who doesn't know that? But the situation of the Song dynasty does not allow it. What can I do? He does not give up and continues. What is the reason Imperial Father is carrying out national reforms? Is it not to change this difficult situation of the Song dynasty? Songbai analyzes. Right now, I, along with General Lin Mo, Lord Li Tian, and many other officials, as well as Baildra Zhang and numerous other craftsmen, are striving to find a solution.
He ceaselessly encouraged Song Shu. Imperial Father, I believe that survival is a challenge. Giving up is death. Song Shu felt better upon hearing this. He became determined and replied, You are right. Ever since I ascended the throne, I swore to devote my all for the development of the Song dynasty. Then he turned to the high officials and ordered, O my subjects, focus your spirits and devote your all for the success of the country's reformation. The high officials were all moved to tears upon hearing this.
The atmosphere reached a climax, and everyone shouted in unison, "We are willing to devote our hearts and souls. Good, we are a united front." Song-bai stood from afar watching this scene, unable to hide a cryptic smile. Many years later, the high officials would all agree, saying, it was no longer the determined look from back then, but rather people drained of all vitality. If only we hadn't inspected Area 51 back then. Hangfang even slapped his own mouth. The mouth harms the body. Truly, misfortune comes from the mouth.
Back in the present, Song Shu was still very determined as he declared, "What a wonderful job. I will spare no support. Find a way to mass-produce gunpowder. I want to soon see all Song Dynasty soldiers equipped with this state-of-the-art weapon." Song Bai secretly rejoiced and obeyed. Your subject obeys the decree. Song Shu at this moment still paid no attention to his son, but was worrying about everyone. All of this was thanks to the hard work of the craftsmen. How hard they must have toiled to look so haggard. Then he turned to Lin Mo and said, "General Lin, can you explain to me the process of perfecting the matchlock gun?" Lin Mo was still very moved. He quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty," then cut scene. Song Bai began to explain. To manufacture a matchlock gun with rifling, all tools must be custom-made. The people working in Area 51 were discussing among themselves. "The Crown Prince wants us to use an anvil as a mandrel. Can't we use the old anvil?" The conversation continued. "I don't know either. The Crown Prince ordered it. We only know to obey." In the distance, someone ran in holding something, shouting loudly, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has sent the necessary items." They were curious. What is it this time? Then Song Bai shouted, "Start working." He pointed vigorously. Yun Jia is in charge of coiling the iron bar around the mandrel. Si Jia is in charge of placing the iron bar into the prepared casting frame.
Master Kim was in charge of using the specialized anvil to forge the iron bars placed in the casting frame. Songbai's voice rang out incessantly. "After filling the gaps, you must use a file to smooth it out. Check carefully to see if the frame is fully filled yet." They all responded in unison, "Yes, we understand." Seeming unsatisfied, Songbai grabbed a megaphone and shouted loudly, "It must be fast, accurate, and perfect. Hurry up, get to work immediately." Inside, they were crying and complaining. "Oh heavens, how are we supposed to do this?" Thanks to the efforts of the craftsmen, 5 prototype muskets were completed. Songbai looked at the finished products in front of him with delight. This was truly a masterpiece created from blood and sweat. At Area 51, he declared, "Now let's begin the practical performance testing." Songbai spoke calmly. "First, let's check how much gunpowder it can withstand." They replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Songbai continued, "Old muskets used 1 tail, so let's start with half a tail. That seems reasonable." Then Lin Mo shouted sternly, "Fire!" Immediately, the soldiers raised their guns. Songbai asked, "What is the result?" Lin Mo looked at the gun, sweating as he replied, "Jia-style gunpowder and Yi-style gunpowder, half a tail of each, pose no problem, but considering the intended use of the long musket, perhaps there is no need to increase it to 2 tails." Songbai remained very optimistic. "Good, then this time let's reduce the amount of gunpowder to find the optimal quantity. The kill distance for the old muskets was 40 paces. Let's take that as the standard." Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Not long after, bullets continued to be fired. Li Bai counted in astonishment. He shouted happily. The bullet penetrated the target at a distance of 40 paces. Looking at the power, it seems it can destroy targets at even greater distances.
Songbai seemed to have anticipated this. He calmly smiled and replied, "Certainly." Li Bai, extremely excited, suggested, "Then this time let's try at a distance of 50 paces." Truly excited. The scene shifts to the mountain that was just hit by the bullet. Witnessing this astonishing sight, Li Bai couldn't help but be surprised. Your Highness, the high-end style gunpowder can penetrate the target at a distance of 70 paces. It is truly amazing." However, Lin Mo appeared dejected and said, "But this is only a partial success." This statement made Li Bai, standing next to him, think he was hard of hearing. "Huh?" He explained, "We fired over 20 shots, but none hit the mark. It seems the bullet's trajectory is unstable with each shot, leading to low accuracy." Hearing his words, Songbai couldn't help but admire. Indeed, very sharp. He thought to himself, "Then is it time to suggest that thing to them?" Thinking this, he spoke up. "But is that the only problem? Cleaning and ramming earth seems to take a lot of time. Why not try skipping those 2 processes?" Hearing this, Li Bai was skeptical. "Huh? But if we do that, the bullet might fall out." Songbai gave a half smile and grabbed his rope. "Just manufacture the bullet to fit the gun barrel. Try experimenting with it." Having no other choice, he could only obey. Your subject obeys. In his heart, he couldn't stop wondering. He already had the answer, so why did he ask? Really? Songbai stood aside, calculating silently. It's better to let them think and do it themselves, rather than saying it outright. Let them experience what I watched on YouTube. Not long after, Lin Mo brought an improved gun. "We have experimented according to Your Highness's words."
"But the gunpowder residue hinders the next shot," Songbai replied. "I understand." He continued, "Then cleaning is still the solution." Before he could finish speaking, Songbai interrupted, "General Lin, please think carefully." Lin Mo once again reluctantly obeyed. "Yes." However, Songbai explained further. "On the battlefield, the cavalry will charge very quickly. Will there be time to clear the barrel?" He agreed. "That is true." Li Bai, standing to the side, wondered, then what should be done? Seeing this deadlock, Song Bai sighed inwardly. Do I have to take action myself again? Suddenly, Lin Mo had an idea. He proposed.
Why not try carving grooves? Li Bai asked back. Carving grooves, he analyzed. That's right. Look at that stream. Stagnant water flows along the grooves. The flame of gunpowder also has a flow. Wouldn't it be the same? If we carve a long groove inside the gun barrel, won't the gunpowder residue follow the flow of the flame and escape? Hearing this, Li Bai was finally enlightened. Immediately, he agreed wholeheartedly with this idea. It seems worth a try. Song Bai, standing nearby, saw this and secretly rejoiced. I don't need to intervene anymore, do I? But then the soldiers pointed out a problem. General Lin, but how do we carve the grooves now? This issue made him hesitate. Then Lin Mo looked dazed again, acting halfway again. Song Bai saw this and was speechless, thinking, it will take forever to finish. However, the craftsmen thought hard for many nights and finally created a tool to carve grooves. At the same time, they manufactured more rifle muskets with 3 to 5 grooves. However, in the subsequent tests, Lin Mo and his colleagues encountered a new problem. Switching scenes to their meeting, Li Bai spoke up. In the end, is cleaning still the solution? The Minister of Works heard this and looked puzzled. What exactly is the result? Li Bai replied, the thing is, he recounted that each number of grooves had its own pros and cons. With 6 grooves or lesser, the power decreased insignificantly, but there was a lot of gunpowder residue.
Li Bai continued to explain. With 9 grooves or more, the gunpowder residue is less, but the power drops significantly. Sounds of discussion and weary sighs arose one after another. What should we do? Is 9 grooves the solution? The problem with 9 grooves is that the power decreases too much. Then 6 grooves? Then the gunpowder residue becomes a problem again. If only there were a better way. Hearing this, Song Bai thought to himself, as expected, he seems a bit worried. Will they be able to realize it this time? Right then, Wen Xiao spoke up. How about we try twisting the grooves? Song Bai was overjoyed with his proposal. Wonderful, that's the way. He spoke up to guide them. Wen Xia, please explain more clearly. He replied, yes, Your Highness, my point is. Then Wen Xia began to analyze. If we make the path of the gunpowder spiral, wouldn't the length increase? That way, even with only 6 grooves, the length would be sufficient for the gunpowder residue to escape. The high officials were surprised to hear his analysis, and because of the twisted grooves, the power of the gunpowder explosion would not be wasted. Finally, everyone cheered happily. That's it seems feasible. Your Highness, twisting the grooves might be the solution. Seeing this, Song Bai declared, then let's test it. Countless experiments were then conducted, and finally they found the optimal shape to achieve the highest performance, a matchlock gun with 6 grooves, right twist, 1.5 turns, ready to fire. This experiment was also a good opportunity to understand the concepts of maximum range and effective range. Everyone was busy working. Hurry up, we must quickly record and classify the results. Song Bai looked at this scene and couldn't help thinking, inferring 10 things from learning 1. If given enough conditions, these people could even win a Nobel Prize. Then he flashed a sly smile that looked quite chilling. He thought to himself, my slaves, grow up quickly and automate everything. The high officials working also felt a sudden chill. Why do I feel so cold all of a sudden? The scene shifted to where the weapons were stacked. Li Bai spoke up suspiciously. What is this about? Lin Mo passed by, saw this, and stopped to ask, my lord, what is the matter?
He quickly replied, General, it is nothing major. It is just that according to Biol Zhuazhang, we apparently cut rifling grooves into the barrel of the matchlock gun. Li Bai added, it seems that because of this, the accuracy has improved significantly. Well, what do you think, General? Lin Mo agreed with him. I also find it strange. They fell silent. Lin Mo hesitated before speaking. Improving performance is good, but not knowing the reason is truly troubling. A soldier, seeing this, approached and asked, is it possible that those spiral grooves make the bullets spin when fired? They asked back in surprise. Huh? They continued. What do you mean? Explain it more clearly. The soldier began to recount. This lowly one used to be an arrow maker. When attaching feathers to the arrow, I usually attach them slightly askew. By doing so, when fired, the arrow would spin in the air, allowing it to fly straighter and be less affected by the wind. Hearing this, Lin Mo and Li Bai could not help but marvel. Not long after, Song Shu came to inspect again. Indeed, he exclaimed, now I understand why the Crown Prince and the high officials kept it a secret to the end. If the performance of the matchlock gun is revealed to the outside, the technology will certainly be leaked. Then he ordered, Head eunuch, bring the blacksmith forge here. Song Shu spoke up. In that case,
he burned the paper he was holding while speaking with satisfaction. I must also follow that intention. Then he turned to Song Bai and gave him some compliments. The Crown Prince has truly worked hard. You have accomplished something very great. He also humbly replied, it is thanks to Imperial Father's grace. Song Shu was now paying attention to the soldiers. Come to think of it, I must ask about the outfit commonly seen in Area 51. He ordered, is there anything else to see? If not, explain that outfit to me. Lin Mo respectfully replied, Your Majesty, there are still some things yet to be presented. Hearing that, he could not help but be astonished. What? Immediately after, Songbai ordered, Chief Manager, bring that out for His Highness to see. This time, the item I want to present to Imperial Father is, he introduced it clearly, the Jaw-style horseback small gun. Seeing the gun, Song Shu couldn't help but exclaim, It truly is a short gun. Bring it closer for me to see. He examined it while commenting, Truly a strange object, huh? Song Shu muttered. 6 holes. Could it be? He asked again doubtfully. Can this gun fire 6 shots continuously? Songbai immediately confirmed. That is precisely correct. Song Shu still seemed unbelieving. Is that so? All the high officials could not believe what they had just heard. How could such a thing be done without full tools? How on earth was it possible? Songbai proudly replied. That is one of the masterpieces of Area 51. Of course, the design already existed beforehand. Hearing that, Song Shu excitedly proposed, I want to see how to use it right now. Lin Mo also obeyed. Yes. Immediately after, he reached down to the holster at his waist, then slowly touched the gun. Less than half a second later, Lin Mo drew the gun and fired a series of bullets. Those bullets flew toward the target as fast as lightning. Seeing such a magnificent performance, one couldn't help but praise. General Lin's shooting is truly amazing. It really is top-notch.
However, Song Bai, listening from the side, was furious. Damn it, I worked so hard to create it. At this moment, Heng Feng stepped forward and expressed, May I examine the target? Lin Mo happily agreed. Of course you may. Then he slowly approached the scarecrow. Who knows what was on the scarecrow that made Heng Feng gape in speechless astonishment? After his jaw was tired from dropping, he turned back to report to Song Shu. Your Highness, with this power, at least within 30 paces, the enemy will taste hell. Song Shu still seemed skeptical. Are you certain? He firmly replied, I am certain. Hearing this, Song Shu was overjoyed. You have truly accomplished something extraordinary. He emotionally turned to Song Bai and General Lin. Seeing your exhausted appearance, I believe the left state councillor's affirmation is correct. You have worked hard. Song Bai continued to bow in gratitude. Your Majesty praises me too much. He continued, you did well too. Now, what about the armor? The boy smiled happily and replied, Imperial Father, please forgive me, but there is still one more type of firearm that I have not presented yet. He froze, dumbfounded by the surprises coming one after another. There is still more? Just how many things are there? Feeling there had been too many surprises in one day, Song Shu tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. Crown Prince, it is almost time for lunch. But Song Bai continued speaking. The item I wish to present this time is the firebomb. Hearing this, Song Shu did a 180-degree turn once again. So what if it's lunch? Let's go quickly. Song Bai could only chuckle to himself seeing this. Truly a firepower addict. On the way, Song Shu expressed, this place is quite far from the royal palace. Song Bai quickly explained, because we need a spacious empty lot to test the firebomb. Upon arrival, he was stunned by the scene before him. What kind of firebomb requires such a vast empty lot? He turned to ask, did you perhaps have all the trees here cut down? Song Bai replied, to prevent fires, we had people clear everything. Song Shu could only sigh helplessly upon hearing this. Really? Then everyone approached the firebomb. This was the newly developed firebomb. The introduction continued to ring out. We would like to name this firebomb the Sky-Shaking Flying Thunder.
Heng Feng spoke up. Flying Strike Thunder Crash Bomb. It seems to be a type of thunder crash bomb. Hearing that, Mo Li replied, Thunder Crash Bomb? You mean the Thunder Crash Bomb of the Jin Kingdom from the old days? He responded, it seems so. Then they continued to discuss the fire shells, hearing that it was similar to the Zhilie cannon created by General Lin Mo. Afterwards, Mo Li conjectured. Perhaps the words Flying Strike were added because it uses a Wonko mortar. Standing to the side and overhearing this conversation, Song Bai could not help but exclaim, even though I've reincarnated, I cannot skip over these classic tropes. Classics among classics. On the sea, there is the turtle ship. On land, there is the Flying Strike Thunder Crash Bomb. Night fell, and a sigh echoed through the palace, creating an awkward atmosphere. The high officials were all present, standing there, enduring the continuous stream of words coming from Song Bai. Should I choose MK1 or MK2? Or maybe MK21? In their hearts, they could not help but wail, MK? What is that? Here we go again. Your Highness is starting to say strange things. We won't be going home today. Finally, a high official spoke up to explain. What His Highness just mentioned was an arbitrary classification based on the explosion method of the head-and-shaking thunder. MK1 is the type where, when the gunpowder explodes, fragments inside will fly out in all directions, injuring the enemy, similar to a modern hand grenade. The official continued his analysis. As for MK2, when activated, flames will spout from the gunpowder filling hole, causing the heaven-shaking thunder to spin and shoot out fire and iron fragments in all directions. And MK21 is the type that uses an iron plate to seal the hole, then shoots out fire and iron fragments. Finally, Song Bai asked, so among those, which one is the most reasonable? Dong Di just opened his mouth. Your Highness, in my opinion, when Wen Sha hurriedly covered his mouth. My lord, please be quiet for a moment. He turned around, surprised and unaware of what was happening, as Wen Sha explained.
Forgive me for this disrespect, but please wait a moment. Immediately after, Songbai slammed his hand hard on the table and shouted loudly, "Damn it, why worry about this?" The slam made both of them startle, almost scaring the souls out of them. He grumbled angrily, "It's decided that we will create both. Choose Mecha 21. Choose the 21st century version. The military conference ends here. Dismissed for rest." Hearing this, they were surprised. "What about your Highness?" He shouted back, "I have come up with a good idea. How can I sit still? You all are distracting me. Everyone leave." They were just waiting for this moment. Everyone was delighted to leave. "Let's leave, my lord. Your Highness has taken care of everything." At present, Emperor Song Shu looked at the spherical object on the table and asked, "Was this also researched by you all?" Lin Mo raised his voice to answer. "This flying strike thunder crash bomb was personally designed by your Highness the Crown Prince, from its principle to its shape." He was surprised to hear that and asked back, "Is that so? I really want to know its principle." He hesitated slightly and replied, "About that." Songbai suddenly spoke up to rescue him. "Please allow us to present that after the demonstration concludes." The soldiers were preparing the equipment to aim and fire.
Lin Mo anxiously pointed toward the wall and suggested, "It is dangerous. Please hide behind the wall, Your Majesty." He complied and replied, "All right." Next, a soldier was seen slowly loading the grenade into the muzzle, then announced, "Prepare to fire." The other soldier waved a flag and shouted loudly, "Fire!" Then came the sound of the explosion launching the projectile. Despite the impressive momentum, the grenade failed to hit the scarecrows and merely fell to the ground. The king, seeing such an anticlimactic scene, looked disappointed and asked him, "Is nothing going to happen?" Lin Mo seriously replied, "It is about to explode, Your Majesty." Just as he said, the grenade moved slowly, and a moment later it created a massive explosion. The shockwave of the explosion forced Mo Li and Hang Feng to cover themselves with their hands, their faces unable to hide their astonishment. After the explosion, only thick smoke and dust remained. His expression seemed quite frightened. Hang Feng spoke up to inquire, Your Majesty, are you all right?" He reassured him, "I am fine, just a little startled." However, Hang Feng still could not hide his worry for His Majesty. Seeing that everything was fine, Hang Feng announced, "You may stand up now, Your Majesty." Mo Li stood by the side, sweating profusely, pretending nothing had happened. Li Shang, still recovering from the shock, exclaimed, How can this be possible?" Looking at the cloud of smoke and the pile of scarecrows blown apart by the grenade, he fell into deep thought. It seemed the explosion had blown up everything around it. He looked at the devastation before his eyes, skeptical and disbelieving. How is this possible? Mo Li also agreed.
"Is this the power of a single firebomb?" Hang Feng held up the head of the scarecrow, astonished, judging that if this were a real battlefield, it would certainly turn into hell. The emperor ordered him, "General Lin, explain the operating principle of the flying strike thunder crash bomb to me." Lin Mo obeyed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He slowly explained the principle of the grenade. First, the shell of the firebomb is made as thin as possible, ensuring it can withstand the impact force when fired and landing, while also ensuring it can withstand the explosive force inside. Lin Mo continued, "The inside of the shell is densely packed with small iron balls, thereby increasing the number of fragments and enhancing the killing capability." Skipping the stage of mixing clay into the Yi-style gunpowder to maintain potency, hearing about its terrifying nature, His Majesty praised, "Indeed, your achievements are truly praiseworthy. However, can this type of firebomb be mass-produced?" Lin Mo happily replied, "If provided with enough gunpowder, mass production is completely feasible." Hang Feng stood by the side and asked in disbelief, "General, is that really possible? To mass-produce such powerful firebombs require many skilled artisans. Isn't Area 51 short on manpower?" He hesitated slightly before answering, "The left state councillor is very correct. However, flashback to some time earlier, as night fell, a voice rang out in the manor. Your Highness the Crown Prince solved that problem right when he designed this type of firebomb." The three of them looked at the blueprint and discussed it together. "This is the blueprint of the flying strike thunder crash bomb drawn by Your Highness the Crown Prince himself." Lin Mo and Li Bai looked utterly surprised and exclaimed, "Huh?" Li Bai had to admit, "I look at it but don't understand anything at all."
Lin Mo agreed and replied, "The shape is indeed strange." He looked at the blueprint on the table and muttered, "Female threads and male threads." Lin Mo recalled the time the young boy slowly introduced the usage of the grenade to him. If one wanted to stuff gunpowder inside a sphere, crafting a sphere from the start would be very inefficient. Split the sphere into 2 hemispheres and then proceed. After that, carve female threads on one side and male threads on the other. The boy enthusiastically continued, "It's like a puzzle game. You just need to rotate it along the carved direction to assemble a complete sphere." Songbai's face looked thoughtful as he expressed his opinion, taking the opportunity to also teach the concept of bolts and nuts. After that day, the two of them conducted a test, and the result was that the grenade exploded as expected. At that moment, astonishment was clearly visible on their faces. Li Bai exclaimed, "The power is truly terrifying."
Lin Mo added, "With such power, it can be deployed for our soldiers immediately."
He asked for his opinion. So, should we report this to your majesty? Songbai pondered and replied, "Not yet." His face lit up with excitement as he continued. There are still many things that need to be tested. The thinner the shell casing, the greater the power. According to Songbai, we should let the skilled craftsmen continue testing first. Therefore, first, let's try gradually reducing the thickness of the casing. Li Bai excitedly announced, "Your Highness, after testing the thickness reduction, the minimum thickness that can withstand the impact of firing and landing is reduced by 3 parts. He asked in surprise, "Really?" Songbai smiled brightly and suggested, "Then now let's try stuffing gunpowder inside and test it. Filling it with gunpowder will surely yield different results." However, the results did not seem to be as expected. The faces of the craftsmen looked quite exhausted after the execution. The 3 of them looked at the grenade before them, and Li Bai reported the situation. "Your Highness, this time the minimum thickness remains reduced by 3 parts. His eyes were filled with dark circles due to excessive fatigue. Li Bai suggested, "Then let's report to Imperial Father now." He stroked his chin in thought and voiced his opinion. "But the blast radius is too wide." Songbai continued speaking about the consequences of failure. "Our troops are at risk of casualties. Let's study how to reduce the blast radius while ensuring power." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 men became grave. Lin Mo asked for the opinion of the blacksmiths. "How can we increase the power and reduce the blast radius at the same time?" One of them, his face clearly showing fatigue and lack of vitality, scratched his head helplessly and replied, "I am at my wit's end. Your Highness has assigned too difficult a task." Hearing this from the side, he thought to himself, "It seems I have to lend a hand." Songbai approached and asked the craftsman, "Any progress?" Although tired, he still politely replied, "The Crown Prince has arrived."
He slowly reported the progress. "We are still continuing our research." Songbai suddenly suggested, "How about trying to coat a thick layer of clay inside the firebomb, then embed small lead pellets tightly into it to see? After the clay dries, paste paper over it to fix them in place." Hearing this idea sound quite reasonable, the 2 craftsmen exclaimed in astonishment, "So that is it! What a wonderful idea! I could never have thought of it, Your Highness." Seeing that everything was making progress, he said as he walked away, "Then I will be going now. Everyone keep up the good work." The 2 men looked at Songbai's retreating back in deep thought. Lin Mo, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "It is as if His Highness already knew the answer beforehand." Li Bai hesitated and said, "If that is so," the 2 craftsmen, having found the solution, raised their voices. "Then haven't we been working hard for nothing?"
Haven't been able to go home for days, you sly fox. After following the solution you provided, everyone has been dedicated to research, and it seems to have been effective. However, the result is that this intention helped the artisans think and research on their own, and thanks to that, they not only merely follow instructions, but can also understand the principles to manufacture weapons. Returning to the present, Lin Mo told Your Majesty that thanks to such processes, we have reliable artisans for making firebombs, so mass production will face no obstacles. Knowing of Songbai's great contribution, he couldn't help but exclaim in praise, "Really, this brat leaves me speechless." Suddenly remembering something, Your Majesty wondered and asked, "Now that I recall, I had a question while watching the test. Why didn't the firebomb explode immediately?" He seriously said, "I am very curious about its operating principle." Lin Mo's face became serious after hearing Your Majesty's question. Then he slowly answered, "That is because..." Lin Mo revealed the secret to Your Majesty. "The Flying Strike Thunder Crash Bomb contains a sophisticated secret." Hearing that, he asked back, "A sophisticated secret?" Lin Mo now hesitantly answered, "That is, the explosion time can be adjusted." Hearing such a miraculous thing, he asked skeptically, "Is that really true?" Lin Mo held out the fuse in his hand.
To be more specific, by winding the fuse into the bamboo tube, we can adjust the detonation time. Your Majesty judged, "It seems that the detonation time is adjusted by the length of the fuse, isn't it?" He replied, "That is precisely correct." Hearing that, his face became excited, and he exclaimed, "If that is so, then only we know the detonation time. It is truly a sophisticated secret." Songbai smiled upon hearing Your Majesty's praises. "Truly ingenious, ingenious." He thought to himself, "Actually, this is a feature that has existed since the time of the Flying Strike Thunder Crash Bomb created by Wensong." Songbai announced to him, "Imperial Father, I have had all the types of weapons presented." Hearing that, Your Majesty asked back, "Is that so?" He continued, "Then let us return to the palace." But Your Majesty grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait a moment." His expression became terrifying as he questioned, "Is there anything else you want to show me?" Seeing this, Songbai was so frightened that sweat streamed down his face, and he stammered, "Of course there is. Please, Imperial Father." His face became more excited than ever. "Finally, I get to see it." Lin Mo stood aside watching his excitement and thought to himself, "Why does he not seem tired at all? I want to go home." Your Majesty ordered, "The soldier's attire here is different from the regular Song Dynasty army. Explain it to me." Songbai politely replied, "Yes, Imperial Father." He pointed towards the green uniform and slowly explained. First is the soldier's uniform. We have improved the attire to be convenient for using matchlock guns, then dyed them green and earth yellow. He curiously asked, why dyed them green and earth yellow? Songbai seriously answered, so that the enemy finds it difficult to detect our troops' position. Therefore, we chose colors similar to the forest and the earth. Your Majesty stroked his chin in thought after hearing the reason. Finding this reason not yet convincing, Your Majesty spoke about its disadvantages. Crown Prince, on the battlefield, shouldn't one use striking colors to overwhelm the enemy's morale? Furthermore, not only the generals, but even our own troops would struggle to distinguish each other.
He did not refute, but instead agreed, saying, we are continuing to improve our military methods to overcome those issues. This outfit is also currently just in the testing phase. Actual application will still take a long time. Finally understanding the reason, Your Majesty exclaimed, I see. Songbai continued, but that is not all. He excitedly announced, we are also proceeding to improve the armor as well. Hearing this, Your Majesty was quite curious. Armor? Songbai opened the door and politely said, please come inside. He looked towards the elaborate outfits hanging in the middle of the room and slowly introduced. First, these are the armor sets currently being used in the Song Dynasty army. Your Majesty looked at these outfits and replied without much surprise. I know them well. He continued. However, Songbai did not hesitate to state the drawbacks of these outfits. In reality, fully equipping the army with these armor sets is very difficult. He thought about the scene of soldiers suffering while wearing tattered and old shirts. As everyone knows, soldiers even have to provide armor for themselves. Because of this, the quality of the armor is not high. Due to financial issues, many soldiers have to use poor quality armor. Even Your Majesty had to nod in agreement regarding these difficulties. That is true. Following that, he looked at the red armor and raised his voice to introduce. As everyone knows, this is the brigandine armor that has been in use since the end of the previous era. Inside the silk layer, small iron pieces are reinforced, so the protection ability is very good. Songbai pointed towards the armor.
He slowly pointed out his shortcomings. However, this brigandine has some problems. Hearing that, he curiously asked, what are they? He honestly replied, first, it takes a lot of time and effort to produce. Not only preparing the small iron plates, but fixing each one with rivets also demands a lot of labor and time. Second is the cost.
From silk to fur, the cost of raw materials is very expensive. Thirdly, although the protection capability is very good, it has many weaknesses. Even though it withstands arrows well, the armpits and both sides of the waist are exposed, so it will be disadvantageous in close combat. And the final drawback, fourthly, Your Majesty heard so many flaws of the armor, silently thinking, even a fourth one? Songbai held onto the armor and continued. Due to its heavy weight, it is very difficult to wear for a long time. Since it is a cloak style, the entire weight rests on the shoulders. Even he had to admit the shortcomings of this outfit. That is true, the king spoke up and asked, but is there any way to improve it? Waiting just to hear this question, Songbai immediately walked over to a rack covered by a white cloth. He continued, to solve those problems, we have created... The white cloth was pulled off, revealing a suit of armor equipped with modern features and very few flaws. Songbai proudly announced, this is it. Li Sheng and Mo Li, seeing this armor, also had their jaws drop in astonishment. Your Majesty curiously asked, what is this? His face looked like he was just waiting for this question, smugly replying, Sire, this is the improved armor, overcoming the weaknesses of the brigandine. Songbai recalled the past, back when he frustratedly threw the fountain pen in his hand, sighing, too expensive. Looking at the pile of documents before him, he couldn't help but feel angry. The armor part is 16 Seom 10 caddies. The helmet is 4 Seom 5 caddies. Do they want only nobles to be able to participate in combat? Songbai slowly analyzed. I intended to skip the armor part, but that won't do. I also have to account for the soldiers participating in close combat. His brain worked at full capacity to create a complete suit of armor, combining Western plate armor and brigandine. Doing this and that, Songbai seemed to see something, his face becoming skeptical of life. What is this monstrosity? Returning to reality, Songbai held onto the armor and slowly introduced. First, we replace the small iron pieces inside the lining with a single steel plate. Thanks to that, the front and back of the torso are protected by 2 steel plates, ensuring upper body protection. He excitedly continued. The waist is protected by overlapping the front and rear steel plates.
And the armpits were protected by attaching a round steel plate to the shoulder and arm guards. Additionally, the armor was divided into 2 parts, upper body armor and lower body armor, which helped distribute the weight evenly across the body. There was also armor shielding the legs, specifically the thighs. After hearing about these more than excellent functions, all 3 of them gaped in astonishment. Songbai envisioned the scene of soldiers wearing this armor. First, the cavalry and close combat soldiers would be equipped with full body armor, covering them from neck to knees. As for the improved upper body armor, it would be used by the matchlock musketeers and artillerymen.
Your Majesty was surprised and asked, what did those who tried it on say? Lin Mo immediately replied, They said it was a bit heavy, but because the weight is distributed evenly throughout the body, it is bearable. Moreover, since the parts that were previously unprotected are now covered, they feel much more reassured. Feeling curious, Your Majesty stepped forward to hold the armor set. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is the first time I have seen this type of armor. It is truly strange. Not only the shape, but also the structure is very special. Songbai smiled proudly, thinking to himself, even though I created it myself, I am quite surprised too. In addition, he continued to mention another advantage of it. This type of armor will help save costs and production time, very effective. Hang Feng looked thoughtfully at the armor set and voiced the question in his heart. However, Your Highness, I have a question. He replied, please go ahead. Hang Feng speculated. As far as I know, from the helmet to the armor plates, they are all made of steel, right? Songbai heard this and praised him. You observe very keenly. He asked straight to the main point. So do the craftsmen have to forge each steel plate by hand? Wouldn't that take too much effort? Hang Feng continued. I fear the cost will be even higher than the brigandine. After a moment of contemplation, Songbai praised. That is a very good question. I used to wonder the same thing. Therefore, he voiced the intention he had cherished for so long. I plan to use the stamping method. Hearing that, he curiously asked, stamping? Exquisite molds appeared before his eyes. Songbai repeated, that's right, stamping, thinking to himself.
The main reason we have to use the concept from Western plate armor is that to start mass production, we must use stamping machines. Your Majesty asked in puzzlement, manufacturing by stamping molds? What do you mean? He immediately replied, just as its name suggests, Imperial Father. Songbai proposed, however, it is better for Imperial Father to see it directly. We will prepare and present it to Imperial Father later. Filled with curiosity and inquisitiveness, upon hearing this he felt quite disappointed. Can't I see it now? With an excited expression, the boy explained, there are still a few other items that cannot be presented yet. We will prepare them as soon as possible. But for now, please come and inspect first, Imperial Father. An hour later, Moli reported the situation. There are no issues with the account books, Your Highness. Your Majesty voiced his praise. You officials have worked hard. He gave special thanks to Lin Mo. General Lin Mo, you have also worked very hard. Thanks to the efforts of you officials, our Song dynasty will become even more powerful. He politely replied, I thank Your Highness for your grace. Song Shu continued, so now, the faces of the three people which were tired just a moment ago now became much more spirited. It seemed they were just waiting for these words, secretly hoping in their hearts, is the court session over? Can we go home now? But contrary to expectations, Your Majesty ordered with an interested face, let's go to the Directorate of Weaponry. I want to see the process of manufacturing firearms and armor right now. Moli hinted, Your Highness, the sun is gradually setting. Perhaps there won't be enough time to go to the Directorate of Weaponry for inspection.
But he retorted, if I am absent again, won't the court affairs be delayed even more? Your Majesty continued, then I will have to see it early tomorrow morning. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to see it right now. Moli immediately replied, I understand, it is truly even more than I thought. Scene change. At the Directorate of Weaponry, everyone shouted in unison, Long live Your Highness! He eagerly proposed. First, your son will show Imperial Father the process of manufacturing rifles. Here, everyone is working hard forging iron, while others are crafting intricate details. Seeing everyone working in a neat and disciplined order, Your Majesty exclaimed, so everyone is assigned their own specific tasks. He immediately replied, yes, during this process, your son has tried applying the division of labor for each person. With a spirit of curiosity, Your Majesty became enthusiastic after the tour and proposed, it is indeed very effective, so now I want to see directly how they manufacture using stamping. You said that seeing it with one's own eyes would be better, right? To satisfy Imperial Father's curiosity, he immediately agreed, your son will prepare it right away.
In his heart, he thought that Your Highness must be very curious about the stamping machine by now. Then Songbai ordered the guard beside him to hand him a paper horn. The guard, seeming to understand, handed it to him and politely replied, yes, Your Highness. Next, he spoke into the megaphone, causing everyone around to turn and look. Testing, everyone, let's hurry up and start manufacturing the armor now. As if ordered, everyone busily prepared, shouting, Roger. Seeing this chaotic scene, Your Majesty felt confused. He asked suspiciously, so, Crown Prince, why are the people making cannons all moving away? Songbai, with a helpless expression, could only tell the truth. It is because the number of craftsmen is insufficient, Imperial Father. Hearing that, Your Majesty crossed his arms in a huff. Really? Hang Feng said to someone nearby. This situation is feeling increasingly unsettling, isn't it? He silently guessed the next step. Surely Your Highness will ask for a solution. He picked up the horn to announce, well then, your subjects will begin the manufacturing process right now. A hammer was struck down powerfully.
Your Majesty saw this scene, his face becoming fascinated. He saw the pulley system moving in perfect order. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, some placing hot iron into the molds, others in charge of pulling the ropes. The mold dropped down, creating a loud noise. Your Majesty could not help but exclaim in astonishment, it truly is manufacturing, just as its name suggests. The stamping mold slowly opened, then tongs were used to prepare to take the hot iron bar out. Thus, the iron armor was completed. Seeing the wonder of this method, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What a miraculous method!" Your Majesty turned to Songbai and praised, "If we use this method, mass-producing armor will no longer be just a dream. Indeed, it is a method devised by the Crown Prince." Suddenly remembering something, he asked curiously, but wait, perhaps this is also where gunpowder is manufactured? I want to see it." Hearing this, he replied awkwardly, "I apologize, this cannot be demonstrated right now." Your Majesty asked curiously, "Why?" He immediately explained, "Because the production process is very complex, and the raw materials are also dangerous. We need to choose a suitable time to work." Your Majesty's voice showed that he was quite disappointed. "Is that so?" Hang Feng spoke up to suggest,
Your Highness, please return to the palace now to preserve your dragon body. All right, let us return to the palace. The three of them seemed to have achieved their desire, smiles blooming on their lips, secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Done, we get to go back. But it seemed that intention was not successful, as upon returning, His Majesty said he would continue to hold court. But this was not the end yet. He asked for everyone's opinion. I see that the weapons in Area 51 are truly excellent. What do you officials think? Li Shang, with a haggard face, replied, I also think so, Your Highness. Hang Feng next to him was not much better. Especially the cannons and artillery created by Your Highness the Crown Prince, they truly possess unparalleled power in the world. As for His Majesty, he still kept his excited expression, stroking his chin and saying, Do you officials think so too? Then, he proposed, we will mass-produce these things. What do you say? Hearing these words, in his heart he thought, just as I thought. Hang Heng immediately spoke up to object. Your Highness, I beg to report that the mass production of these weapons will encounter many difficulties. He explained more clearly, firstly about the manpower issue. Among the craftsmen, the number of people with exquisite skills is very few. Hang Feng continued talking about the test with the grenade this afternoon. Furthermore, the supply of materials is also facing many difficulties, even for the Deja formula gunpowder that we tested today, and the raw materials to produce it are also very hard to find. The main ingredients, pork fat and beef tallow, are also very difficult to obtain in such large quantities. Finding this opinion of his quite reasonable, Your Majesty nodded in agreement. That is true. As for the craftsmen, what if we recruit skilled artisans from all over Joseon to work on cannon components? The young man beside him immediately pointed out the flaw in this measure. Imperial Father, your son fears that this could lead to a very high possibility of leaking secrets. That problem might be solved if we limit the components to the pre-processing stage. Li Sun continued, Your Highness, if we receive them through tribute, the quality might not be guaranteed. He replied, We will not accept them through tribute. Instead, the king proposed a more effective method, which is to purchase the necessary items through the trading stations being established. This will help improve the lives of the commoners. At the same time, craftsmen will not take their work lightly. This was indeed a brilliant plan. He hesitated when mentioning oil. As for the issue of oil, he stroked his chin in deep thought, then continued to scratch his hat. The eunuchs outside the palace, hearing the strange noises the king was making, could only feel helpless. He is saying strange things again. The boy closed his eyes and thought slowly. After a while, it seemed he had found a new method, shouting excitedly, That's it! Too awesome! Oh, my brain! Lin Mo saw him and greeted, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He continued, Your servant has been waiting for you. Song Bai walked over happily.
General, he announced, it seems I have found a solution. Lin Mo also seemed to have come up with a method and said excitedly, Your servant also has an idea. Song Bai suggested, General, you speak first. His face turned shy, pushing the responsibility to him. No, Your Highness, please speak first. Song Bai touched his nose helplessly and said, It's fine. Lin Mo immediately stated the method he associated with. What do you think about using soybeans, Your Highness? The two seemed to have a telepathic connection, then happily high-fived and said in unison, Let's test it right away. He silently thought about why he chose soybeans as a substitute. The people have used various vegetable oil since ancient times, and soybean oil is sufficient to make glycerin. Lin Mo spoke up to ask for permission. Your Highness the Crown Prince, may this servant fire a test shot? Song Bai nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Seeing his excited appearance, he happily thought to himself, I understand your enthusiasm all too well. Seeing Lin Mo holding the gun ready to aim, Song Bai quickly covered his ears. Looking at the bullet holes on the straw dummy, Song Bai proudly said, With this efficiency, he immediately added, I think it works, Your Highness. He ordered Lin Mo, Let's go report to Imperial Father immediately. When the king heard the news, he happily exclaimed, Really? That is indeed good news. He wondered and asked, So now it can be mass-produced, right? Song Bai bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, Imperial Father. He voiced the concern in his heart. However, there is still one important matter.
Seeing this, he pondered, Huh? Thinking of the herd of cows grazing happily, Song Bai explained further. To provide beans for this time, we used beans from the fields managed by the livestock farm on Neobian Island. Song Bai concluded, The reason is the test results showed that soybean residue after oil extraction is suitable as feed for cattle and pigs. The king stroked his chin in deep thought, pointing out the downside of this method. But that amount is not enough to meet the demand. He also agreed. That is true, Imperial Father. Furthermore, lard, tallow, and beans are all things that the commoners use a lot. If the imperial court collects them in large quantities, the people's lives might become difficult. He shared the same thought as Songbai, saying with a thoughtful expression, "Right, national defense is important, but we cannot ignore their lives." After a while, he spoke up to dismiss him. "I will think more about this matter. You have worked hard, Crown Prince." He did not stay much longer and replied, "Yes, Imperial Father, your son requests to take his leave." The king stared at his receding figure, his face filled with deep contemplation.
Songbai walked out of the hall. He looked towards the palace before him, secretly determined. "Imperial Father, your son believes in you. You will certainly find a good solution." Sometime later inside the palace, the officials were holding a court meeting. The king proposed. "The boy has proposed a plan to supply pressed oil. Crown Prince, hurry and explain your method for the high officials to hear." He presented his method, speaking seriously. "Yes, the plan I thought of is to use soybean oil." The officials, hearing this method, all exclaimed in surprise. He concluded the matter, speaking clearly. "Therefore, I will encourage farmers to migrate to the reclaimed lands in the north to grow beans, and the imperial court will purchase the entire harvest. In this way, the lives of the commoners will be stabilized." Hearing him say that, Songbai's face lit up. He thought to himself, using the reclaimed lands in the north to grow beans and purchasing the entire output, this means all problems will be solved. He continued to instruct. "Furthermore, purchase lard and beef tallow at reasonable prices."
Everyone agreed unanimously, "We shall obey your command." After this, he looked at him with sparkling eyes, happiness evident on his face. The king praised him, "Crown Prince, you have achieved a great merit this time." Songbai replied politely, "Thank you, Imperial Father. It is all thanks to the merit of Imperial Father and everyone at Area 51. Seeing him so talented and obedient, he laughed happily. "This child." The king clutched his own thigh tightly and declared firmly, "I will consider this the first step to strengthening the national defense of the Song dynasty." The king issued an order. Therefore, everyone must proceed very carefully. Not a single mistake is allowed. Both the meritorious officials and Songbai responded in unison. "Your Highness's orders are received." He thought to himself, "But speaking of the reclaimed land in the north, it is true that there is a legend saying the name of the Tumen River means full of beans, so this would be a wonderful choice. In that case, I will also contribute a bit of effort." Scene shifts to the reclaimed land in the north, Hamgangdo. A subordinate entered the room to report, "Director, there are migrants asking to farm again." Wu Ying seemed to focus only on the paperwork in front of him and instructed, "I know, follow the usual procedure and arrange accommodation for them." Following the instructions, the subordinate led the people in, guiding them, "This way, follow me." Looking at the pile of paperwork before him, the old man said helplessly, "Is this the reason the Crown Prince bestowed the gold nib pens upon the local generals? The work hasn't decreased, it has only increased." He shouted in frustration, "Does anyone know how to read? Please save me."
On the other side, everyone was grilling meat over a charcoal stove. A servant carefully reminded, "Hey there, hold the bowl to catch the oil quickly." The other person couldn't help but exclaim, My, then explained, "We must collect the oil very carefully, for this is the stove that the Crown Prince has bestowed upon us." After a while, both of them sat on chairs, comfortably enjoying the delicious pieces of meat. A man wearing a yellow hat walked by, looking bewildered, and asked curiously, "Your Honor, is it really possible to eat meat like this here?" The official explained, "Currently it is supplied to the army first, but if you take good care of the soybean fields, you will also have it to eat. In return, when that time comes, you must collect the oil thoroughly and bring it to the government workshop just like them." Piles of official documents were stacked on the table.
Some items had been opened while he was sitting on the mattress, struggling and complaining in frustration. One after another, they only spoke of the shortage of gunpowder. Songbai crossed his arms, reflecting with a serious expression. Even if they mined in the northern lands, it would still not be enough. Suddenly he thought of something. That's right, the map appeared in his mind. Songbai wondered to himself, or is it in the south? Switching the scene to early morning, the king and the imperial guards were strolling around the palace. As he walked, one could see that the situation in the palace was quite complex. After the conservative old officials left the imperial court, power had quickly shifted towards King Song. The smiling face of the king appeared full of solemnity. With the start of the reforms, great King Songshu gradually implemented the policies he desired. Time passed. On a summer day when Songbai turned 10 years old, great King Songshu proposed. With Song Ruyan's age, perhaps it is time to find a prince consort for her, isn't it? Hang Fong agreed and replied, "I think this is a very suitable time, Your Highness." Songbai was quite surprised after hearing that. "What? Sister Ruyan is getting married?" He laughed happily and continued, "Then let us start looking."
The officials shouted in unison, "As you command, Your Highness."
After the court session ended, he walked out of the palace. Songbai placed his hand on his chest, unable to hide his emotional turmoil, thinking to himself, in actual history, Princess Ruyan had already passed away, but now she is about to get married. This feeling is truly strange. Inside the palace, a weary voice rang out. Imperial Father, I don't want to. Song Ruyan sulked, voicing her inner feelings. I just want to live forever with Imperial Father and the Queen. Song Shu slowly explained for her to understand. It's not that I don't understand that, but at some point, getting married is just a normal part of life, isn't it? Ruyan sobbed, but I just want to stay by your sides a little longer. Seeing her attitude, he felt helpless, not knowing what to do. This child, why is she so stubborn? The girl cried loudly and rushed out of the palace, screaming as she went, Imperial Father, I hate you. The king could only call out in comfort, Ruyan.
After everyone had left, he put his hand to his forehead, his face full of helplessness, as he sighed, children are truly not easy to teach. The scene changes to the next day. Songbai saw a group of palace maids hurrying somewhere. He curiously asked, what are the palace maids so busy doing this early? Is something wrong? The eunuch beside him whispered, Sir, it seems Her Highness the Princess has been on a hunger strike since yesterday. Then the eunuch handed him an envelope, slowly explaining, also, just now, a maid of Her Highness the Princess asked to pass this to you. Songbai asked back suspiciously, Huh? She sent this? He slowly read the content of the letter. A moment later, he folded the letter and instructed the two eunuchs beside him. Eunuchs, I must go on a secret patrol. Prepare as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the eunuch asked back in surprise, Huh? A secret patrol? Songbai made a mischievous face, winked, and instructed, We must make sure Imperial Father doesn't find out. The more discreet and quick, the better. Hurry up. The eunuch replied while running, Yes, sir. Inside the palace, the king inquired about the situation. I heard Ruyan refused to eat breakfast today. Is that true? The eunuch beside him immediately replied, I apologize for reporting this, but it is indeed so. Hearing this, his face looked dejected, not knowing what to do with this teenage daughter. Oh my.
The king asked further, Did the queen say anything? The eunuch replied with a worried face. She is still trying to persuade her, but Her Highness the Princess insists on not listening. Hearing this, he felt extremely sorrowful. When one child stays quiet, the other stirs up trouble. Inside Song Ruyan's palace, he walked over and said indifferently to the maids, Go announce my arrival. The maids immediately reported to the inside. Yes, Your Highness. Reporting to the princess, Your Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Hearing that, the little girl ordered, Bring him in. Songbai politely said to the maids, You have worked hard. They chirped in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing Songbai arrive, the little girl stopped pretending and jumped up. He spoke up. You've suffered a lot too, sister. Song Ruyan said to him with a mischievous face, Did you bring the thing I asked for? Take it out quickly. Facing the little girl, he could only hand the item over while sighing helplessly. Honestly, do you know I had to go on a secret patrol just to get this back? I tried very hard not to let Imperial Father find out. Looking at the cake in her hand, Song Ruyan seemed quite craving it. The little girl asked again, I know. This is the gangjang that you bought from the place I pointed out, right?
Songbai did not bother to question further and politely replied, Yes, by the way, you should hurry up and find a noble son to marry. Otherwise, you might be called an old maid soon. The girl, chewing a piece of cake in her mouth, pointed at him and scolded, Shut up, it's all because of you. Songbai, not understanding, asked back, Why? His face looked completely innocent, as if it had nothing to do with him. What does your marriage have to do with me? Ruyan bit into the cake, her face turning murderous, her tone extremely determined. Even if I get married, before I go, I must teach that damn Jie a proper lesson. She suddenly changed her attitude. My beloved Gangjang. Songbai bade farewell. Then I will take my leave first. Please take care of your health. Song Ruyan smiled happily and said, Don't worry, thank you for the Gangjang. He thought to himself, does she really think that way? After hearing her mention their younger brother, Songbai decided to go meet him. Since he remembered, he might as well go see that guy Song Jie. He still had a bag of Gangjang left. The scene shifted to a hut surrounded by lush vegetation. An old man saw him and exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He explained, Sorry to disturb you. I was passing by and suddenly thought of it, so I stopped by for a visit. The man followed protocol and said, Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Song Jie asked worriedly, Is older brother still in good health? Songbai smiled happily and replied, I am healthy, my younger brother. How is your studying going? He bowed and answered, Yes, your younger brother is trying his best not to fall behind you. Suddenly, Song Jie paused and asked curiously, But you look quite free, don't you? Hearing such a question, he did not answer, but only forced a smile.
Silently complaining in the heart, why does this guy have such a stubborn attitude? When first entering the palace, in front of Princess Song Ruyan, Ruyan suddenly rushed over aggressively from somewhere. She boldly proposed, "Hey, Za, I need to talk to you." Song Za replied, "Well, you are talking to me right now." Song Ruyan went straight to the main point, questioning aloud, "I heard you keep making excuses to cause trouble and bother the other palace maids. Is that right?" Hearing that, his face showed a look of disgust as he said, "Aren't they just lowly people anyway? How dare they tattle to you?" It seemed Song Za didn't notice the girl's attitude, trembling with anger. On the contrary, he coldly replied, "If you are done talking, then I will be going first." Song Ruyan's face looked as if it was exploding with rage. Her expression right now was exactly like the angry face of great King Song Shu. She spoke up to criticize. "You little brat, are those words that should come from the mouth of a prince carrying the blood of great King Song Wenwu?" Song Ruyan aggressively and angrily questioned, "Your older brother, who is the crown prince, always respects the craftsmen and even the servants. Yet you, what did you just say? Lowly scum? I will teach you a lesson so that you never dare to say those words again." Seeing that she was extremely terrifying right now, Song Jae could only tremble and apologize. "I'm sorry." She did not accept this perfunctory apology. The apology must be directed at those you hurt, not me. He maintained his fearful attitude and replied, "I know." Song Bai stood to the side, secretly teasing, "A guy trembling like a mouse before a cat." Song Jae spoke up sarcastically, "Even though my talented older brother might be free, I, this untalented one, am still busy trying to catch up with you, so if there's nothing important, then—" Looking at his insolent attitude, Song Bai angrily thought, "Stubborn again." His face couldn't hide his annoyance. Song Bai's face flushed red as he emphasized every word. "Fine, I apologize. You just keep studying." Observing Song Jae's attitude, he thought dejectedly, "I thought he had changed a bit, but hearing the news that Sister Song Ruyan is getting married, he's acting stubborn again." So he gave the hot cakes to the servants standing nearby. "You guys eat this portion of cakes." Seeing Song Jae still standing there defiantly without a shred of remorse, he thought to himself, "Just you wait. When Sister Ruyan gets married, this world will be mine."
It was already late in the afternoon. Inside the palace, the officials were arguing loudly. Questioning words echoed in the ears. "That money should be given to Merchant Ji Bei." "No, that is absurd. It must be Chan Chao." "No, I think Merchant Tong San would be better." At this moment, the king's face darkened. However, the officials below paid no heed and continued to speak carelessly. Merchant Dong Yu was the best choice. The emperor could no longer bear it and shouted an order, "Stop it all, right now." Facing the king's weighty words, the officials could only fall silent. He stood up angrily and questioned, "Are you even listening and thinking seriously about what I said? How many days has it been since I asked you to come up with a plan and prepare for this?" The king criticized, "I asked for a policy regarding the monopoly on candy sales, yet you only know how to argue about which merchant is better." He questioned furiously, "Now, right in front of me, do you intend to confess who you accepted bribes from and how much?" All the officials in the court bowed their heads to the ground in unison. "This subject deserves death. Please grant me death." Hearing this, the emperor shouted in anger, "You want to die that badly? I will consider your wish after reviewing this policy." The officials continued to chant in unison, "We will do our utmost." Suddenly, the emperor mentioned the ministers, making them jump in fright. The anger in the emperor's heart surged again. "I trusted my judgment of you and let you sit in those positions. It truly disappoints Zen. Do not let Zen down any further." Everyone felt so terrified that they broke out in a cold sweat. "We will take your majesty's teachings to heart."
Mo Li is no exception. Etch this into your heart. Only then did the emperor sit down on his throne. Now, let us move on to the next issue. The officials began to stand up, but something seemed amiss among them, causing the scene to descend into chaos. "Yes, the next issue. What is this?" Seeing this scene, the emperor helplessly held his head. Honestly.
When night fell, a thought arose in the study. Why didn't anyone think of this before? The emperor was having a headache considering major national affairs. If everything had to be spelled out, what was the need for them to sit in the position of prime minister? Song Shu, is it because my standards are too high, or did I overestimate them? Now I have to entrust important responsibilities to those who are not even equal to an 11-year-old child. Old man Huang Hui, with dark circles under his eyes, was trying to do something. In the small room, the old man was sitting and copying words from a book. Outside, the guard's announcement rang out. "My lord, the minister has arrived." Huang Hui looked around in confusion. "Huh? Ah, let him in." Seeing Meng Sasong enter, the old man hurriedly adjusted his hat and clothes. "You've arrived." Meng Sasong sat down without saying a word. Both fell into silence, neither saying anything more. Then a simultaneous sigh broke the quiet atmosphere. Sasong frowned with worry and said, "I can't lie and say you look healthy, Mr. Bangshan."
Huang Hui quickly replied to the old man, "We are in the same boat, Mr. Gopal." Seeing the servant bring tea, the old man waved his hand to refuse. "No tea, serve wine instead." Without further ado, old man Sasong went straight to the main point. "I came here today only to ask about your health and chat a bit. No need for wine. Moreover, if we get drunk and fall asleep here, it's fine. But what if we don't find a solution in 2 days?" A storm was sweeping through his heart, making the old man increasingly anxious. Just thinking of the scene where His Majesty the Emperor would scream right in their faces with a raging fire made them terrified. Is this the best way? Do you want to disappoint Jen again? Huang Hui and Sasong both shouted, "Forget it," causing the maid to stand stunned for a moment. In a palace elsewhere, the full moon continued its work.
Outside the small studies to the guards, the little princess was sitting there, eating while reading a book intently. Suddenly, a trembling voice rang out from outside. Princess, your highness, has arrived." Hearing this, the princess asked in surprise, "Huh? Who is it at this hour?" But before she could finish her sentence, she realized something was amiss. The door slowly opened, and the little girl's soft voice spoke up. Your Majesty, even if you were visiting me, it is late." The emperor stood at the door and called out, "You have been fasting for 3 days. I am worried about you."
He asked worriedly, "Ruyan, are you all right?" The little princess, wrapped in a blanket, turned around to greet the emperor. I pay my respects to Imperial Father." Little Ruyan looked into the emperor's eyes and put on an incredibly adorable expression. The emperor truly could not help but smile at the princess's cuteness. But something else caught his attention at that moment. Under the table was a strange object that had never appeared in the room before. Seeing this, the emperor closed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. That brat. 2 consecutive days of secret outings were for his younger sister, huh? Besides visiting Her Highness the Princess, the emperor had another intention. "First, I will cancel your betrothal plans." Hearing this, Ruyan happily broke free from her blanket and quickly threw herself into his arms. "Imperial Father!" The emperor gently patted his little daughter's head. "This child, you must maintain the dignity of a princess." Under the quiet late-night sky, the conversation of the young couple continued to resonate. "Is that all right?" "What do you mean?" "The matter of Ruyan's marriage. They will probably be happy to have one less burden." His Majesty the Emperor turned to the Empress beside him. "Moreover, Ruyan is still young. Keeping her by my side for a while longer is good too." She felt quite helpless at her husband's words. "Your Majesty." The Emperor looked up at the sky, his pensive mood clearly revealed. "Actually, earlier this evening I nodded off for a while and had a very strange dream." The Empress curiously asked, "What kind of dream?" He quickly replied, "A terrible nightmare." In the young Emperor's mind, the image of little Ruyan lying limp in his arms appeared. Ruyan passed away due to illness. In the dream I was heartbroken. Even when I woke up I was still shaken. The two continued walking, and the Emperor's story continued. It took a while. Only when I could distinguish between dream and reality did I calm down. He had to honestly admit to the Empress, "Perhaps I am still not courageous enough to marry her off."
After a long night, the warm sunlight shone into the imperial court. The young emperor was pondering something intently, but he did not seem very pleased. While he was reviewing, the officials below all looked gloomy. After reading through, the emperor slowly placed the document down on the table. He commented directly, but without angrily shouting at anyone. "Zhen has carefully reviewed your proposals. Although they are better than before, they are still not enough." Among all of them, he deliberately emphasized, especially the proposal of the minister. It completely fails to grasp the essence of the policy. Then he spoke to the next person, and the proposal of the Minister of Rights is too outdated.
The lengthy remarks kept echoing in the ears of the officials throughout the entire morning. Lai Pan's proposal was only good on the surface, but its content was hollow. The same went for Gong Chao, the minister, and even the prime minister. Finally, as the sun was about to set behind the mountains, the emperor announced to the officials in the imperial court, "Do it again." After the meeting with the emperor came the meeting among the officials themselves. Everyone in the room had heavy expressions. No one was in a comfortable mood. The chief state counselor spoke up, breaking the silence in the room. Everyone looked so haggard. Answering him were long, weary sighs. Si Chang tiredly complained, "Since that afternoon, we stayed up all night thinking, preparing so carefully, yet it was still easily rejected." The counselor bluntly asked everyone, "Actually, we all know His Majesty's intention, don't we? The exclusive sale policy is basically to prevent the monopoly on production and trade of certain goods." He continued, speaking boldly.
However, taking advantage of this, local tyrants and officials colluded with merchants, monopolizing the market and exploiting the labor of the common people. Finally, someone asked loudly, getting straight to the point with the officials, "Your Majesty wants to break this vicious cycle, so what if we send people from the Ministry of Taxation to manage it directly?" Hearing this, 2 officials were wide-eyed with surprise. The Ministry of Taxation? To the entire Song 8 provinces? Mang Sasong stroked his white beard and thought, "If we want to manage the exclusive sales, we must send people to every administrative office."
Huang Hui was surprised and even more astonished. Administrative offices? The Song 8 provinces don't just have 1 or 2 places. If we do that, the Ministry of Taxation will be empty. At this moment, the chief state counselor seemed extremely angry. He slammed the table and scolded them severely. So what should we do now? If we hand it over to the merchants, we will be dismissed. No, being dismissed might even be lucky. Everyone fell into silence again. Suddenly, an official spoke up. Your subject has a plan. The scene shifts to Song Jae standing still, thinking to himself, my name is Song Jae, a prince of the Song dynasty. The boy's hand, clenched into a fist, was trembling incessantly. After 3 years in the palace, this is my most dangerous moment.
An innocent voice rang in his ear. Little brother, did you sleep well last night? Princess Ruyan, seeing Song Jia trembling, gently reminded him, why are you standing there like a statue? Won't you greet your brother and sister? Song Jia suddenly remembered his manners. The boy quickly bowed and greeted them. Greetings, royal brother and royal sister. Did you two sleep well last night? Suddenly, Princess Song Ruyan turned to ask the person next to her. By the way, Song Bai, has Judd done anything to trouble you lately? Song Bai laughed loudly and patted his younger brother on the shoulder. Not at all. He has made great progress in his studies lately. I even saw him studying hard the other day. Song Bai tried to smile brightly at Song Jia. Remember to teach me a few swordsmanship moves later on. The boy opposite obediently agreed. Yes, I understand, royal brother. Suddenly remembered Song Bai's schedule. The girl urged him. Song Bai, you are attending the court session today, aren't you? Go quickly or you'll be late. Song Bai nodded, and before leaving, he unintentionally mentioned Ruyan's canceled engagement. Yes, since your marriage was canceled, I will visit you more often from now on. A moment later, Song Bai bade farewell to Ruyan and left. Then I shall take my leave first. The girl smiled and waved goodbye to her younger brother. Do good work, little brother. After Song Bai had completely left, she turned around, put her arm around Song Jia's neck, and dragged the trembling boy away. Hey, Jia, long time no see. Keep me company for a while. Song Jia responded hesitantly.
Yes. During the court session, the emperor solemnly asked, will the Ministry of Revenue directly manage the monopoly on trade? If we do that, the Ministry of Revenue will be left empty. It seemed that after yesterday's meeting, everyone had reached a consensus and made a final decision. Huang Hui, representing the officials, stood up to report to the emperor. That is correct, Your Highness. Therefore, to replenish the manpower shortage, we believe a recruitment exam should be organized. He also thought to himself, surely this is enough to satisfy him? However, the emperor did not seem fully satisfied. Something was still missing. Huang Hui was so surprised he couldn't think of anything else. Huh? Is that still not enough? He suddenly asked Song Bai, Crown Prince, what do you think? The smallest boy among the officials spoke up. Your son thinks this is not a bad proposal. However, Song Bai continued clearly, it will require a lot of time and cost. But if we bring in the Confucian students from Songkyungkwan, I think it can be resolved. The emperor, hearing Song Bai's opinion, also felt it was worth considering. Scholars from Songkyungkwan?
Huang Hui, upon hearing this, hurriedly reported, Your Highness, the Crown Prince's opinion holds water, but the scholars at Sungyunkwan have not passed any major exams. They are merely novices. He lowered his head slightly as if afraid of something. If we appoint these people to official positions, it would be no different than bestowing official hats upon the incompetent. Song Bai refuted Huang Hui's words. Don't the scholars at Sungyunkwan also have to take monthly exams? The image of scholars standing before the notice board of Sungyunkwan appeared through the immature voice of the young boy Song Bai. Moreover, the exam results rank them clearly. If we select those with excellent achievements in recent months, the boy's expression darkened slightly, but his reasoning and logic were incomparably sharp, then it is highly likely they will pass the civil service exam in the future. Those who pass the course will become capable officials with practical experience, and even if they fail the exam, they will still be dedicated officials in budget management. The emperor smiled, looking at the boy. Excellent, truly, my son. After Song Bai had finished his presentation, the emperor raised his voice to ask the person below, Prime Minister, do you have any opinion? Huang Hui was now unable to say another word, so he could only nod in agreement. I find the Crown Prince's words very correct, Your Highness. The emperor loudly proclaimed before all the officials, issue the order to Sungyunkwan to supplement manpower for the Ministry of Revenue and establish exclusive trading agencies under the Ministry of Revenue down to at least the district level. The officials stood solemnly and replied, we strictly obey your command.
Before long, the sky returned to the scenery of the night. A hand was pouring wine into a cup. Since government affairs had been resolved, everyone felt much more relieved. Huang Hui raised his wine cup. Even if he got so drunk today that he couldn't wake up, he had to drink to his heart's content. Si Cheng completely agreed with the idea, saying it was absolutely right. Looking at the wine cup before his eyes, a sadness couldn't help but rise in Huang Hui's heart. When I served under Great King Taizu, I never felt as disappointed as I do today. Si Cheng took one look at the old man's expression and understood somewhat. Are you talking about the days when you were dismissed and then reinstated as often as eating a meal? Huang Hui nodded, negative thoughts constantly popping up in his head. That's right. After today's court session, Looking at His Majesty's eyes, I felt like I could hear this voice. The image of the Emperor and Song Bai looking smug appeared in Huang Hui's thoughts. Is this the best you can do? You are even inferior to my son? Thinking of this, both Huang Hui and Zi Cheng cursed angrily. This accursed father and son pair. Dawn arrived. In front of the capital gates, many officials were dressed in their robes, entering to attend the daily morning assembly. Seeing so many officials, Huang Hui was surprised and asked the right state councillor, "Lord Minister, today is not a grand court session, but only a regular daily assembly, yet so many high officials are present." Upon seeing him, the man hurriedly greeted, "Lord Prime Minister." However, the smell of alcohol on Huang Hui made him uncomfortable, causing him to cough a few times. Seeing this, Huang Hui hurriedly said, "I apologize. After you left last night, I drank another round." Hearing this, the right state councillor did not dwell on it and answered the earlier question. "So you haven't heard. Today there is a royal decree requiring all officials of Dong Song Huan rank and above to attend the assembly. There must be an urgent matter." Before the assembly began, the emperor loudly announced, "The reason I have hastily summoned you all is that last night I received urgent news from the Ming dynasty." Song Bai was slightly surprised by the emperor's words. From the Ming dynasty? What could have happened at this time? It turned out the important announcement was that the third emperor of the Ming dynasty, Emperor Yonglei, had passed away. The emperor sorrowfully asked the officials, "That being said, do you know anything about the crown prince who has just ascended the throne?"
Everyone present remained silent. Seeing the situation, the emperor's headache worsened. Oh my, honestly. The officials, realizing the situation, hurriedly apologized. Your subjects are truly guilty." Songshu did not want to scold them further, so he directly issued an order. "Fine, you all must immediately organize a condolence delegation. In the condolence delegation, find and include a physician capable of visual diagnosis and a judicial official as quickly as possible." A deafening sound echoed from the capital. "We obey your command, Your Highness." After the court session, Songbai sang alone, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. Now, what will happen to the Ming dynasty? Isn't the relationship with the Song dynasty not too bad? Lin Yuan, you really should have studied history harder. And Eunuch hurriedly ran over calling, Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Eunuch, oh eunuch, do not run inside the workshop. It is dangerous for my tools." He leaned close to Songbai's ear and whispered, "Sir, the matter is..." As soon as the word stopped, Songbai's shocked scream rang out. "Huh? What?" The inner official confusedly explained, "I haven't said anything yet." Answering him was Songbai's mischievousness. "I just wanted to try reacting first." Only then did the eunuch report, "His Majesty is in the room next door." Now Songbai truly felt startled. "What? Really?" The boy quickly returned to the room. "Imperial Father, is there a reason for your visit?" The emperor laughed loudly and asked, "Brat, can I not come here?" "It is just that Imperial Father arrived so suddenly, so your son was a bit surprised." He prepared to sit on the chair. "Songbai, are you also planning to find books through this envoy mission?" Songbai pulled out the chair and answered his Imperial Father. "Although it is not a trip for a good cause, your son will not miss this opportunity. Besides, when the Song Dynasty library is completed, finding books will no longer be this messy."
The emperor seemed to be preparing to pull something out from his sleeve, and it turned out to be a small book. He handed it directly to Songbai. "Bring back books related to this, okay?" The boy obediently accepted it. "Yes, sir." A moment later, Songbai realized something and asked, "But if it refers to books, Imperial Father can order the envoy officials directly." Hearing the mention of the envoy officials, the emperor felt displeased again. "If I do that, they will scream and beg to be killed. Just you wait and see." Songbai just opened the book and saw a myriad of lights shining straight into his eyes. "This is..." The boy turned sharply in surprise and asked, "Imperial Father?"
"This is..." The emperor nodded frankly. "That's right, they are all books on phonology." Hearing the emperor's answer, Songbai's face flushed red, causing extreme surprise to rise in his heart. "Phonetics? No way. Imperial Father, could you tell your son why you were looking for these books?" The emperor sighed as he answered his young son. "Because I am disappointed. The people in the palace are all fools. Even when replacements are needed, it is not easy in the Song dynasty, and the exams have their limits. So many Chinese characters appear that even the emperor gets a headache. Even if there are many smart people, surely there are one or two who go to their graves without ever knowing those Chinese characters." Having spoken, he felt a bit relieved. If we could create letters that even people like that could read, wouldn't we find more talented people? Songbai still had many questions in his head. But why phonology? He slowly explained to Songbai, "All the letters in Western books are phonetic letters, and I also think that letters representing sounds will be easier to learn." Hearing his Imperial Father's words, the boy fully understood his intention. This will change history." Songbai clutched the book tightly to his chest. "Your son, in accordance with Imperial Father's wishes, will remind the envoys to put this list at the top priority." At Sungkyung-gwan, an urgent call rang out in midair. "Brother Kim, where are you? Brother Kim, Scholar Mo Chao."
A scholar was frantically running around looking for his friend. "Scholar Mo Chao, where are you?" At this moment, Mo Chao's voice echoed down from the treetop onto the other's head. "Good heavens, you're not a cuckoo, yet you're noisy enough to kill me." The young man looked up in surprise and discovered Mo Chao lying up there. "You are up there?" The scholar, flustered, asked while piquing the curiosity of others. "Why didn't you come this morning? There's a new decree. It's truly wonderful." Hearing this, Mo Chao felt it was uninteresting. He jumped straight down, his hand firmly holding the hat on his head. "It doesn't matter. Now I will give up my studies and return to my hometown." Although the other scholar was slightly surprised, he was still startled. "Yes?" However, he continued to follow Mo Chao to ask about the situation. "No, why return home when you are always competing for the top position?" He dusted off the dirt from his clothes and replied, "Even if I rank first in that test, it would be useless." Thinking of this, Mo Chao looked up at the sky again, revealing all his thoughts. "Do you know what? I am 26 years old this year, and my firstborn child is already 6, yet I can't even pass the minor exam, let alone the major one."
Memories rekindled in his mind. "It has been 8 years since the first time I took the minor exam. Do you know what happened?" Mo Chao did not wait for the scholar to answer and immediately continued. "Suddenly the ink broke. My trembling hand at that time remains a dull regret in my heart until now. I hurriedly took out the spare ink, but it was defective, so even the spare ink broke. In the end, I failed because I couldn't write half the paper." But it wasn't just that. The stream of memories continued with the following story. 5 years ago, during the second exam, I was hit on the head and fainted on the way to the exam. When I opened my eyes, the exam was over. It seemed that the suffering ended there, but Mo Chao knew better than anyone. In the third exam, I was quarantined due to dysentery, so I couldn't attend the exam. And the final story involved that scholar. 2 years ago during the exam, you and I both had dysentery, so we didn't participate either. Back then you were very regretful. Just as he finished telling his story, Mo Chao couldn't hold back the tears rolling down his cheeks. He immediately turned his head away so the scholar wouldn't see his state right now. Isn't this story very funny? Surely someone has blown away my path of life. I have performed exorcisms many times. Finally, Mo Chao made a decision. Now I will go back to my hometown and live a comfortable life. My life is over. The scholar smiled and lifted him up.
"Don't be like that. Knowing that, I will continue to support you. Brother Mo, you absolutely must not give up." Mo Chao asked in surprise, "Support? Support me in what?" Only then did that Confucian student suddenly remember. This morning. All the Confucian students of the city were standing and listening to the letter from the Song Emperor. Therefore, the personnel issue of the Ministry of Revenue is an urgent matter. I advise the students studying at Sungkyunkwan to obey my command. Folding up that letter, the official added a few sentences. "Why are you studying at Sungkyunkwan? Isn't it to assume a position in the court and work for the Song dynasty? The opportunity to become an official has arrived, so do not miss it." After the information was widely disseminated, everyone was focused solely on this issue. "Brother Lee, what do you plan to do?" "I will become an official." "Me too. My parents said not to miss this wonderful opportunity." "Brother Fang, what do you plan to do?" One of them curled his lips and spoke. "Even if you become an official now, it is just a low-ranking position. You aren't stupid, so why choose to become an official?"
Hearing this, all the scholars laughed loudly. "You are absolutely right, brother. If one is born a man, one must aim to be an official in the 6 ministries." Leaving the question for later, this scholar immediately thought of Mo Chao and ran to tell him. "How can you aim for the 6 ministries when you take turns standing last? You are about to take the civil service exam, aren't you? I must quickly go tell Brother Mo. He will like this very much." Finishing the story, the scholar spoke up. "That is what happened, but now you say you will return to your hometown. Listen to me first before deciding." In the Song dynasty court, the emperor asked the officials, 103 people. I understand that Sungkyunkwan has up to 150 people. Did the rest not enroll? Everyone answered in unison. That is correct. The emperor asked further, "Is there a reason?" Chen Ka bowed his head and admitted, "The reason your subject studied at Sungkyunkwan was out of obligation." Hearing these words, the emperor was so angry he gritted his teeth. "What?" Someone else pleaded. "With all due respect, your highness." The emperor bluntly interrupted. "Where is your respect for me? Do those who want to work in the imperial court have such narrow views?" Huang Hui spoke up to defend Chen Ka. "He still lacks experience, so..." Before he could finish his sentence, the emperor furiously slammed his hand on the table and shouted right in the faces of the officials. "What nonsense are you saying? Broad or narrow vision has nothing to do with experience." He shouted, his scolding becoming heavier by the moment. "It is a matter of competence. Do you mean to say the court is filled with people like this?" The official who had spoken earlier, seeing the emperor's demeanor, hurriedly bowed low. "Your highness, your subject misspoke. Please forgive me."
The emperor angrily thought to himself, how could imperial father use such a person? Then he tried to suppress his anger and asked, "Chen Ke, what do you intend to do for the future?" Chen Ke was confused, trying to arrange his words properly. Yes. First I will provide an education program on industry and commerce for Sungkyunkwan students for 3 months. Besides, in the meantime, I will produce reserve sugar and build a monopoly system." Hearing this answer from him, the emperor's anger subsided considerably, finding it appropriate. However, looking at the personnel plan, it seems each level will be short of people, so how will this matter be resolved? Chen Ke still dared not raise his head to look, but only silently bowed his face to the ground to answer the emperor, "I will select officials with good performance evaluations."
And then after reviewing the work results over 1 year, I will decide whether to promote or demote. Seeing that the answer seemed reasonable, the emperor thought, all right, when explicitly announcing it, did you say they must work for at least 1 year? Chen Ke nodded and replied, yes, because of the possibility of corruption, I will not allow working in one field for more than 2 years. Faced with Chen Ke's excellent handling of the situation, the anger in the emperor's heart almost completely collapsed. This official has come up with a good idea. All right, Sun Ken Quan students have filled the vacancies left by other officials. Chen Ke continued, yes, Your Highness. First, we will fill the vacancies by promoting existing officials. Sun Ken Quan scholars will be assigned tasks based on their scores during the training period. The emperor questioned him again. How do you intend to promote the scholars? He replied without hesitation, starting from rank 9 and extending to rank 7. The emperor rubbed his chin. Rank 7? After a few seconds of thought, the emperor ordered, increase it to rank 6. Chen Ke naturally dared not disobey the king's order. Yes, yes. A question echoed through the court again. But Your Highness, is that all right? Chen Ke felt that this issue was not too difficult. The civil service exam did not recruit that many scholars. Surely Your Highness did not intend to do that in such a short time. The emperor silently studied the words on the paper.
His eyes fell into contemplation. The emperor thought no further and made a direct decision. Let's increase it to level 6. The rest will follow Chen Ke's plan. After the unison agreement of the officials, the court session ended. Your orders, Your Highness. At the recruitment area of the Ministry of Revenue, Mocho widened his eyes in surprise after hearing the announcement. Level 6? Is that true? Chen Ke nodded at him, then explained further. That's right. If you work hard as an official of the Ministry of Revenue, you will have the opportunity to be promoted equivalent to passing this 1-un exam without having to go through major exam. At this moment, Mocho's state seemed to burst. He quickly hugged his sworn brother standing next to him in tears of happiness. Scholar Lu Xin, thank you for telling me. I also want to study with Scholar Lu Xin. Thoughts flowed endlessly in Mocho's head. A ray of hope had come to a child with an unhappy childhood like him. Just holding a position in the court was enough to make him happy, let alone the possibility of reaching level 6. A loud shout rang out from the recruitment room. Long live Your Majesty! This subject will dedicate his all. A familiar voice rang out with a steaming cup of tea on the table. Is that so? If so, then those scholars who didn't pass the exam also have hope. Songbai happily held the hot cup of tea in his hand. It's like interns, isn't it? Do your best, interns. You will become full-time employees soon. The emperor smiled and said, all right, that stubborn Chen Ke has come up with a good plan, so they will be paid according to rank and rewarded according to ability. Songbai smiled radiantly again. Thanks to Imperial Father's grace, the scholars are studying very enthusiastically.
He also lifted his teacup. You brat, you really know how to flatter me. Songbai looked intently at his imperial father with the sparkling, innocent eyes of a child. I mean it sincerely. Moreover, I am very happy that you came here personally to tell me. The emperor added softly, isn't this policy created thanks to your efforts? I must at least do this much. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked further, Songbai, how long until you turn 15? The boy immediately replied, 4 more years. The emperor sighed for a long while. My time is still so long, I wish time would pass quickly. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. A scholar at Sunkyung Kwan was incredibly smug about his achievement. Yesterday I was still a Sunkyung Kwan scholar, but now I have become an official of the Ministry of Revenue. Although it is currently just a trial position, this will be the first step to becoming a true 6th rank official. Or so it should have been.